Good morning.
Stop saying it. Go away, Dad.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you this morning?
Good.
Hello, welcome to the channel. My name is Kai, and today is the very first day of October, which means it's the very first day of Vlogtober. Now, if you don't know what Vlogtober is, the idea of Vlogtober is that we vlog every single day in October, and it's something that I've always wanted to do but never really had the time or the energy or the ideas to be able to commit to it. But this time round, I've created a challenge on naz.io, and 27 other people have signed up to that challenge and have decided to join me in Vlogtober. So this whole month I'm planning on creating a video every single day. Now, I'm a full-time content creator, so I will also be losing my light, obviously. Let's try another light over here. So for me as a full-time content creator, I'm going to be sharing snippets of my day, what I do. I'm going to be sharing little bits of family life and also sharing content creation tips and tricks with you, taking you through the process of a lot of the stuff that I do on a daily basis. So if you're interested, please do subscribe and follow along for that.
Going off to school now?
Yes.
What's that zip on your little trousers for, buddy?
It needs to have a
What are you going to put in there?
stone.
Stones?
No, two stones. Dad, look it.
Okay, I'll see you later. Can I get a big boy cuddle?
No.
So what I'm working on today is a video for my YouTube channel, which is a video that has been sponsored by OBS Bot. They very kindly sent me this piece of equipment, which is called the OBS Bot or OBS Bot Tail Air. And I've made a quick review video on that and like an introduction to the OBS Bot and its capabilities. And I'm still editing that video now. So I want to edit this. I need to do the thumbnail to this video. I've got a couple of hours just to kind of get the editing sorted, get some music on there, and then get this live by about midday. So I'm going onto Artlist now, and as a content creator, I actually get Artlist for free. I get Artlist Max for free because the lovely people at Artlist love to support creators. So shout out to Artlist. I'm just rendering now. And in the meantime, I've been watching The Tribe. The Tribe is something that I used to watch as a kid. And my brother sent me a message about The Tribe. He sent me like a nostalgia thing on Instagram. And I was like, oh my goodness, I haven't seen The Tribe in forever. And if you know anything about The Tribe, or if you're a fan, let me know in the comments below. We're gonna do the thumbnail now. I'm literally just setting up the studio to be able to get a captivating thumbnail. I normally take photos and will edit them in Photoshop a little bit to try and make them as aesthetic and eye-pleasing as possible. That's what we're gonna do now. Get a bit of smoke going. Oh, not too much. Now that's far too much, like this fills the screen. I think we've taken quite a few different shots. Gonna turn those off. We're gonna have a look at these on the computer now and see if we can edit something. One of the things I want to use Vlogtober for is to actively stay active. So I want to use this as an excuse to remind myself that I have to be active every single day in October. As a content creator, we sit down a lot, we do a lot of editing on the computer. It takes copious amounts of time and hours, and it really doesn't help our health. So one of the things I have is a standing desk. I have a running machine that my sister gave me, and I'm gonna place it under my standing desk to get some steps in while I edit this photo. So let's get on with it. Come on, let's go. This is the final thumbnail, the smartest streaming camera, and it's the world's smartest streaming camera, the OBS Bot Tail Air 2024. This actually isn't due to go live until the 8th of October. So there's almost like a week to go before this review goes live. These kind of sponsored videos, they don't tell you what to say, which is good because it's your perspective. It's what you weigh up as pros and cons, or how you use it in your work. And I like the fact that most companies work like that. I know there was a controversy with Insta360 telling their influencers or content creators what to say, and not to mention that it's a sponsored post, and not to mention they got it for free. I absolutely did get this for free, and it's a pretty awesome camera as well. I do rate this. I'm like really excited to see like what I can do when it comes to live streaming, because I don't really live stream, so it's going to be really interesting to use it. Just as a side note, for those of you who subscribed for the cameras and the reviews and the tutorials, those will still be happening throughout this month, and I'll be showing more of the process in these vlogs of how I create those videos, how I do brand deals, how I get stuff for free, how I work with different companies and corporations. So if you're interested in knowing more about a day in the life or a month in the life of a full-time content creator, then hopefully you will stick around and watch. In the challenge that I created, I've basically got 31-day challenge ideas for the vlog for my community members to try out. If you guys have any ideas for me that you want me to try out in Vlogtober, let me know in the comments section. The Kai Academy is something that I set up about a year ago now. I've got about 115 members. If you want help on your content creation journey, then also think about signing up to the Kai Academy. It's absolutely free, and I do run challenges like this from time to time to kind of inspire and motivate you on your content creation journey. So do think about that. Okay, so I've got to make a quick detour to get Naya from school. So I'm just going to run up the road now, quickly grab her, and then we can get back to work. Such a miserable raining day. Just picked up Naya from school, and I've got this real bad head cold. I keep sneezing. Do you want to close that door behind you?
I'm hungry.
I'm thirsty. It's proper coming down now as well. It's a miserable day. Ah, the door is locked. How was school, little one?
Good.
Getting wet there? Come in. All right, this is a segment in the vlog which is going to be referred to as Naya's Nuggets of Knowledge. So Naya, would you like to share some advice for today for content creators to use when creating their content?
So it is Vlogtober today and I'm very excited. So I have some advice. So Vlogtober is about snippets of your day. So when you're doing it, don't do every single part of the day. Just do one part and sometimes make it exciting, not boring, because then you can have more people just getting interested. So yeah, let's move on to my dad.
So do snippets of your day and make it not boring, make it interesting. Makes sense, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's play some Black Myth Wukong.
3.
5 times 3 is 5, 10, 15.
5 times 8.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 30.
6 seconds up.
Why does it give us 6 seconds? Why
Because you're meant to memorise them.
9 times 9.
81.
9 times 6.
2, 3, 4, 5. 90. 6, 7, 9. Oh my god.
You do know how to do
Peanut.
So Naya has to learn. Why is that so blurry? Naya has to learn her times tables all the way up to the 12 times tables and answer within 6 seconds.
Yeah, from ba ba ba.
And that is that big test is happening
What
in June.
is
So we're going to have
that?
to basically drill her on her times tables every day
Peanut.
for the next 9 months.
No, it's not. Either but. Either but. Either but. Either but. Please stay.
That's all for today, guys. Just as a side note, if you're interested in joining the Kai Academy, the Kai Academy is what I set up about a year ago. It's on naz.io. It's a community of like-minded content creators. People from all over the world have joined. If you want help kickstarting your content creation career, then absolutely I would say sign up to the Kai Academy. It's free, but I do challenges like this every so often to help motivate and push you to try and create more for your business or your hobby, whatever you're creating content for, something that you might want help in being motivated to do, then sign up, and I'll leave a link to that in the description. So that's all for today, guys. I hope you enjoyed it. I will see you all tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone. Wow, maybe I put too much smoke in. If you know anything about me, you will know that I absolutely love volumetric lighting. This is essentially day 2 of Vlogtober. Artlist have done it again. This is the second year, I think, that they've released their 100k fund challenge. And if you are a creative who has an amazing, crazy, creative idea that you want to launch but don't have the funding to be able to do it, then I strongly recommend you go and check out this 100K challenge. This is something that I looked at last year, but I didn't have an opportunity to join. I was far too busy last year with too many other things. This year, I'm actually going to join. So the intro you just saw is going to be like the hook video for my application video. My $100,000 idea is going to be creating... Naya, what are you doing at school today?
I don't know.
Football.
Oh yeah, football.
You're just watching TV. When the TV's on, you don't pay attention to anything else, do you? Look at this guy. Hello. You having a good day so far, buddy? Okay. So the morning school run is always super duper busy with getting the kids ready and getting them out, and the place has just been left in absolute tip. So the first thing that I need to do today is quickly tidy up the kitchen, and then we can get started with work. Let's go. Okay, so it's not perfect, but we can get on with work now because it's kind of clean. Let's go. So what I'm doing here is I'm creating my intro video, kind of shot to look to the Artlist 100 competition. So the idea is that I have seen the fund and I'm like, okay, this is exciting. So this is my hook. It's gonna have like a nice riser or something to give me that look or that effect, and then kind of like the wow moment. So my $100,000 idea is going to be creating a third Rocket Girl video. If you don't know, in the first lockdown, I had copious amounts of time and a 4-year-old to keep busy. So we decided to make a short film called Rocket Girl, and it won a couple of film festivals. We kickstarted another video a couple of years later that was called Rocket Girl 2 Mission to Mars, where Naya now blasts off to Mars, and her brother, who is a little baby at this time, or a little toddler at this time, joins her on this adventure. And that project took 2 years to complete. It was absolutely crazy project to do. It was crazy because I was the only one filming and editing, and I was the light designer and the sound designer, and I was the one doing the edits in the evenings, and trying to work with children was really difficult. But we had a lot of fun. We raised just over £1,000. I think it was something like $1,300 in the end. Over the span of 2 years, I was fitting in filming, editing. I also spent a lot of time learning Unreal Engine to create a lot of the Martian scenes, as well as the rocket scenes. And I would like to bring a third video to life now. And I'm playing with different ideas and places and locations. In the second film, we made it so quite a few of the things were factual. So we used Elon Musk's spaceship. We also looked at places on Mars like Hellas Planitia that we could incorporate into the storyline, and things like the sandstorms, the dust storms that happen and can last for months on Mars. All of these were kind of like little factual things that we found out about Mars and we put into the movie. And I think we want to do that again with a third movie. I think to justify the 100K, it would have to be bigger than just a movie though. I think it would have to be a movement. Not a movement, that's not the right one. It would have to be bigger. I don't know, it might center around education for younger people as well. So trying to educate the next generation of young people about space through interesting storytelling, and trying to get them more interested in space exploration, fire the next generation for interest in space exploration and stuff like that. I'm still fleshing out the idea. So the actual challenge ends on the 24th of October. So if you're interested in fleshing out your idea, there are a few requirements. You have to explain what your project's about. So mine's going to be like a third Rocket Girl movie, but with a focus on teaching the next generation or inspiring the next generation of young people to want to get involved in space exploration and things like science. Why it's important or unique. The winners of the last Artlist 100K fund were sending a unmanned thing into space or something like that, and they're making a whole documentary about it. You might think I'm only an individual. Will Artlist choose me? Myself and Naya actually made a short film for another Artlist project last year, which we were runners up and we won $1,000, which was pretty awesome as well. So I do think Artlist will take a lot of things into consideration. I think individuals probably can apply. So don't feel overwhelmed just because a team won in the last 100K fund. Also, you need to talk about who your target audience is. So my target audience for this movie, again, is going to be younger people, probably around pre-secondary / high school age to really, get those young people on the path to space exploration and an interest again in science and things around astronomy, I guess, and the stars. Finally, you'll have to explain how it's going to be executed. So for our project, I think, again, be working with Naya as the main lead of Rocket Girl. I don't know. Maybe we will also not just have the film. I have a website, have activities on there. Maybe build a community that's focused with younger people. I'm not really sure how that will work as well. There's so many things to flesh out, but I've got 20 plus days to figure this thing out. So yeah, those are the 4 main requirements for you to be able to submit. And also you need to submit a video. You can do it on your phone. Just make sure the sound is good and you've got good visuals to show that, you're going to create something that's worthy of the 100K fund. You've got 90 seconds to get your project across. So that's something for you to also think about how you're going to be able to do that. So that's what I will work on over the next few days. I will chip away at working on a little promo video for Rocket Girl 3 and the stuff around that. That's what I'll be doing. So that's what I'll be kind of working on in between projects. Just running up the road to get Naya. We have been contacted by a company who wants us to create family content for their channel. So we're going to do some of that when we get back, and we're going to put it on the family channel. And if you haven't added yourself to the Saunders Go Forth Instagram page, then make sure you do that, because Lauren runs that channel and there's lots of cool family content on there that you can go check out. Yeah. Welcome to Naya's Nuggets of Knowledge for day 2 of Vlogtober. Today, Naya, the question is, if you had $100,000 to spend on a project, what would that project be?
Okay, that's a hard question. Well, I love space, so it could be like about space. I could spend the money on good costumes, and then I could spend some of the other bits of the money for good like graphics.
Like special effects artists?
Yeah, pay some people to come and to help me film.
Like a film crew?
Yeah.
What about like Rocket Girl 3?
Yeah.
Could pay maybe your dad to film it and stuff.
And gets costumes.
Got the costumes, very important. That is kind of what I would spend $100,000 for a creative project on. Do you remember Artlist? We did a competition, we won $1,000.
Oh, yeah.
And we did that space, what inspires me video.
Yeah.
And that
Did
video.
We still have that $100,000?
Yeah, we didn't get $100,000, we got $1,000. This is 100 times that. But they wouldn't give it to you as a prize, they would give it to you to use to create the project. So that's what I was saying. If we had 100,000, I would bring Rocket Girl 3 to life, but maybe do a bit more. Maybe create a website, do outreach to like schools and stuff to teach kids more about space and science and things like that.
Yeah.
How's that sound?
Good.
Good. Naya's Nuggets of
Thank you for
Knowledge
coming.
for today's vlog. Thank you, Naya. Now go do your homework. Yeah. Let me just get this light. So that is it for today's video. I hope you enjoyed watching our Vlogtober Day 2. If you have any comments or questions about the 100K challenge, content creation in general, filmmaking, videography, photography, let me know down in the comment section. And with that said, guys, stay creative. No, this is not a KaiCreative video. Why am I doing the KaiCreative outro? With that said, guys, I hope you have a wonderful day, afternoon, morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Take care. I don't know if you can see my neighbors behind me over here, but I had an incident earlier this year where they basically were behind my garden office and it stank really badly. I did a reel on it that got nearly 100,000 views, and one of my friends said, congratulations, you've become known as Stinky Fox Guy on Instagram. Oh wow. Good morning. Right, let's sort this out. So today I have a lot of stuff to do. I have a lot of stuff to get on with. I am a full-time content creator, dad of 2, like most people, have bills to pay, a mortgage to pay. So we have a lot of client work to get on with this morning, and I'll show you some of that in a minute. I also have to open a Calendly link for the students who I have one-to-ones with. Kai Academy is a community that I set up about a year ago to help content creators or people who want to create content for their businesses or passions, and to give them tips and tricks. And it's absolutely free to join. I've left a link down in the bio description. Go check that out, sign up, and become part of the community of like-minded creative individuals. So enough with the shameless promotion. As a full-time content creator, I create a lot of content for other companies. So either promotional videos or how-to videos or guides that will end up going on their YouTube channel. So you might see my face pop up from time to time with different brands explaining how their software works or how their product works. I'm also teaching a class today. So after I pick up Naya from school, I've got to teach a class with the fantastic Franzi, also known as Travel Comic on YouTube, who is like a massive influencer.
I have a question to Kai. Why should brands work with us?
That's a great question. Yeah. Why do brands work with creators? We're going to be talking all about money with a group of students who are doing a YouTube challenge with the Naz Academy.
Right. Do you think you can reach me from there, Kai? Very far. You do it. Oh, I got you! Good job. Power up. And... Oh, yes, what a jump.
You put your hands down and then you catch to it.
Yeah, I know.
I did say I'd use Vlogtober as an excuse to get fit. I've got the running machine in the office and I'm trying to do sprints every single day. And I can also put it underneath my desk so I can get a workout in as well while doing like simple tasks on the computer. So support me, guys. So as a full-time content creator, when it comes to client work, that generally takes precedent over my own YouTube stuff. So even this vlog, for example, that I'm trying to incorporate into my day is going to be second place to delivering a client project. And that's because client projects pay the bills. If you're interested in becoming a full-time content creator and you have any questions around that, then please do let me know in the comments down below. Very quickly, a little bit about my process. I work using Adobe. And the reason I use Adobe, because I know a lot of people use like DaVinci or they might use Final Cut. The reason I use Premiere Pro from Adobe is because it can be dynamically linked with After Effects. So I can create a lot of animated assets in After Effects and then link them directly into the Premiere Pro project. I also do a lot of work with Photoshop and Illustrator as well. So it makes sense for me to have the Adobe package on my computer. This is something I will say if you're looking to become a creative, is that you are constantly upskilling. I actually started learning After Effects first, and then I started getting into Premiere Pro and then Photoshop. That was my creative trajectory. And what I realized is now that I'm learning Unreal Engine is it's a never-ending type of progression where you're constantly learning and constantly upskilling. As my old boss used to say, you're adding new feathers to your cap. So always think about what you could be learning and what new skills you could be adding. For me, the concept of lifelong learning is what I've always set out to do. I will never stop learning, and I will keep developing new skills. Also, we live in an age of AI now, so it's quite scary and exciting at the same time. I recognize that AI is destroying a lot of the skill sets that I've learned in the past. So it's important to keep upskilling as a creative to be able to be more valuable to the marketplace and then sell your skills. I would also say if you're looking to become a full-time content creator that you should work on your speaking skills and also your listening skills, because you have to listen to your audience, you need to listen to your clients, you need to understand what they want and bring their vision to life. And it's not easy to balance. Sometimes you have to work quite late into the evenings, and other times you might have to find yourself waking up super early, particularly if you've got an event or something to travel to. No 2 days are the same as a content creator. You will always have a new challenge or a new task. You'll be talking to a new client. You'll be trying out new ideas. You'll be learning something new. And for me, that is very exciting. So today's Thursday, and traditionally I do cooking on a Thursday, and I'm going to quickly get the food started before I have to go pick up Naya from school. I'm going to do a simple chicken soup because all of us are feeling quite rough because it's cold season, and you know what it's like, the kids go to school, they bring it all back. So that's what I'm going to do, a nice chicken soup. So I'm going to get that started, then I'll do my class and then finish the soup off. Okay, the chicken is cooking in the pot and my class is starting in 1 hour and I have to go up the road to get Naya from school. We're going to go, come on, let's go. We're going to do Naya's nuggets of knowledge when we get back from class, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, get ready for school. Get ready for dance class.
Yeah.
Sort out your packed lunch.
Yeah.
just about to start the Become a YouTube Pro in 30 Days challenge on Zoom. Got about 8 minutes, just checking my Zoom settings are working. Okay, got a big session today. Over 100 slides to go through.
You were on Sunday and I was in the lab.
Yes. We'll see you all soon. Take care. Have a wonderful day, morning, afternoon, wherever you are in the world. And we'll see you guys soon. Take care. Have a good day.
What is this?
Good day.
Why are you to put in your thing and then you don't cook it and it goes off? Oops.
I've got a present for you. This. Take it.
Right.
Present.
Is this dinner going to be ready soon?
How was your day, my son?
Told you fell off the slide.
You fell off the slide today. Did you hurt yourself? Do you feel better?
Yeah, because Millie put her ice pack on it.
Millie put an ice pack on it. Oh, that's nice. Was it on your leg? Scratch your face. That's it. Oh no.
I didn't see it. Where is it?
So I've got some great news. Talking about Rocket Girl yesterday and how I'm planning a third movie, I actually have received a certificate of achievement from the Kids International Film Festival. So we applied for this film festival probably about 7 months ago, and they just launched a couple of days ago, 1st of October, and we have won the best screenplay short film in Europe. So I'm going to add that laurel. So basically every time you win a film festival, you get laurels and you can put it on your film poster. And what I like to do is update my laurels on my YouTube poster, which is what I'm going to do now. So I'm going to put the laurels on. In fact, we've won quite a few film festivals on this one. Well, we were officially selected for 3 so far: Tokyo, the Insider Liftoff, and the RTF Real Time International Film Festival. We were one of the winners at the Folkestone Film Festival, which was earlier this year. And now we are a winner in this film festival, Kids International Film Festival. When it comes to film festivals, I like to use Film Freeway. And if you've got any questions at all about entering, how to apply, let me know in the comment box below. So it's today's day 3, Naya's Nuggets of Knowledge. So Naya, from your perspective, do you think becoming a content creator is a good idea?
As we all know, a content creator is people who make content.
Yes, but the question is...
I know what the question is. I think it is very good to be a content creator because you will have fun to make content, and if you have children and you can make it with them, it might be a bit stressful, but it will be also fun.
So do you think me being a content creator has been fun for you as a kid, as a child of a full-time content creator?
Yeah, it's actually been very fun. I love the movie we made,
Rocket Girl.
Girl.
So who's been the model in all my photography videos for the last 7 years, 8, 9 years?
I don't know.
You. Yeah, so I've used Naya a lot as a model for the photography sessions, which has been good.
And you earn a lot of money.
At the moment, money is kind of all my revenue streams are shrinking, which means the money is less.
Okay.
And the cost of living is going up. So I think my recommendation for people who are thinking about becoming content creators is choose your niche wisely. Do you know what niche is?
No.
Niche is like the area of expertise that you want to talk about. So if you became a content creator, what would you create content about?
Space.
Space? Oh really? Not about animals. I thought you wanted to become a zoologist. Maybe you could be the first vet in space.
Maybe I could be the first person to take a animal with me to space.
Yeah, that's already been done.
Yeah, another animal. Different type of animal.
What type of animal would you take to space?
A crocodile.
Nice. First crocodile vet in space. So guys, that's been Naya's Nuggets of Knowledge. Tune in tomorrow for more wonderful pearls of wisdom.
Da-da-da.
Whoa! Okay guys, I hope you enjoyed today's video. If you did, don't forget to give us a thumbs up. And if you haven't done so already, don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the little bell for notifications. This whole Vlogtober thing is absolutely insane. I literally cannot believe that people do this. It's it seems almost impossible to be able to create a whole video while doing your day job and all the other stuff that you have to do in the day, and then create a video about it in the same day. It's late now and I'm recording this outro. So please do support the channel, give us a like, and I will see you guys tomorrow. I don't care who you are, where you are going to suffer with this at some point in your creative career.
Okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Players trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look. Did it stir? I can't play it safe. Yeah, out the way. Yeah.
If you are any type of creative, you are going to suffer from this one thing at one point in your creative career, and that is creative block or creator's block. Some sort of blocker that's stopping you from creating whatever it is that you need to create. I run a company called KaiCreative, and I feel like sometimes my clients think that I'm just a never-ending fountain of creative ideas that I can just unleash onto their projects and amazing things will happen. And I'm pretty sure if you're in the creative industry, you will know that that is simply not always the case. And I think the problem with being a creative is it's not something that you can use analytics or you can use numbers and figures to figure out. It's something that you dream up out of imagination and ideas that come out of lots of different places and have lots of different sources, and you have lots of different inspirations. It's not like, for example, working in the financial sector, maybe being a mortgage advisor and then being able to look at lots of statistics and numbers and analytics and base rates and then give your opinion based on facts and figures. It simply isn't like that. So when we do hit a creative block, what exactly are we supposed to do? Well, in today's video, which is vlog number 4 for Vlogtober as well, if you're doing it, I hope you're carrying on. Well done, guys. It's not easy. We're going to give you some ideas. What is this we? I'm going to give you some ideas, some tips and tricks that have helped me to kind of break free when the creative juices aren't flowing as freely. The first thing that I would recommend is that you step away from some of your projects, some of your corporate demanding client projects, and focus on a personal project. So no client demands, no agenda, no money transactions. Go and film, create something just for the thrill, just for the passion and the excitement of being a creative. Go and make something which has nothing to do with the corporate work or the client work that you're working on. For me, for example, today, Lauren told me that Kai was getting a haircut, so I decided to do a cinematic haircut, slow motion B-roll piece. I just went into the barbers and I said, hey guys, do you mind if I just film my son getting a haircut? And they were like, absolutely, come in. And the barber was actually a little bit like, oh, this is cool. And here he is. Have you been eating mud? What's on your face? What? That looks like mud. And this is his lovely hair. Did you enjoy getting your haircut?
Yes.
Do you want to go clean your face?
No.
And off he goes. So where were we? He's climbing up there on my pull-up bar. So basically, where were we? I've forgotten what I was saying. Check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. Okay, so a little bit of a story time now for you guys. I remember working as a junior animator for a small but international editing agency, and they specialized in animation, or I worked in the department that specialized in animation. I remember being given a script for something that completely threw me. I was out of creative ideas, and because I was a junior creative and there were so many more experienced creatives there, I was quite nervous about raising it with them. I thought maybe they're too busy, and so I sat there all day looking at the screen. I only had a few lines of script, and at the end of the day I'd made like a 4-second animation, and the head of the department pulled me up at the end of the day and said, hey, you've only done like 4 seconds, you've worked all day on only 4 seconds. And the reason was because I had a creative block, and I honestly didn't know how to get the creative juices going or like what to do. And basically I should have reached out and did a brainstorming session with those guys, and also what I should have done is I should have stepped away from the computer, kind of like what I'm doing now. Just take some time out, come outside, maybe go on the bike, go to the gym, do something active, pull yourself away from the problem, and then it's a lot easier to try and find a solution away from it. Your mind just subconsciously works on trying to find a solution. So that's another recommendation. Pull yourself out of the problem and see if you can get a solution just from that might just come to you by doing something completely different. Hello. Right, everybody, welcome to what you've all been waiting for. Naya's Nuggets of Knowledge. So Naya, today's question. Are you ready for today's question?
No.
How do you deal when you have a creative block? So when you don't have any ideas, how do you deal with that?
Oh, okay. This is interesting. So if you don't have any ideas of filmmaking, you could ask, if you're in a company or anything of filmmaking, you could ask your boss or any of your teammates in your thing. Or if you don't, then work for a company and you just do filmmaking, then you can ask a friend who has any ideas or anyone else.
So like brainstorm with people collaboratively.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I should have done that when I was working at that animation company. Any other ideas?
Any other ideas? Or maybe you could look at other people's work and try to kind of copy it, but make it like in your own design.
Like still like an artist?
Yes.
Yes, I also should have done that.
Dad?
Yeah? That's all for Naya's Nuggets of Knowledge. Thanks, Naya. See you tomorrow.
Yeah!
What I would also quickly recommend is make something that you would enjoy watching, that you enjoy making. Even if no one else is interested and no one else wants to watch that piece of content, do that. Make that for you. Now, this might seem a little bit counterintuitive to what we teach at Naz Academy. We're constantly telling students, research your audience, make things that your audience wants to watch so that you can get subscribers and views and the likes and you can get all the social proof. But if you are stuck in a creative block, my advice is unblock it by creating something that you enjoy. Go back to enjoying the process and hopefully it will unstuck or unstick your creative block, and then you can get the creative gears turning again. The whole point of doing something that's creative, that has no agenda, is that it allows you to enjoy the process. No money, no agenda, no pressure. Just create for the sake of creating. And this helps to loosen up or limber up your creative muscles in your mind, and it will hopefully get things going again. So the key is make personal projects, enjoy the process again. If we're doing too much corporate work, something that I found is we're constantly focusing on something that doesn't necessarily inspire us, but it pays the bills, so we need to do it. And that can be quite draining on our imagination and our creative resources. So what I would say is, it doesn't have to be something massive, like literally go to the barbers and film your kid getting a haircut. That's what you could do in order to inspire the creativity again. So that's what I like to do every so often. I hope that this has been useful to you today, guys. If you found the video useful, you found some value in it, don't forget to give us a thumbs up. And also, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. If you haven't done so already, hit the little bell for notifications too, so you can keep up to date with this month's Vlogtober vlogs. And the little man is currently destroying my office. So I will see you guys tomorrow. Take care. I started my creative journey off as a wedding videographer. I then moved into corporate video. I then became the head of video production for an international company in the higher education sector. And now for the last 3 years, I've been teaching video production, content creation, and other bits and pieces with the Naz Academy as a trainer, and also freelancing through my business, KaiCreative, where I continue to make content and event videos and video production and all sorts of things. And in that time, I've given a lot of feedback for how people can improve their videos and get better. And today I'm going to talk about the top 10 mistakes that I see from beginner content creators. So if you want to supercharge your content, skip the mistakes, then stick around, because these are things that you definitely don't want to do. Hello, welcome to the channel. My name's Kai, and today is day 5 of Vlogtober, and specifically I'll be talking about the top 10 mistakes that I see from beginner content creators. So the first mistake I see lots of content creators making is being a perfectionist. You are never going to be perfect, particularly when you start out. Your very first video is going to be terrible. One of the things we say at Naz Academy all the time is finished is better than perfect. If you've created something, upload it, let it go into the ether, and then move on to your next video production. The idea here is that you become 1% better every video you make. If you have that mindset or have that paradigm shift in your mind where it's not about being perfect, it's just about improvement and getting better, then it's going to be easier for you to create raw content, ready content, and then improve it a little bit at a time. You've probably heard the story about the pottery class where there were 2 groups of students. One group was tasked with making a pot every single day for 30 days. The other group were tasked with making just 1 pot over the 30-day period. And what happens at the end was the group that tried to make a pot every single day made better and better pots. And by the 30th day, their pots were much better than the group that spent 30 days working on a single pot. So the lesson is clear there. Make videos as much as you can and just become 1% better. Leave the perfection mindset at the door and just get started and just upload and then continue. Mistake number 2 has to be consistency. I see a lot of enthusiasm at the beginning of a challenge or at the beginning of a project where students are posting all the time, but towards the end, the consistency becomes less and less. So my advice to you is commit to consistency. So even if you're doing smaller videos, as long as you have a regular upload schedule, those people that subscribe to you are going to see your face more and more. They're going to see that you're constantly putting content out there and the interest is going to grow. So that is mistake number 2, not being consistent. And the advice is to commit to consistency. Mistake number 3 has to be comparing ourselves to others. Now, of course, this is a natural thing that we do. We see it with little kids all the time who can run faster, who can jump higher. And this continues on into when we are adulthood. And what I see from beginner content creators is they're looking at massive content creators and they're seeing how successful they are, how many views they get, how many likes they get, and it makes them feel downhearted that they're not getting as much attention. So my advice is don't compare your first beginning steps of your content creation journey with somebody else who's been doing it for years, right? Your journey is unique to you and your growth path is going to be different to other people. So focus on what you're doing, just create, get started, become 1% better, and you will see growth. Mistake number 4 is people neglecting their audio quality. You've probably heard it said before that people will watch bad video, but they will not listen to bad audio. It's quite jarring to hear a video that has really bad audio or it's really noisy outside, and we generally will just move on, click away, or swipe away to a new video. My mic recommendations are this mic here, the DJI Mic 2, which is a wireless microphone, but also the Rode Go Wireless 2, which I also use. You'll see that in the interview when I do Nuggets with Naya. These mics are really good for on-the-go clean audio. They work really well in all sorts of environments because of their noise cancelling as well. So mistake number 4, bad audio, get a decent microphone. Point number 5 is not enough engagement with our audience. We see this from beginners all the time where people will comment on their videos and then when we go over to look at their videos, they haven't responded, they haven't liked the comments, they've just left that viewer hanging with the questions. If you want to build a loyal subscriber base, it's really important at the beginning to reply to every single comment. I will acknowledge and I appreciate that as you grow on social media, it becomes almost impossible to reply to every single comment that you get. But at the beginning, guys, you should be replying to every single comment that you get just to foster that engagement and to build trust and a loyal fan base or a loyal subscriber base. Mistake number 6 has got to be not planning your content. I see this from beginner content creators all the time. Well, they'll dive into something and they'll just have these ad hoc ideas, but then the ideas start to dry up. So what you need to do is have a content calendar or content schedule where you're posting regularly. Now, I try to get a long form video out every week. And it's tough when you've got a full-time job and a mortgage and kids, family life. There's a lot of stuff going on. But what I would say is if you plan around the big things and try and fit your content creation into your daily life, it is possible to create at least 1 video a week. So for me, I've got a content calendar, but I've also got a tick list of things that I need to do for certain days. Even more so for Vlogtober this month, where I'm trying to do a full long form video every single day. It takes a lot of planning, takes a lot of effort. And this is really the key to success for your content, is to have a content plan, a content calendar. Point number 7 has got to be SEO and titles. I see this time and time again with beginner content creators. They'll spend so much time crafting a video, making the video, and then they'll just upload it with 0 SEO. So no description, or maybe 1 line of a description, no tags, and the title is something like Vlog 1. And it's not very searchable. So for me, I make a lot of evergreen content. So I'm catering to people particularly who are looking at cameras, who are interested in filmmaking, photography, and content creation. So I will spend a little bit of time on Google Trends, looking for keywords that work, making sure those are in my description, making sure I mention those keywords in my video. And also, people keep asking me, should we use tags? Should we not use tags? My recommendation on tags is that they basically are ranked to help in Google search. And for me, I want to give my videos the best possible chance of success in the big wide web or sea of videos that exist already. So I will feed that algorithm as much information as I can to target the people that I want to see this video. And I'll think about the title. One of the things I've also been doing recently is running lots of stuff through ChatGPT. So ChatGPT, this is the title I want to use. Have you got any recommendations where I could tweak it or change it or make it more interesting or more appealing to this niche of audience? Use AI to help you in your research for your SEO and also for your title. Number 8 is not learning from our analytics. As you start creating content, every platform now, whether you're on YouTube or TikTok or Instagram, is going to give you a set of analytics to show you what people are watching, what the watch time is, what the stats are, what the click-through rate is. You want to spend a little bit of time on that every single week to determine whether what you're creating is actually working or not. And what we say at Naz Academy all the time is if something works, do it again. If something doesn't work, try something else. What I've learned from my channels, my most successful videos are things like camera guides, where I walk you step by step through a camera and how to use it as a beginner, in particular beginners. And the reason why those videos do so well is because people buy cameras and then they want to know how to use them, but they want to use them like a photographer, right? So these guides are really simple, really specific and step by step to help users with those problems, how to create a certain effect in photography using the camera that you've just bought. The watch time on those videos is very high because people watch them and are doing the steps as they watch the video, and then they come back to the video, they bookmark the video, and then they watch it again. So for me, it's one of the staple things that I create, camera video guides. I also do a lot of top 10 review videos where I will look at cameras and kind of give a top 10 list, similar to what this video is here. Saying that, I also spend a lot of time doing experimentation. So for example, Vlogtober, I'm doing these types of videos, which is something that I've never done before as an experiment. And I want to see how these perform over time and whether having a video every day has like a compounding effect or not, and whether it sparks any interest in new audiences. But also for me, it keeps things fresh and alive. Mistake number 9 is not being willing or being afraid to invest in your content creation. The amount of students I come across that ask me what free software can they use to edit with? What free platform can they find royalty-free music on? Where can I get free B-roll? If you want answers to those, you can use things like Wondershare Demo Creator to edit for free. You can use Incompetech for free music. You can go to pexels.com to get stock footage for free. What I will say though is if you invest in something like Epidemic or Artlist, and if you invest in stuff like Premiere Pro, you will upskill very quickly and your content will get better over time. Don't be afraid to pay a little bit more for something that's going to last, but also give you good quality. A lot of people buying cheaper wireless microphones on eBay for a couple of bucks and realizing the sound is terrible. Just put a budget aside and maybe every month invest a little bit into a pot that you will put towards better kits, or you will put towards investing in your content, and you'll definitely see the quality of your content go from here to up here. Point number 10 is going to be giving up too soon. Having taught hundreds, if not over 1,000 students at Naz Academy over the last 3 years now, I've seen content creators who have started off really strong, but they haven't seen immediate results. So they throw the towel in and they give up. And I have seen other students that have started off and they've tried and they failed and they tried and they failed and they've tried lots of different niches and lots of different things. And then 1 or 2 things pick up and then they've exploded. And those students inspire me, because they've overtaken me very quickly on different social platforms in terms of numbers and subscribers, because they've persisted in that niche, or they found something that worked and they've stuck with it. So that really inspires me as well to keep on going. You're only 1 viral video away from being successful. What I love about seeing those students that have become successful is I know the backstory. I've spoken to them in one-to-ones, I've seen the struggles, and then some of them have reached out to me almost like a year or 2 years after teaching them to show me that they've grown in a certain platform, or they've grown on a certain platform because they just persisted, they didn't give up. And eventually the algorithm gods granted them some viral video which helped them to grow, and they've helped to build a brand or a community, and it's been successful. So that's my advice for you. So hello everybody, welcome to Naya's Nuggets of Knowledge for day 5 of Vlogtober. And the question today, Naya, is for people who are doing content creation. What advice would you give people who are doing content creation that want to give up because no one is watching their videos?
Okay. Well, okay. So, hello guys, welcome to Naya's Nuggets of Knowledge.
Buying time. Good tactic. Carry on.
So, if you are thinking of giving up because nobody's watching your content, well, just don't give up, because if you give up, then no one will actually ever watch your content, and then maybe one day if you watch, and then maybe if you keep on going, then one day you will get someone watch your comment, then they'll say, oh, this is good, then they'll share it with someone and they'll watch it, then they'll watch it. So if you give up, then you're never gonna get anyone to watch it.
But what would you say to people who are like, I've done like so many videos and no one's watching it anymore? No one wants to watch my stuff.
You could either like change your topic, or you could, if you're making it, or try and make it more interesting.
Change your topic or change your niche, what people are searching for.
I like space, and I'm doing space video of space facts and no one's watching it. Then I feel like giving up. Then I keep on trying, and then maybe I can still do about space, but maybe add facts in, but like a story.
So add storytelling into your video.
Yeah, and you can make it more interesting, but still maybe still your topic, and make it still how you like it, but make it kind of how other people like it.
Watch people who are making similar videos and see what makes those videos so good, and try and do some of that in your videos.
Yeah.
That's actually really good advice. All right, guys. Well, here you have it from Giraffe Face Naya today, giving us her lovely facts, wisdom, nuggets of knowledge. That's it for today. Thank you. We'll speak to you tomorrow, Naya.
Thank you.
That's 10 mistakes to avoid as a beginner content creator. I really hope this content was valuable for you guys today. If it was, don't forget to give the video a like. And also, if you haven't done so already, don't forget to blah, 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 blah. And if you haven't done so already, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, hit the little bell for notifications. It's free, you know, if you're looking for free stuff. That's it for today, guys. If you haven't seen yesterday's vlog, go check it out. There's lots of value packed in there, and I will see you guys tomorrow. You could be sitting on a gold mine of content and you don't even realize it. Hello, welcome to the channel. My name's Kai, and this is day 6 of Vlogtober. So I've spent the last 5 days now creating long form content for YouTube for these vlogs, anywhere between 8 to 13 minutes long. But I've only been uploading them to YouTube and Facebook. And I could be sitting on a potential goldmine of content for other social media platforms. And so could you. And to maximize that long form content, what I should be doing is cutting it up into shorts and then placing it onto other social media platforms. And that is exactly what I'm going to focus on doing today. Now, I'll just start this off by saying there are platforms like Opus and Video that allow you to take your long form content and cut it up into shorts, and it adds the captions in. It helps you with the edit. It helps you with the edit. But these platforms are paid for platforms. Video used to have a free option, but now it seems to have a watermark on your shorts, which kind of sucks. I did use the free version of Video before, but there's only so much you can do with it. Nowadays, I personally have my own specific method that I like to use in order to create shorts from my long form content. My long form content. So to turn my long form videos into shorts, the first thing that I do is I make sure I film everything in 4K. So before anything is even made, 4K is selected on my camera or my iPhone, whatever I'm using to film with. Also, I film everything horizontally, so 16:9, that wide landscape aspect ratio. Another thing that I do is I make sure that I film most of my stuff centrally. And what I mean by that is you can see I'm sitting in the center. And when I film my B-roll, for the most part, I will film it so it's like centrally. For example, I'm not sitting over to the side here. Next, I edit everything in a 4K horizontal aspect ratio in Premiere Pro. So that would be 3840 by 2160. Once I've made that video, I'll export it and I'll upload that to YouTube, and I'll upload it to YouTube, and I'll upload to YouTube, and I'll upload it to Facebook. After that, I'll make a copy in Premiere Pro of the whole project, and I will change that aspect ratio to vertical, so 9:16. Because I filmed in 4K, I don't lose any video quality, so I don't have to scale up. The quality is there from the 4K video in the vertical aspect ratio. And because I film centrally, most of my stuff should be in the center of the frame, so it should work in a vertical aspect ratio. Now, of course, what I can do is just tweak things slightly. Maybe the B-roll might be off to the side somewhere. I can just tweak it. There is also a reframe option that you can use in Premiere Pro. It's not always accurate, and the text also might mess up, so I'll spend a little bit of time just tweaking this project. Once I've tidied everything up in the vertical space, what I will then do is export that as a vertical video, and then I will upload that to Dropbox so I can download it to my phone and then take it on my phone. Then I have the ability to open it in CapCut, which is really convenient when I'm away from my PC, so I can do this when I'm out and about. One of the things that's fantastic about CapCut Pro over Premiere Pro is that you have a lot more options for captions. It's easier for me to upload my videos to things like TikTok and Instagram, YouTube Shorts, and Facebook Reels. Also, what I like about using CapCut is I can edit and output throughout the day. So maybe while I'm sitting watching Netflix or something, I can also be creating a reel on my phone, or if I'm out and about and I want to chill in the park, I can edit on my phone and upload the reel from there. So that convenience just makes it super nice to edit when you're out and about. So it's not raining today for a change, so we've decided to do Naya's Nuggets of Knowledge outside. So welcome to Naya's Nuggets of Knowledge. Welcome, Naya.
Welcome.
The question today is, if someone's starting out, should they make long form videos or should they focus on making short form videos?
Making short form videos is easy, so if you just started making it, I'd recommend making short form videos to start off, and then when you get better and better and better, then you start to make long form videos.
Yeah, that's one way of approaching it. What kind of long videos do you like to watch?
I like to watch YouTube, and I would like to watch these, like on this channel. I don't know the channel name, but my dad used to work with him.
Oh, Jordan Matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did a course with Jordan Matter on the old NAS Academy.
Yeah, I like to watch.
So you like to watch Jordan
video.
Matter and Salish
Yeah.
and all of their challenge videos that they do,
Yeah, it's funny.
building secret rooms and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And you can watch that for a long time. What kind of short form videos do you like to watch?
Short form videos. Well, I like to watch your channel and watch all your.
Just so people know, this isn't rehearsed, this is just off the cuff.
I like to watch your videos.
Well, that's some nice tips today. I like that. If you're just getting started, focus on shorts and then build up to long form content later on. That's some good advice, actually. All right, well, thank you for today's Nuggets with Naya.
Thank you.
We will see you tomorrow.
Time to go for my bath.
What do you guys think of my method for turning long form into short form? Do you think it works well? Is it something you're going to try? Do you have a better method that you can let me know? If you do, let me know down in the description. Why would you leave it in the description? Let me know in the comments below. So guys, if you have long form content, you could be sitting on a gold mine of shorts. And remember, we live in a world where there is an attention economy. So whoever has the attention gets paid, basically. So you really want to be creating as many shorts as possible from your long form to try and spread information and influence about your services or about what you're coaching or whatever you're creating. You really want to raise awareness for that. So I hope you enjoyed today's video, guys. If you did, don't forget to give us a like, and if you haven't done so already, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. I will see you guys tomorrow for vlog number 7. We're getting through the first week of Vlogtober and it's absolutely killing me, but it's a lot of fun. And yeah, with that said, I'll see you guys tomorrow. If I'd made this video back in 2018, this would have been a completely different video. I would have been talking about cameras and lenses and studio lighting and all of that stuff. And I appreciate the irony of mentioning all of that stuff and using it while I make this video. But the creative landscape in 2024 is completely different, and a completely different set of tools can be used by just about anybody. The first thing on my list is going to be get yourself a good phone. Back in 2018, I would have laughed at anyone using a phone for, well, not laughed, but you know what I mean. I would have scoffed at. That's much worse. I would have looked down on. No. This is just escalating in the wrong direction. I wouldn't have been impressed by somebody who was using a phone for content creation. Much better. I wouldn't have been impressed if someone was using a phone for content creation because camera sensors and the ability to use lenses just far superior. Don't get me wrong, cameras are still far superior when it comes to dynamic range, when it comes to different lenses and optics that you can use to create different effects. But when I got a hold of this camera 2 years ago, the iPhone 14 Pro, I was blown away by the selection of different cameras that you get. I was also very impressed with the 4K filming ability. I was impressed by the cinematic mode. Even though it's not perfect, it's just usable and it's super convenient to have in your pocket. In fact, I used this phone on a day trip out to Chessington, just this phone, and I made a 20-minute video in CapCut on the phone and uploaded that to YouTube. Another great thing about having the phone is that you can use it to edit with as well. So you can film and edit on the go. That's something you can't do with your camera, where you need to upload it from an SD card onto a PC, maybe mess around with log LUTs or whatever and tweak sound or sync sound. This has it all built in. The last year I've been using this phone here, which is the iPhone 15 Pro Max. Awesome camera, awesome lenses. Even the 5x zoom lens in some cases works really well for detailed shots. The super wide lens gets really nice establishing shots, and then the 1x and 2x lenses make use of the whole sensor, so they're really good quality. It looks really nice, really crisp. And again, editing in CapCut on the go makes this so convenient. Now, of course, the phone isn't just for filming and editing, it's also where I can upload. All my social platforms are on the phone, so I can upload shorts or long form content directly onto YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook Reels, basically anywhere. I also use this phone a lot to communicate with my community. I can share things with my community. I can run my business from my phone as well. And also things like Google Sheets and Google Docs are all there to help me with my content creation. Getting yourself a good phone in 2024 as a content creator should be your very first investment, in my opinion. Now, while I am a fan of using the iPhone to create content, you don't have to have an Apple iPhone. You just need to get a decent phone to work with good cameras. So I would expect you to do your due diligence, do your homework, and investigate what is the best phone for you. Hello, welcome to October the 7th. It's a very sunny October, and because of that, I'm taking this opportunity to go to the gym, and I'm going to be talking about the top things that you need as a content creator in 2024. Let's go. While the new iPhones are amazing for content creation, the sound isn't always great. It's good, don't get me wrong, it's good, but it's not always great. So what I would recommend next is to invest in a microphone. Now, the microphone I'm using here is the DJI Mic 2, and I've got this hooked into my camera, but you can also connect this directly into your iPhone or phone, whichever phone you're using, Samsung, whatever phone you're using, there are attachments with this mic, the DJI Mic 2, that you can use. I also have this mic here, which is the Rode Wireless Go 2 that you can use for interviews, pretty much the same as a DJI Mic 2. What I love about these microphones, whether you're going for the DJI or the Rode, is the noise cancellation, the 32-bit float, which means kind of helps you avoid that peaking, and also the convenience of connectivity and carrying around. Which one of these is better? I think they're very similar, to be honest with you. So again, do your homework, do your research. So after investing in a decent phone and then investing in decent mics, the next thing I would suggest you look at is a decent tripod. Now, this has got to be my favorite tripod ever. This is the Manfrotto B-Free carbon fiber tripod. I've been using this for more than a few years. I literally use this outside for every shoot. I've used it abroad for event filmmaking. It's so compact, it's so light, it fits easily on your backpack. Absolutely love it. I will be leaving links to this stuff down in the description if you want to go check those out. They'll probably be affiliate as well, just a little FYI. You might want to get yourself one of these as well. This is a Joby GorillaPod. This is the 3K. If you want to get a different composition, different angles with your phone, or maybe have it kind of hanging on a pole or a fence, this is an awesome piece of kit. And again, super easy to carry on your bag. You can even just wrap the legs around one of the handles of your bag to carry it around with you. Number 4 on our list is going to be looking at investing in one of these little mini LED lights. They're pretty inexpensive, but they can add different dynamics to your video. Even if you're vlogging or going somewhere, just having a light in the background where you can change the look, feel. These are the S05 Wii lights. I've done a review on these already. You can check that out in the card above or the description below. They're super portable as well. You can chuck a couple of these in your bag and it's just useful to have. I've even used them on my bike riding home from a shoot because my main bicycle light failed once, and they're pretty powerful and they're USB-C chargeable. So the last item on our list is going to complement most of the others. If you think about your phone, you're using it, shooting in 4K, 30 frames per second, and then you're editing on it using CapCut, and then you're uploading it on social, and then you're playing games and running your business from your phone, the battery is going to drain very quickly. And that is why you need to get yourself one of these. This is a power bank. This isn't like a random brand power bank that I bought on eBay a couple of years ago, and it's still going strong. This thing is absolutely amazing. I use it to charge my phone, but also I can use it to charge my mics because they're all USB-C. From iPhone 15 Pro, the iPhones are using the USB-C now, so you can use the same cable to charge your phone. You can use the same cable to charge your mics. You can use the same cable to charge your lights. So having this in your content bag is going to be essential just to keep you powered up and creating content. So last one is get yourself a power bank. If you've got those 5 things already, amazing. I'm going to add 2 bonus things to this video that you should contemplate getting if you're a beginner content creator. The first one is going to be one of these. What is this, you say? This is an action camera. So this is actually the Insta360 Go 2. There is a Go 3 out now, but what I love about this is the ability that the camera can come out if it decides to come out. And this is the camera. It's tiny. You can have it on a pendant, stick it to get POV shots, or on your hat. There's actually a hat clip. It's magnetic as well, so you can stick it to magnetic surfaces. I've used it a few times to discreetly film in the gym so that it doesn't look like I'm too vain setting up a tripod with my camera, but also shots that you can't normally get with your phone. The audio quality is not great on this, but you can also use it for vlogging as well. Now, there are other action cameras that are constantly coming out from GoPro. I know DJI has a really good Osmo 3 that you might want to think about getting, but I'd say this is an extra that you could add to change up your types of shots for your content creation, just to make things a lot more, just to make things a little more interesting. My other bonus item that you might consider getting later is going to be one of these, a drone. If you get yourself a little drone, I think this is the DJI Mini 3. If you get something like this, you can add different elements, different shots, different dynamics to your video with drone shots. And again, it's under 249 grams, or it is 249 grams, so you don't need to get all the special licenses to fly this drone in different areas. But again, I'd say do your research, find out what is new, what is current, and what the laws are if you want to start adding drone shots to your content creation, just to level up a little bit in the beginning stages. I like, Naya, do you want to sit in the yellow chair?
Ooh.
So today, Naya's nuggets of knowledge is slightly different today. We have a power bank, a microphone, action camera, we have a tripod, a phone, a light, and a drone. And your task is, for today's challenge, is to put them in the right order, from most important over here to least important over here when it comes to creating content for a beginner content creator.
Ooh, okay.
So most important over here, least important over here.
Can I speak out what I'm...
Yeah, tell us your thought process as you work it out.
So power bank, what is a power bank?
The power bank charges these things up.
You wouldn't have any of these stuff if it wasn't for the power bank, so I think the power bank must be the most important. Because if they lost battery and you didn't have a power bank, then you couldn't charge her up and they would just be gone. That has to stay there. This is...
That's an action camera.
Oh yeah, for the now you can what was it you said again?
You can put it on a pendant.
Well, you could still film you.
Do you mind not breaking it though?
Yeah. Important. And then the drone, you could have some that could be there.
Okay.
And then the light.
I'll assist you here. Yeah, go on. And the phone does audio as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Aha! Okay, so power bank,
Yeah.
phone, mic, light, tripod, the drone, and then the action camera. The order that I've made this video in was that I put the phone first,
Okay.
right? I put exactly what you've done here, this order, and I put the power bank over here.
Oh.
But you're making me rethink my own order, because you're absolutely right. Without power, that stuff's not going to work. None of this stuff will work. And this can power all three of those. And I think this and this. This can power everything. So without this, we're going to...
All of that wouldn't be there.
None of it will work. So if this is symbolic of power, like this was like symbolic of power in general, then I would absolutely agree with that. All right, well, anyway, guys, that's it for Naya's Nuggets of Knowledge, or Naya's Taskmaster.
Taskmaster. That's a new
Taskmaster.
name for my channel.
Naya's Taskmaster Challenge. And yeah, we will see you guys tomorrow.
Maybe it's Naya's Nuggets or Naya's Taskmaster.
So those are my 5 essentials for beginner content creators, with 2 more things added in to hopefully take your content creation to the next level in the beginning stages. What do you think of my list? What would you add in or take away? Let me know down in the comment section below. As always, guys, if you liked today's video, don't forget to give us a thumbs up. And if you haven't done so already, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the little bell button for notifications. So that's all for me today for vlog number 7. Vlog number 7 of Vlogtober. We're moving on through the first week. Yay! With that said, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good morning, it's October the 8th today. YouTube actually sent me a message this morning saying that I'm part of something called the High Five program. They're giving away treats to YouTubers. I Googled it, and it is something that's been going on for a few months now, where selected YouTubers are chosen to be part of this new thing where they give away little tidbits and treats. And I'm having a look on the website this morning, and one of the things that they've offered is a free cup of coffee from Costa. On top of that, I'm working with the NAS Academy community this month. I'm teaching special effects in CapCut. The first session is actually on Thursday, so a couple of days away. And I've got an idea of what I want to teach, but I really need to spend some time getting down like a proper lesson plan for the next few weeks. So I feel like a change of scenery is in order. Let's see if I can get my free YouTube treat coffee at Costa and then get my plan down for my CapCut lessons. Yeah, so let's go. The Costa did accept it, so the YouTube High Five is a legit thing. Just a little FYI, guys, if you get it in your inbox, use it. So getting my free Costa coffee from YouTube this morning made me think a little bit more about getting freebies as a content creator, and in particular as a YouTuber. I remember the very first free product that I was sent, it was a screen from Freewell. I was so excited about getting something for free, and I spent so much time making that review video because I wanted it to be good. This was at a time when I was doing a lot of camera reviews, so that video hardly got any traction at all. I felt at that point in time it did damage my progress a little bit when it came to creating content and growing my subscriber base. Since that time, I've had well over 100 products sent to me, from studio lights to gimbals to microphones, sliders, filters, production monitors, camera bags. Did I say lights? Yeah, I think I said lights first. As well as free membership to online services, royalty-free stock footage, things like Artlist, music services like audio, and other software packages for content creators. So lots and lots of freebies. The more I think about it, the more I think there are a lot of pros, but also there are a lot of cons to this free stuff that you get from being a YouTuber. And I quickly want to disseminate some of that information to you now. So here are some of the pros. First of all, you get stuff sent to you for free. So there's acknowledgement from the wider community that appreciate what you're creating and are willing to send you stuff based on the fact that you've just been talking about what you enjoy and what you love. You also can get access to the latest products. I know Freewell likes to send stuff out before they release it to the general population, and Godox have done that a few times as well with some of their lights. Oh, and Juyin as well. Another pro is, as a YouTuber, you often are struggling to find content to create or things to talk about. So having a product to review helps you to create more interesting content and variety for your channel. Another thing that it does is it builds relationships with brands. So they might start off by giving you like a low ticket item, and as they see your reviews growing and they like the quality of your reviews, they might send you higher and higher ticket items, and then they will probably start paying you for reviews as well. All of this stuff is very negotiable. At the beginning stages though, you're more than happy to accept anything that these companies send to you. So over the years, I've solidified a number of relationships with different companies, and it's nice because these relationships can open doors to different work or different project opportunities. Saying that, there are some cons as well. Like I said earlier, when I started reviewing products more and more, I noticed dips in my retention, in my subscribers, and in interest. It might dilute your audience slightly depending on what the product is. Most of the stuff that I review is going to have some sort of relation to camera or filmmaking, but some companies might want to send you something that doesn't align with your niche or your brand values. That can be tricky to deal with, particularly when you're just starting out, whether you want to take something for free or not, based on the value of the product. I've been sent requests to review all sorts of crazy products. The craziest thing that I've ever been asked to review was a special tea that was used for women who were going through menopause. Like, that was like, obviously they didn't do their market research into the creators that they were writing to, but that was probably the weirdest thing I've ever had requested to review. Another con is managing constant product requests. For me, I might get 2 or 3 product requests a week, and I have to kind of shift through a priority list of whether it's worth it, whether I want the product, whether I'm going to get paid for the review, or they just want to send a free product, and also what their requirements are. Some companies are happy to just send you a product and say, here, this is for you. Rode did this for me recently, where they sent me the Rode Wireless Go 2, which is an amazing piece of equipment, and they just said, hey, we don't want a review, we just want you to have this. If you want to do a review, that's up to you, which I thought was amazing. But other companies might be very specific. They'll want a long form video, they'll want you to do shorts, and they'll be specific about the times and the dates, and they want this in the description and that in the description, this affiliate link, that affiliate link. It can get weighed down with requirements where it might not be worth your while in the end to actually get that product. Another thing that might happen is you end up with a lot of free stuff cluttering your space. I did a eBay clear out of products that I was sent over 2002 to 2003 because it was just taking up so much space. Now, I did walk away with about £3,000, probably close to $3,700 in PayPal afterwards, which was nice, which is declared for tax in the UK, by the way. There is that aspect as well where you might be able to sell these products to get more revenue, but because they're so niche, you don't actually make as much money from them on a secondhand marketplace like eBay, even if it's almost in new condition. The other thing that I found, which can be a bit of a con, I've mentioned it before, is the impact that it has on your channel. If you're constantly doing review videos for products, it might look a little bit spammy, like you're a bit of a sellout, you're constantly taking free stuff to do reviews, and you'll just say all this nice stuff about it. Now, for me personally, what I like to do is I like to preface all my review videos by saying, this company did send me this for free, but all thoughts and opinions of this video are mine. And I like to give an open, honest opinion. So I'm not going to big up a product or a service and say, this is amazing, you've got to sign up, here's my affiliate link. Unless I really like the product, I'm going to say that. But I like to feel like I do a balanced pros versus con list of the product to my audience. I would say that when you're talking to these companies, say to them that you will give an open, honest opinion of their product to your audience. And I think that helps to foster trust and deepen the relationship you have with your subscribers, but also with the brands and companies that you're dealing with. Hello, welcome to Naya's Nuggets of Knowledge.
Yay!
Today is day 8 of Vlogtober, Naya.
Yeah.
Today's question is going to be about getting free stuff on YouTube. So on YouTube, sometimes someone will see you making videos and then they'll want to send you free stuff. So for example, this little OBS bot camera that I got the other day that I did a review for cost about $500 and I got it for free. But obviously they wanted a video in return. So the question I have for you is, there seems to be a lot of things that you can get for free doing a YouTube channel. Do you think there's any negative things?
Okay, so I have a negative thing.
Yeah, go on.
My dad is a really good filmmaker, and no one can see, but over in that corner, he has thousands of free stuff. But the bad thing is that you have to do it, a review for it. So that means you'll waste time doing what you maybe enjoy filmmaking, but you'll just have to put a reel there, then a reel there, then a reel, then a reel, and a reel. And if you keep on getting free stuff because your reels are so good, that means you'll be wasting your time looking at a screen, and if you have kids, then you won't be able to have some time with your kids or maybe I have to miss a gym night just to do it. So that is a negative thing.
So basically, you spend so much time doing reviews for other people that you don't get to do other stuff that you want to do.
Yeah.
That's true, actually, yeah. And most importantly, you can't spend time with your kids if you're doing all these review videos. All right, well, that's some insightful stuff from Naya's Nuggets of Knowledge.
Bye-bye! Da-da-da-da.
So those are my thoughts on freebies from YouTube and brand deals and sponsorships and all of those things. What do you guys think about those freebies and giveaways and sponsored videos? Let me know down in the comments below. If you have any additional questions or if I've left anything out, please also do let me know in the comment section. And with that said, that is the end of day 8 of Vlogtober. I will see you guys tomorrow. Adobe has a massive problem on their hands, and this is what it is. Good morning, it's day 9 of Vlogtober, and I'm actually teaching a special effects class with the NAS Academy community tomorrow, and I have to create a few assets for that. So that's what I'll be doing today for my day. So I've just finished making the assets to teach my class tomorrow, and it still amazes me now that CapCut Pro on your phone can do things like keying, masking and keyframing. This is something that in the past you would have to use something like After Effects to create, and now you can simply do it on your phone, which is amazing to me. After Effects is something that I started using way back in 2007. I remember seeing someone do a Fireball tutorial on YouTube, and I was like, how did they make that effect? I wonder if that video is still up there. It'd be really cool if I could find it. And I was like, what software is this guy using to make this cool effect? And it was After Effects. A friend got me a copy of it, and I was able to, spend like 10 hours trying to create this Fireball effect, and it looked horrendously bad. But I was really happy with it, and it was like really exciting. And that's one of the things that gave me my creative spark to get into video and into animation and special effects and visual creativity in general. After using CapCut for about 2 years and CapCut Pro for about 7 months, I'm starting to question whether it's a possibility that I might be able to transfer from my Adobe Suite subscription, Suite? Yeah, that is the right word, Suite. My Adobe Suite subscription to other cheaper platforms. For context, I currently pay £56.98 for the whole Creative Cloud. So that includes After Effects, Premiere Pro, Illustrator, Photoshop, and whatever else is on there. That's about £720 a year, about $940 a year, just on an Adobe subscription. Whereas CapCut costs me £99 a year, which is about $130. And it does quite a lot of stuff that Premiere Pro and After Effects can do. Straight off the bat, I have to say that Adobe is a very comprehensive industry standard set of tools. And if you work as a professional creative, it's kind of expected that you're going to use the Adobe Suite or DaVinci or something more than just CapCut. That's kind of the assumption now. If you're using CapCut, you're not really going to be seen as a professional. Also, you have things like cloud integration, which I think CapCut Pro does as well. Adobe also do constant updates, which is kind of necessary because Premiere Pro is constantly crashing. But CapCut do that as well. Adobe also have a plethora of learning materials, but I think, CapCut have that as well. And you can just go on YouTube and learn from your favorite creators anyway. One of the things that really sets Adobe apart for me is the ability to use dynamic linking. So I can create an animation using assets in Illustrator, in After Effects, and then put that complete project into Premiere Pro, and it will link. So if I make a change in Illustrator, it will be reflected straight through the link to Premiere Pro through After Effects. So for the longest time, having that ecosystem as well as dynamic linking has kept me glued to the Adobe product. If you are a professional videographer, filmmaker, photographer, animator, or content creator, having the Adobe Creative Cloud just makes sense. Particularly if you're doing a lot of client work, you want something that's proven itself in the industry, you want something that's reliable-ish, and you want something that's professional. And for me, because it's for professional use, it comes out as a business expense every month. And of course, I don't think CapCut comes anywhere close to After Effects when it comes to things like animation or diving into granular details when it comes to your projects. But saying all that, I do think that Adobe has a massive problem on their hands. And this is what it is. Welcome to Naya's Nuggets of Knowledge. And today is a challenge.
Yay, Taskmaster!
Because you wanted a Taskmaster challenge. The challenge is going to be this. I am going to give you this. You are going to film something with it.
Okay.
and then you are going to edit something in it using CapCut. And you have half an hour. You are going to come back and then we're going to continue the vlog.
Okay. And Dad just told me to do a vlog or anything I want on this and I have half an hour. So I'm going to just talk you through a bit about me. So I've starred in a lot of, maybe just 2 films, but I really enjoy acting and dancing and a lot of stuff. Yes, and I love space. That's why we made Rocket Girl.
Can I just ask, how have you found your half an hour experiment of using...
Good.
Was it fun? Yeah?
Can I show them my video?
How was it editing on the phone as well?
Fun.
Was it fun?
Yeah, I enjoy editing. I can just play around with the stuff.
So you put some effects on as well. We're gonna let you edit on the PC now. You're used to using a PC though, aren't you?
Yeah.
Right, so off you go. See if you can figure out.
Hello everybody. How do I even add music? I don't know what to do. Literally. What am I even doing? I have no idea what it even means.
How did you find editing in Premiere Pro?
I didn't edit anything.
But you were able to make something in CapCut.
Yeah.
And you were adding effects and transitions and... Which one do you think's better? CapCut or Premiere?
CapCut.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I think CapCut's better because it's more user-friendly, I guess. Yeah. All right. Well, that's today for Naya's Nuggets of Knowledge.
Or Night Taskmaster.
We'll see you guys tomorrow. Here is the real issue that Adobe is facing. They need to simplify their learning curve and they need to reduce the barrier to entry for their products. Adobe software is notoriously complex. And when you open any of those software packages like After Effects or Photoshop for the first time, the display, the user interface can be overwhelming. On the other hand, you have companies like CapCut who are making their software so intuitive and so inviting that even my 8-year-old daughter can pick up her phone, film something, and then go into CapCut and start exploring and editing and trying things out because it's designed with simplicity in mind. You could see how excited she was getting just experimenting and trying things out, different effects. It was just laid out in a very simple user interface. It wasn't intimidating at all. But just opening up Premiere Pro, she had no idea where to start, no idea how to experiment or what to explore. And that's a problem that Adobe needs to address. Their software is not inviting, it's intimidating. Competitors like CapCut have made their software very visual, they've made it very exciting, they've made it so that you can't not help but experiment with all the different features that they have on offer. And here's the issue that Adobe has. 15 years from now, when the next generation of creatives are taking flight into the world of work, whose software do you think that they're going to end up choosing? Are they going to end up using a professional version of CapCut? Or are they going to be using Adobe's products, which are going to be seen as kind of old and outdated? How I picture it in my mind is if I had to open up my PC and start doing assembly language or code. In the old days when you had the green screen monitors and you had to write dir with a directive or a command to get things done. It just seems like that's how it's going to be viewed by the next generation unless they simplify things and make things more visual. Just my opinion. Of course, this is very speculative. We can't say what the creative landscape is going to be 15 years from now, or even 5 years from now, for that matter. And also, you could make the argument that, hey, I started my editing career using Movie Maker and I don't use that anymore. So, of course, I do understand that side of the argument. But I genuinely do believe that Adobe is starting to slip. Despite their massive company that they have, despite their innovation and all the AI stuff that they're trying to add, I still don't feel like they're justified in charging as much as they do for what they offer because of what their competitors are now bringing to the market. So those are my thoughts and opinions as a full-time content creator, but I'm eager to know what you guys think about Adobe and their future. I'd love to hear your comments down in the comment section below. And guys, if you found today's video useful or insightful in some way, or entertaining maybe not entertaining, but you know, please do give us a thumbs up. If you haven't done so already, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the little bell button for notifications. And with that said, that is the end of day 9 of a Vlogtober. Man, this challenge is killing me, but it's a lot of fun. I guess with that said, I will see you guys tomorrow. Hello, welcome to day 10 of Vlogtober. We've made it a third of the way through the month. Today I'm actually teaching a class on how to do special effects in CapCut. And normally I would use After Effects to do special effects, but CapCut has come leaps and bounds now. So I'm teaching a class basically on how to do things like masking, cloning, and also to how to use some of the built-in special effects that CapCut has to offer. So let's get on with it. Let's go. In order to do this effect, what you need is to have a mirror, obviously, so you can have your reflection. And you need to set the camera up so that half of the screen is in the mirror and half of the screen is you kind of out of the mirror. And what you want to do is you want to approach the mirror. You want to be distracted, maybe look down, look away from the mirror, and then you want to step out of the scene. Then you want to repeat exactly the same move, but this time maybe do something else. Like in this example, I'm screaming at myself, and then when I come back from looking up, it's as if nothing's happened. Just as a quick FYI, you might have to do this 1 or 2 times to get the timing right, but with your footage filmed, let's jump into CapCut and show you how to edit it. Here I am in CapCut. I want to drop in my file, which is this one here. Just going to drop the file of me walking up to the mirror. I did a couple of takes here, so what I'll do is I'll start from the end and I'm going to cut it here where I look into the mirror. Then I'll go back where the scream is, and what I can do is go on the timeline, hit Control B, and that will split the clip. And then we'll work back in time. This is the second clip. This is where I am just looking down away from the mirror and then walking back out of the clip. And I can just drag this in on this side of the clip. And I have my 2 clips now. So one of me walking in, looking down, and then one of me where the mirror screams at me, and then it goes back to normal. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the screaming clip, put it on top of the normal clip, and of course I can't see anything because I need to add a mask. So let's select the top clip, come over to the right, go to mask, and go to horizontal mask. So I have this line now, and what I can do is grab this double arrow and twist this around. And what I want to do is move this white line slightly over here. Try and make it hide behind where this mirror edge is. I can also take this double arrow and drag it out. This feathers the mask. Not too much though, or you will reveal the other clip. So let's just drag it out a little bit just to feather slightly. Right, so now we have this clip here. I'm going to just mute that because you can hear me screaming. I think I start screaming a little bit too soon. So let's zoom in slightly and let's just adjust this. So what I'll do is I'll take this top clip forward slightly and then just drag it out. So just enough time to put my head down, and then the scream happens when I'm not looking, and then it goes back to normal. Let's just zoom out again. Right, and then I want to tidy this up. So select the clips here, hit Control B, and again here, hit Control B, and then I'll just delete these 2. So we've got a nicely trimmed timeline with this crazy screaming mirror, and then I look back and everything's okay. The great thing about CapCut is it has a lot of these built-in effects that track to your face. So if you come over to effects, and then you come over to where it says body effects, it will show you tons of these effects that you can put on your video. And if you use this toggle button to the left, you can have a look at the different categories. I'm going to come over to superpowers. And again, we can see some of the superpowers here, or some of the superhero effects like scanning your face, fiery eyes. I want to add these effects in here. So I want to add in this horns effect, and this is a pro option. And what I want to do is drag this down onto the timeline so you can see my effect there. And really, I want this to appear as I'm screaming, and then as I start to stop screaming, I want it to disappear. So I'm just going to drag the effect out for that duration of the scream. Now you'll notice that there's this weird purple overlay filter, and we want to get rid of that because that's going to mess up our effect. So if we select the flaming horns, come over to where it says special effects, and take the filter and drag it down to 0, we will get rid of that purple effect. I can also change the color of these flaming horns to a nice red orange by dragging this color slider here. Make it a reddy orange effect. And this is what we have so far. Next, I want to add in some lightning eyes. Yes, just drag that onto the timeline, and we want it to line up with our flaming horns. And here it is. Look at that, that looks mad. Let's change the color to this, to the red orange. And also we've got this weird filter on, this weird overlay. Let's take the filter down to 0. So now we've got something like this. Now the effect is like too abrupt. It just comes on straight away. What we want to do is fade this on up to the screen. And we can do this on our effects by selecting the effect, coming over to where it says strength. And you'll notice that there's a little diamond icon here. So go to where you want the effect to be fully visible, which is probably about here where the scream happens. Keyframe icon or the diamond icon, and put it to 100. Come to the beginning of the effect, select the strength and drag it down to 0. So now you'll see those horns fade in over time. And we want to do the same with the lightning eyes. So select the eyes where you want the effect to be maximum, set it to 100, set the keyframe, come back, drag the time indicator to the beginning of the lightning eyes effect, come to where it says strength, keyframe it all the way down to 0. So now you'll see that this gradually builds. So it's subtle, it's not immediate, it's subtle, and I think it sells the effect a little bit better. We want the same when it ends. We want it to fade out after the scream has ended about here. So select the effect, go to where the strength is, hit the keyframe. We can do this for both options or both effects. They're both at 100. Then come to the end of both of the effects, select the effect, drag the strength down to 0, and you'll see that it automatically creates a keyframe. And we can do exactly the same thing for the lightning eyes. And now this will fade out. It won't just end abruptly, it will fade. So let's see what we've got so far. This looks okay, but it just seems a bit static. So what we want to do is we want to add some movement in. In order to do that, we can come over to the video effects, and there's lots of video effects to choose from. And I recommend you search through these and see which ones work best for your effect or your scene. I'm going to come over to where it says dark, and I love this faulty cassette effect. I'm going to drag this onto the timeline, and this is going to add a glitch to the scream. So we can play it, and I haven't done any changes to this effect. We can just see what it looks like. What we can do is we can adjust our effect by coming over to the special effects option, and again we want to take this filter down. We'll take the filter down so that we don't have the purple outline. And also we can change things like the lateral chromatic aberration to really sell it, or we can change the speed of the effect, so where the jumps happen as well. So for example, I don't necessarily want it to be jumping in straight away. I want the jump to happen later, so I can change the speed here. And now if I play it through, we've got this. I also want to use another effect. So we're back in our dark effects, and I'm going to use this effect called spooky camera. I'm just going to drag this out across the whole timeline, and it reminds me of an old security camera or an old camcorder, and it really is quite a spooky effect, a spooky camera effect. And if we play it through now, this is what we have. Now, to really sell this effect, what we need is sound effects. And the good thing about CapCut is that it has its own built-in libraries. So we come over to audio, come to sound effects, and let's just get a scream going for our mirror monster. Let's try this one. That's a really screechy monster noise. I like that. So we're going to drag that onto the timeline, and you can see where the wavelength is, where the waveform is. That's where we want to start. Drag it, and then at the end where the screeching stops about there, again we'll come here, Control B, and we'll delete that. So we have something like this. And we can raise the noise level by pulling this white bar up as well. The scream is good, but we probably need something a little more depth to it. That's the one. So we're going to throw that on there as well. And let's hear this. So let's also pull in these little dots, so this will fade it out by a little bit, so it does just end abruptly either. And let's line that up. Now I also feel like we're missing a glitch noise. We need like a glitch sound effect where the camera starts to glitch out. So let's go to glitch. Let's try this. Yeah, it's almost like a busted TV sound. And then let's just get the glitchy bits in. That sounds really glitchy there. Looks really glitchy there. So let's get all those glitchy bits in. And finally, I think we just need an overall sound for the whole thing. So let's grab this, throw it on there, just trim this all in so it's all neat. This is our finished video. Very jarring. All right, guys, that's how you can do a scary mirror effect in CapCut. Again, try out the different effects, see what works for you, and yeah, share what you make with me in the comments below. So welcome everyone to Naya's Nuggets of Knowledge. Today I've been doing lots of stuff with special effects. And the question is for you today, Naya, about special effects. As an 8-year-old child, what film do you think has the best special effects?
Ooh.
You might want to take the lollipop out of your mouth in order to answer this. And actually, you might want to lift the mic closer to your mouth because you're quite softly spoken.
That's true. So this is hard. My favourite film is We Can Be Heroes on Netflix. I think that has a lot of special effects because of the tentacles and the aliens.
Yes, it does. And the superpowers.
Yeah. Look, it's good how they make it look realistic.
Yes.
Yeah, that is my favourite film, We Can Be Heroes.
Why?
Basically, it's a good film, with good effects. It looks realistic. It tells you something. So you like those, I think it's a moral, I don't know what it's called.
Moral of the story?
No, the thing where it tells you something.
The
Like-
moral of the story.
No, it's a foul. There's a type of thing called something, which is basically,
Yeah.
it's telling you something like, but usually it's for baby things. But you know, like if you watch something and at the end it teaches you something.
The moral of the story.
Yeah, that.
That's what I just said, like 5 times.
True.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Well, that's it. That's from Naya's Nuggets of Knowledge today, talking about special effects. We will see you guys tomorrow.
Just
Oh, that was a bit of a random day and a little bit of a random video. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, you found some sort of value from it, please don't forget to give us a thumbs up. And if you haven't done so already, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the little bell button for notifications. Today is day 10 of Vlogtober. We are 1/3 of the way through and it's tough. So guys, thank you for your support. I will see you all tomorrow. We're in midday here, so it's pretty bright. Welcome everybody, this is Lauren, my wife. This is actually inspired by a YouTuber called Photography with Antonio, who did this with his wife, and I thought I would also risk the fear of exposing how much some of this stuff costs. So the task is to look at the equipment on this table here and to guess the price and to move it around in the price from most expensive to least expensive. The table is very wobbly. This stuff you will find out is relatively expensive, so just be careful.
Are we going on what it's worth now, or?
So basically, how the pricing is what I paid for it.
Oh.
What I paid for it, because there's a mishmash of newer stuff here and older stuff. So I've gone through the records, the emails.
Didn't you get this for free?
Yeah, that was going to be part of the video. I did get this for free. Rhodes sent this to me for free, and that was going to be a joke. I was going to put it here and say, but actually I got this for free. But you've killed the joke, which is fine. Now that you've destroyed the joke.
Okay.
So everything here, what I paid for it, plus what this was worth when they gave it to me.
Okay.
So off you go.
I'm not very good at this. Cameras are probably going to be very expensive, but I know that lenses are expensive too, and I think this one was the one that was the most expensive, just because of size maybe. But I think probably one of these cameras was more expensive than that. I don't know which one is the 5D, 4000D, EOS R. What's the one that you always make videos on and how it's the cheap camera for everyone to get? I think it's this one. So which one is more expensive? The 5D Mark EOS R. Do they tell you if they're mirrorless? Oh, this doesn't have a, one of these. This is really chunky. I'm gonna go with that one, then that one, then that one. Then I'll go for another lens. Is that the cheap cheapest lens, the 50mm. It's a good one. It's the one that you always say is like, put these two together. So let's put that one, then that one. Okay, I'm gonna say, okay, this is hard. Insta360, I'm gonna put that as cheapest. And then that. I think this was quite cheap. I know they can be expensive, but I don't think it was. It's an ultralight one, but I can't remember. I think you got a deal on it.
Sounds about right.
Oh, I'm gonna go that. These are quite messy, but okay, that's my decision.
Okay, that's really interesting actually. I like the thought process. I like the way you were like thinking about, okay, I know lenses are expensive, I know cameras are expensive, so I've got all the cameras up this end and then all the other kind of bits and pieces on this side. So you happy with this decision?
I don't think it's right, but I'm gonna go with it.
Okay, so you thought the cheapest thing was the this is actually the Insta360 Go 2.
It's the newest one.
So what do you think, how much do you think that cost? It's not the newest one, there's a 3 out. But this is the...
When you bought it?
When I bought it. This is the price.
300?
It cost me very close, £294.99. Prices are in pounds, UK pounds, by the way.
Okay.
So, but is it the cheapest thing?
200 and what you say?
£294.99. Is it the cheapest thing? So I'm going to tell you actually what the cheapest thing is on this list. So that's the way we're going to work with it. We're just going to go through a thing at a time. The cheapest thing actually is this. The Canon 4000D. I actually bought this for £182.
I did know it was a cheap camera, but I didn't know. Okay.
And you're right, this is the videos on my channel of the 4000D are the most popular videos.
That's how much?
£182.
Okay.
So what we'll do is we'll pop that there, move it all along. Where do you want to place that? Place that back there or swap it with that?
Maybe there.
Maybe there. Okay. So the second cheapest thing you think is the 50mm 1.4.
Yeah.
Right. How much do you think that cost?
That was what? One?
That was £182.
That's what?
That one is £294.99.
250?
The Canon 50mm 1.4 I paid £410 for.
Okay, so it's definitely... Is it there?
Okay, let's have a look. So the third item.
I thought that was like $399 or something.
You thought that was $399. This is the DJI Mini 3. I got the Fly More combo thing that came with it. It was £659.99. So you think the next one in value, because the joke was going to be I got this for free. The mics that we're actually wearing now, so it's 2 mic transmit setup and it came with all the extra bits as well. How much do you think
like 500
this cost?
£500?
No.
Higher?
Lower.
So that was 400.
That was 410.
Oh, okay, so 450.
Actually, no. This was £249 in value.
Oh.
So
that goes down.
It is actually
down there.
Like that.
Okay.
So we've got the Canon, the Rode, the Insta360, the 50mm. And you think that is next?
That's 600. So let's go for that one and say that's worth about 499, 500.
So you think that this, so feel it? This is the 15 to 35mm f-stop 2.8 lens from Canon RF. How much do you think that's worth?
I'm guessing I'm wrong, but I was saying 500 and something. Is it more?
This lens cost me £1,829.
Is it more than this one then?
Well, I mean, we're going to get to that. So what do you think?
But is it more than this one then?
What,
I'm asking you because then
I can't tell you the value of that
just
yet.
say, is it more?
I can't tell you the value.
Is it more?
You decide.
I thought that was the expensive one.
You decide.
Oh my goodness. Okay, that's 600. I thought that was the expensive one, but I don't know now. Okay.
Okay, so you happy with this?
Yes.
So far, this is the correct order. We're going to go with the 5D Mark IV. This is what I paid for it, right?
Okay.
How much do you think I paid for that camera?
That's 1,000, that's 600, £800.
Close. When I bought it, it cost me £1,889.
Okay. Is this a cheaper camera then? Did I mix it up? Is that the cheaper one?
We're getting to it. We're getting to it.
Let me work that.
I just have to keep looking at the list
is
myself.
Is that one there?
So you've moved the EOS R down now. You've moved the EOS R down.
Well, I thought what?
All right. This is the EOS R.
Okay.
First mirrorless full frame camera.
Oh, it is the mirrorless.
Well, hang on.
Okay.
How much do you think I paid for the Canon EOS R?
Actually, no. 1,400. 400.
So that is £1,829.
Oh, okay. 1,500.
That's not bad. It cost me £1,359.
Okay, so it's in the right place.
So it's in the right place.
Then this one. So it's whether, okay.
Okay, so the lens.
1,800.
Yep, the lens that you want to know, this lens here, yeah? Have a feel. How much do you think that cost?
1,800.
Yes.
1,000.
This is 1,829. That's 1,889.
Oh.
Relative at the time I bought them, of course.
I thought this was the most expensive one, but maybe it's that one. 1,600.
Ooh, that's not too bad. I bought this second hand, just FYI. I didn't buy this brand new. And it still cost me £1,995.
Okay. I was right, it was the most expensive one.
You're right. So that's the most
I got the two
expensive
cameras
one.
mixed up.
However, it's not the most expensive piece of camera equipment I have ever bought.
Okay.
I'm filming
that
now
one
with this camera here. So this camera is the Canon R6. How much do you think I paid for that?
2,500.
Oh, that is so close. Yep, it cost me £2,399.99. However, Canon were doing a deal, so I got cash back of £400. It still just about beats that lens for the most expensive camera purchase I've made.
And for my anniversary this year, I get his second-hand iPhone. Love.
Just expose me to the internet, yeah. So,
I'm appreciative of it.
what do you think of that in terms of cost?
Well, it's not like it's stuff that you just use for a short time.
Yeah.
It's electronic, it's equipment, it's stuff that...
I mean, that Canon 5D Mark IV I still use for some photo shoots, and I've bought it since 2018. Yeah.
And it's for your job.
And it's for my job, yeah.
It's not like a hobby. Started as a hobby, and then I realised that it was going to be a very expensive hobby. He was very good at it.
Oh,
so
thank
I
you.
said,
That's very kind.
you should turn this hobby into a career. And here we are.
Here we are. Several £1,000s
Later, yeah. I think everything's been moved. Nothing was in its original place. So I failed.
Might have to try and do a mini version of this with Naya,
Naya.
later, maybe with a
She'll
few
probably
words.
get it all right, knowing her. She watches all your videos like, you having yogurt? Okay. Good boy. Okay. Mummy's duties, cool.
Naya's just come home from school, found out that her mum did a challenge, and now wants to do a challenge as well.
You can't replace me with my mum.
What? Say that again?
You can't replace me with my mum.
I thought you said you can't replace me with my mum. The challenge is,
Yeah.
it's like a sorting game, but you have to figure out the most expensive piece of equipment
Oh, God.
to the cheapest piece of equipment. So you have to arrange it. Most expensive stuff here, least expensive stuff here.
I was going to... Okay.
Off you go.
Definitely have to move this. I think this is gigantic, really heavy, and this is for better zooming, so I think this could be the most expensive.
Right, you decided. Once you're ready, tell me you're ready.
Well, it's pros for sound.
So that is what we're wearing now.
Yeah, I know. I don't know where to put this on, keep that there for now. This is for little zoom in. I might keep
That's
that
a prime
near.
lens, so that's a 50mm prime lens. There's
So-
no zoom on that.
There's no zoom. I might just put that right here. Then this little thing, done this before, clip into a pendant. I think that's very important. But the camera, most cameras are very, very expensive. So I might put the cameras in front of everything else except this. And then I think I might put that.
Is that, you're happy with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just tidy it up so that the viewers can see. You're happy with this order?
Yeah.
You think this is the most expensive thing,
Yeah.
all the way through to this being the cheapest thing? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to quickly go through this because the viewers have they already know the prices. I'm going to tell you what the cheapest thing is here. The cheapest thing here in this whole list is this camera.
No way! What?
Guess how much I paid for this?
How much?
Go and hold it.
£1.
£1.
Wait, that's very cheap though.
That is very cheap. If I got that for £1, that would be super cheap.
How much?
£182.
How is that cheap?
That's the cheapest thing on this table.
What?
Right, £182. Now the next thing you've put here is the Insta360 Go 2, right? And actually, you would be quite close because the next cheapest thing, how much do you think this cost? This cost £182. How many pounds do you think that cost?
it's the next 193.
Okay, it costs 290. Yes, 294 pounds.
Oh, I was close. I said 93.
94.
I said 93, so I said I was close.
You said 193. It's 294, so it's 100 pounds more. But actually, this was given to me for free. So technically, I was going to do this joke on your mum where I put it here, but this is 249, so that's actually going to go there. And then guess what?
What?
The rest of it is correct.
Yes.
410, 1,889, 1,995.
I know this would be the biggest because look how big it is.
You knew it would be the biggest because look how big it is.
Look how big it is.
And heavy. So if
and
it's big and heavy, it must be expensive.
Big, heavy, and also it's for cameras.
All right, easy. Let's not break stuff. So yeah, well done. Naya's this a little bit smaller than your mum's, but you did quite well, I think.
How did mum do it?
You'll have to watch the video. Well, that's it for today, guys.
Thank
Thank you for playing Naya's Taskmaster. And thank you for watching vlog number 11.
Now tomorrow, don't do mum.
I will try not to do mum tomorrow. So that's the end of day 11, vlog 11 of Vlogtober. Hope you guys enjoyed it. If you do, don't forget to drop us a like. And if you haven't done so already, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Hit the little bell button for notifications as well. And with that said, I will see you guys tomorrow. My creative resume, or CV, depending on what side of the pond you're on, has been seen over 100,000 times on YouTube. And I don't think that's something that many people can actually say. Now, granted, it is almost 10 years old, being uploaded on April of 2015. So what exactly is it? Well, it's a 2.5-minute story-driven animation of my career, basically, which was created to target prospective employers. And I also created a PDF version of this so that it could be printed up or just viewed on the screen. Some other analytics around this video is that it has over 1,900 hours of watch time, which means that people all over the world have watched my animated CV for more than 80 days worth of time. Also, interestingly, it's earned me a grand total of £129 in ad revenue, or about, I don't know, $150 since it was posted on YouTube. And also, even though it's almost 10 years old, it's still getting views and is being recommended on YouTube. So why did I create an animated CV in the first place? At this time, back in 2015, I'd been working for an international but small animation company. I got the job through a friend of a friend, and I kind of mentioned that I did After Effects, and they put me in contact with their contact, and I said, yeah, I can use After Effects, and I was learning stuff on videocopilot.net back then, so it was very basic knowledge of After Effects. The company said, hey, we need as many animators as possible, we'll take you on. And they literally rinsed me for 6 months. I remember getting Skype calls at like 6:30 in the morning, and then sometimes working all the way through to midnight, and it was just a constant workload, lots of pressure. But I tell you what, working at that company for 6 months took my animation knowledge from here to all the way up here. And I felt like I needed to invest this newly learned knowledge into something for me. Also, it was getting to the point where I didn't want to work with this company anymore. I felt it was like too demanding. I felt like the pay wasn't great. And I felt like I was constantly being discounted every step of the way. So I took these two problems and I came up with the solution of creating an animated CV, taking all the knowledge that I'd learned from working with this company for 6 months to create something that I could then use to get a new job. And that's exactly what I did. Over the course of a couple of months, I started sketching an idea of how I wanted the story to flow, how I wanted the animation to look, and also who I wanted to target this video. And this gave birth to my viral animated CV that you can watch in the cards above or in the description below. Oh, you're kidding me. Just turned itself off, cheeky thing. So how did this video perform and what was the initial response? As soon as I finished making this video, I applied to 2 jobs. One was for a video producer role at a company called QS, and the second was for a video producer role at a company called Freak Media. I got a call from Freak Media the very next day and I arranged an interview. So I went down to their office, I talked to their CEO, we had a great chat, and then crickets, I heard nothing back from them. A week or so after that, I got a call from the HR team at QS. They invited me in for an interview. Then a second interview, I was offered a job and I accepted. And then Freak Media phoned me and said, hey, yeah, we want to offer you that role. So from that CV being finished, I applied for 2 jobs. I had 2 sets of job interviews and 2 job offers, which is 100% success rate. So I started working at QS as a video producer. I worked my way up to the head of video. I was still freelancing with KaiCreative on the side and building up my freelance business. And all was well until, of course, 2020 happened and I had a lot more free time. So I had this idea in the middle of 2020 of maybe creating another animated CV and then doing a video, like a whole video project about creating the animated CV, using the animated CV then to apply for jobs and seeing what the success rate would be in 2021. And that's exactly what I did. I created a second animated CV throughout the end of 2020. I launched it in 2021. I think January the 1st might have been, the first week of January at least. And then I started to apply for jobs then. And if you want to see that video of the actual results I got from my second animated CV, then you can go watch that video in the cards or in the description box below. I think this is a very good example of creating an artificial springtime when we want to create something in our lives or do something and we use our creativity to bring it about so that we can create opportunities. And that's exactly what I think the animated CV did. I think it's quite interesting the fact that it's still getting traction today and it's gone over 100,000 views. And it literally is just a resume. It's literally just a CV that people are watching. But because it's done in a creative way, well, hopefully an entertaining way, it's still gaining interest, garnering attention and being promoted by YouTube today.
Hello! So now I'm going to show you a video
Yeah.
of something that was made before you were born.
Okay.
And I want you to tell me what you think about this video. You ready?
Is it creepy? Because you usually play creepy stuff.
I did not usually play
Yes,
creepy.
you played the what's it called? Toxic Crusaders.
Toxic Crusaders is not creepy. It's a cartoon from the like 80s.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
This is not Toxic Crusaders.
Okay, is it not scary?
Let's wait and see.
That's your. That's you.
Hi, and thanks for checking out my CV. I quit my engineering job and bought a one-way plane ticket to China, where I...
That's actually really good.
What do you think about that?
I think that's good.
Why?
I like the bit at the beginning with the animation of you talking. I thought that looked cool. And then of how it wasn't. I thought it was about. Other people might think it was boring because sometimes your videos are a bit boring because it's just.
Carry on.
Because it's just you talking about a camera, but that one, it was still you talking about something, which was a bit boring, but it had more detail and it was more interactive, and I thought it was cool.
So basically, that is called an animated resume or CV.
Although I still watch all your videos.
Nice save, yeah. So this has just gone over 100,000 views on YouTube, and it's probably, I'm going to make this bold statement, probably one of the most viewed CVs in the world.
You are very, very famous.
But you thought it was entertaining, and you're 8 and you watched the whole thing. You didn't get too bored through that.
No, I liked it. It's funny.
So, yeah. You know, I did another one of these.
Ooh, yeah, you can watch it.
Not for today. For today, we're just going to end it there. You can watch that another time. And that is Naya's challenge for today, just to watch that video and see what it was like. And now that you're finished, off you go, back to tidy your room. Off you go.
It was to sort out my room.
Off you go.
So will I do another animated CV in 2024 and beyond? I don't think so. And the reason is I feel like the novelty has worn off. This is something that was really novel and unseen 10 years ago. 10 years later, the creative landscape is so much more different than it was. So if I was to try to create something that could create an artificial springtime and different opportunities, I would probably be looking more at AI and storytelling and merging those together. There is a lot of that happening now, but maybe putting a spin of using that for my resume for 2024 and beyond. There's an idea. I should probably get on that before other people start doing AI resumes with storytelling. Let me know what you guys think about that down in the comment box below. So today is the 12th of October and I've been vlogging every single day for Vlogtober. So if you haven't seen any of those, go check out those videos in the boxes or wherever they're placed. And also, if you found today's video useful or entertaining somehow, don't forget to give us a like. And if you haven't done so already, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, hit the little bell button for notifications, and I will see you guys tomorrow. This is probably the question that I'm asked the most from my students at Naz Academy and subscribers on YouTube, and it's this: should I use a phone or a camera to make my videos? Let's get into it. If anyone had asked me this question a few years ago, whether they should use a camera or a phone for their content creation or video production or filmmaking, I would have said go with a camera, because phones were getting to a place where they were okay, but still not something that I would have recommended for serious filmmakers or content creators. Things have drastically changed in the last couple of years. For me, I've been using professional Canon cameras for the last 10 years, and for the last 2 years, I've been using the iPhone. So the iPhone 14 Pro, and more recently, the iPhone 15 Pro Max. And I have to say that what these phones can produce today in terms of video quality is just getting better and better. The first thing I want to talk about is convenience. You often hear people say that the best camera is the one that you have with you, and your phone is literally the camera in your pocket that you carry everywhere you go. It's there, it's ready. When you have your camera, you might have to carry it around in a bag. You have probably a selection of lenses. You might have to attach your mic, a tripod, maybe a gimbal. All of those things are heavy and clunky and not convenient. So when it comes to convenience, the phone is really easy and on hand, ready to go. When it comes to video quality, phones have come a long way. We look at the latest iPhones, we have things like cinematic mode. You have Apple Log now on the iPhone that you can shoot in. You can shoot up to 4K video. You can shoot up to 60 frames per second. But when it comes to higher dynamic range, when it comes to richness of colors, when it comes to the cinematic look and feel, so far, you can't beat having a dedicated camera, being able to shoot in log video, having those higher frame rates, some of them like up to 240 plus more, up to 6K, some cameras now shooting 8K. And of course, those larger sensors are going to give you that bigger dynamic range, making the blacks, the whites, and the colors much more rich and vibrant and inviting than the small sensor that you get on a phone. Next up, let's talk about audio quality. Now, both of these have terrible inbuilt microphones. If you're recording directly to your camera mic or your phone mic, it's not going to sound great. I'd say definitely use an external microphone like the DJI Mic 2 or the Rode Go Wireless 2, which are probably the best ones that are out there at the moment for like on the go shooting and content creation and things like that. I would say that cameras are built to support better audio, but I don't necessarily think that's true anymore, because if you're filming a short film, a movie, or some sort of production, documentary, you're going to have a separate mic that you will sound sync later in or mix in later. So that doesn't really make a difference in that kind of context. But nowadays your phone and your camera can both use mics like this. So I'd say that camera and phone audio is probably similar because of the advancement in audio technology. On phones, you can download apps that allow you to control the settings a little bit more, like your aperture, ISO, and shutter speed. But of course, cameras are built for this. So the versatility of being able to control those settings for your picture quality, but also you have the ability to take off the lens and change it to something else entirely. So being able to put on better optics, giving you versatility for your shots, wide, zoom, prime, whatever you want, you can have that control over how your picture looks. And now, of course, phones do have more and more cameras on the back, and you do have like a wide camera, you do have a zoom lens. Some of these cameras will take more advantage of the sensor than others. I know that the zoom and the wide have a reduced pixel count. They don't make use of the full sensor. And I know that they are getting better and better, but still in 2024, you can't beat having real lenses or real optics that you can change out on your camera. Another big factor in your decision-making process is going to be price. Now, this is one of the cheapest cameras you can buy, and I wouldn't recommend using this for video. Actually, I'm just using this for demonstration purposes. You would probably want to invest in something a little more modern, like the newer Sony or Canon cameras that are going to give you things like good autofocus, log functionality, higher frame rates, also shooting in 4K, maybe 6K. All of that doesn't come cheap. If you're looking at some of the more modern cameras, you're going to be parting with at least $1,200, £1,000 to get something. Now, your iPhone is probably going to cost you just as much as the camera, but remember that the phone isn't just a camera. It's something that you take everywhere, something that you use for all the convenient things in your life and entertainment. But also another important factor is that you can edit on your phone. So with your camera, you'll need to film and then take the SD card out and then transfer it and then upload it. Maybe you might need to proxy it if you don't have a powerful enough PC. There's a whole process just to start editing. But with your phone, it's as simple as dropping your footage into something like CapCut or InShot or whatever you're using to edit with. You can also upload directly to social from here. So also it comes back to convenience. Filming, you're editing, you're uploading, your socials, it's all on your phone. So when it comes to price, you might be paying a similar price to the phone that you would pay for a decent camera, but the phone has so much more packed into it, making it even more value for money. So today is Naya's Nuggets of Knowledge. Excuse me 1 second, I've got to go. My planet needs me.
I have to choose from camera and phone.
Yeah, how do you know that? I haven't even spoken yet.
Because I remember you talking about it.
What, this morning?
Yeah.
So this is a Canon 4000D camera, and this is an iPhone 15 Pro Max.
Yeah.
Now what I want you to do is pretend that this is a Canon R5. Do you know what that means?
No.
Excellent. This is a Canon R5, and this is an iPhone 15 Pro Max. What I want you to do is I want you to choose one to go and make a video with.
Okay. You know what? I find phones more easier to use than cameras.
So you would choose the phone
Yes.
to go and make your video?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because you easily know how to, because a camera has all these settings and stuff and it's more hard to set up, but a phone you can just easily take it round with you and easily film and do stuff.
So you would prefer to use the phone over the camera because of ease of use?
Yeah.
And I think that is one thing that I haven't mentioned yet, and that is ease of use. Because Naya is 8, you're going to give her a high-end camera, she won't be able to use it. And if you think about it, most people don't necessarily want to invest the time to learn how to use that camera, or they might want, if they bought
Can
it.
I just go?
Hang on a second. I'm still discussing. This is a very important point. Ease of use is something that is going to affect whether you buy or use something or not. So you could buy a very expensive high-end camera, then not know how to use it in the manual settings, and then end up not using it, it just sits in a drawer. And I know quite a few content creators done that. When they have their phone with them, it's convenient, but it's also super easy to use. It's literally just point and shoot, right? And then you can make a video. But also, what else can you do on your phone that you can't do on your camera?
You can add effects in.
Yeah, so you can edit it as well.
To edit on the computer. And that takes time.
Exactly, and you've got to learn software to do that as well.
Yeah.
And CapCut was really easy to use because you chose that in the last challenge to make a video, didn't you?
Yeah.
So it's a low barrier to entry for a lot of people who just want to start making videos. They don't have to really learn, it's very intuitive, and even our 8-year-old
So can now
test subject can make it. And here is the kicker. We're not making a video, I just wanted to see which one you would choose.
What? Right, I'm taking your phone now.
Whoa, 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 whoa. So coming back to the question, which one is right for you? A phone or a camera for your videos is going to depend wholly or solely, entirely on what type of content you want to create. If you are looking to make TikTok videos or nice Instagram reels, take some nice pictures that you're doing casually for social or even as a full-time business, but it's on those platforms, then you might want to consider getting yourself a decent phone and then maybe later investing in a camera. If you are looking to create more polished cinematic pieces, maybe you want to upload things to Facebook and YouTube more, you want to do longer form content like what I've been doing in Vlogtober for the last 13 days, then think about investing in a camera. Now, a great place to learn about cameras is, of course, the KaiCreative YouTube page. Make sure you subscribe. Cheeky little self-promotion there. Also, if you want to do professional work, if you want to film things like events or weddings, then look at investing in a camera. And ultimately, that's what this would be, an investment in your future business. I mean, the same could be said of the phone as well, if you're using it for your business or you're using content for your social media strategy to further your business venture. For me, if you've been watching my vlogs, hint, hint, I've been using both my camera and my phone for my content. So I've been doing these chatty type talking heads parts for like the main meat of the video. And then when I'm out and about for convenience, I've just got my phone and I'm filming 4K on my phone, and it's good for B-roll, good for time lapses, and it's good for just when I need to shoot something. And instead of not getting it, I have something that can shoot it, and then I can put that into my video. So I have a mishmash of using my camera and using my phone. So ultimately what it comes down to is use the tools that you have readily available to you to tell the story that you want to tell. So that's the end of day 13 of Vlogtober. I hope you found today's content valuable. If you did, don't forget to drop us a like and also subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. Hit the little bell button for notifications. And yeah, with that said, guys, I will see you tomorrow. The Canon 5D Mark IV went on sale in September of 2016, which means it's just turned 8 years old. And there's absolutely no doubt that this is still a highly capable camera. I absolutely love my 5D Mark IV and I've held on to it. I just can't seem to let it go. But its position has shifted somewhat in the face of newer mirrorless technology that we're seeing coming out, or we have seen come out in the last few years. And this has given us much more advanced features than what we see in the aging 5D Mark IV. So where does the 5D Mark IV stand in 2024? And should you consider getting one of these cameras now, or should you be looking at something else? Well, that's what we're discussing today. So let's jump into it. So because it's 2024 and this is the 5D Mark IV, I want to talk about 4 strengths that I see that this camera still has today. The first thing has to be image quality. It's really hard to beat the image quality that comes out of this camera, particularly because you've got that 30.4 megapixel sensor. Its color depth and dynamic range still remain quite competitive when compared to more modern cameras, which still makes it ideal for professional photography, so portraits, landscapes, and weddings. The second thing that I can attest to with this camera is its durability. This is known as being a robust workhorse of a camera. I've personally used this camera all over the world, from snowing conditions in New York to the blistering heat and humidity of Malaysia. And I've also had the opportunity to carry it around in the wet conditions of Japan, in the hot, arid lands of Malta. Wasn't that arid? But I can definitely attest to the durability of this camera in all types of weather conditions as well. I remember using it during a wedding where there was torrential rain and we were shooting outside, and it held up really well despite the wet conditions. And even today, it's still a go-to for photographers who want a dependable, rugged camera. Point 3 is something that I absolutely raved about with this camera when it came out, and that was the DP-AF, the dual pixel autofocus. It was just so cutting edge for its time, and even today, it just works so well with photos and videos, making sure that your subject of interest is in focus all the time. And for me, the dual pixel autofocus still makes this camera a viable option today in 2024, particularly for hybrid shooters. Point number 4, in 2024, for the 5D Mark IV is going to be the 4K. Yes, the 4K is cropped, but if you're using a wide angle lens, which is what I did later on, something like a 16mm to 35mm, you can actually use the 4K on this camera. It's usable, which is perfect for things like YouTube videos that you want in 4K. I think that if you're a photographer who wants to dabble in 4K video, the 5D Mark IV is going to be a good option for you in 2024. Those are 4 strengths of the 5D Mark IV in 2024. But what about 4 challenges that this camera has in 2024 and beyond? No prizes guessing the first one. It's going to be outdated technology compared to new mirrorless cameras. When we look at more modern mirrorless cameras like the Canon R6 Mark II, the Canon R5, and now the R5 Mark II, these have significant improvements over the older DSLR range. Things like autofocus speed, shooting rates, and overall compactness. Primarily, you get much better video options with the newer cameras as well, which is something to think about if you are a photographer who wants to do high quality video. Point number 2 we've touched on a little bit, and that is the size and weight. The 5D Mark IV is a beast of a camera. Just holding the body in my hand for the last few minutes filming this video is making my shoulder feel really weighted down. This is not an ideal solution for people who want to do travel or street photography. It's heavy, and if you're pairing it with an equally heavy lens, then your back is going to be done in by the end of the day. The size and weight of more modern mirrorless cameras makes them much more easier to use for longer periods of time. Third challenge that this camera is going to face is the lack of IBIS. Comparing this to more modern mirrorless cameras, which most of them do have IBIS or in-body image stabilization, which makes shooting much easier. This is something that's disappointing for the 5D Mark IV, but of course it wasn't a major feature when it came out back in 2016. My back actually is hurting trying to hold this up. The 4th point for challenges on our list is going to be the log functionality. Now, when it was released, the 5D Mark IV didn't have C-Log installed. You had to go to a separate location, like a Canon dealer, and get it installed there for an extra fee. And I used to rave about C-Log on the 5D Mark IV. I thought it was the best thing since sliced bread. But now, in 2024, the C-Log really does not hold up. It's 8 bits. It's really mushy or mushy. The picture quality just falls apart as soon as you start to try and do anything to it. Compared to the modern version of C-Log and things like C-Log 3 that you've got on the R6 here, it really doesn't hold up. And because of that, I think it's going to suffer with those who want to use this for filmmaking or video production. And I think I'm going to have to put it down for this next section. Literally like holding a brick in your hand. I wanted to show you this camera today.
Yeah.
This is the Canon 5D Mark IV. I was using this camera when you were a little baby.
Okay.
I had a shoot in Malaysia back in 2016. This was the camera I used. I was in Malaysia for 10 days. You came as a little baby. You wasn't even a year old. Came back from Malaysia. 3 days later, I was on a plane to New York to do an event in Philadelphia. So in the space of like a month, you had been to like a really hot, humid place in Malaysia and then a really cold, snowy New York. So I want you to hold the camera that I built my business on and tell me what you think about that.
It's heavy.
What's that?
Heavy.
Say it again.
It's heavy. It's heavy.
It's heavy, yeah. What would you think about using that to create videos?
Well, it'd be very hard to just carry around with me.
So that is what I used. And nowadays, what do you use to shoot your videos with?
Phone! Much lighter and easier.
So should you buy a Canon 5D Mark IV in 2024? That is the question. If you already own a Canon 5D Mark IV, I'm sure you will agree that even in 2024, it's still a very strong tool for professional photography, especially for those who prefer an optical viewfinder and also that traditional DSLR experience. However, if you're just starting out or you're looking to upgrade, then you might want to consider something more modern, like one of the newer R cameras. Look at getting yourself maybe a second-hand R6, an R6 Mark II, R5, R5 Mark II. I feel like these have the best features, and also there's future-proofing for people who are like content creators and filmmakers. Your camera is just gonna be more relevant in the next few years than maybe the 5D Mark IV will be. So best uses in 2024, in my opinion, are going to be stills photography, particularly where the weight and the compactness are not a problem. Things like event, portrait, landscape photography, 100% yes, absolutely. And also for photography in harsh environments, if it's very cold and there's lots of snow, or it's very humid, or maybe there's a lot of sand, the 5D Mark IV is a great option for photography in those environments. I'm picking it up again. I absolutely adore my 5D Mark IV. That's why I still have it. I haven't got rid of it. I use this camera to build my wedding and corporate videography business, which I think a lot of you could still use this for today practically if you're not using log. I'm really keen to know what you guys think of this camera in 2024. I know a lot of you who've subscribed to the channel have watched a few of my reviews on this camera over the years. So are you still using it today, or have you upgraded to something else? Let me know in the comments box below. Today's video is actually part of the Vlogtober challenge, and today is day 14, which means we're getting closer and closer to the middle of the month and halfway through the challenge. If you've been supporting the challenge, I absolutely appreciate that, and thank you very much. And if you haven't done so already, guys, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, hit the little bell button for notifications. And with that said, I will see you guys tomorrow. So I've been using this lens for about 95% of my video productions for the last 3 years, and here is the reason why. So before I answer that question, let's back up and let's talk about lens selection in general. Now, of course, you're going to choose a lens based on what you're planning on shooting or planning to shoot. So for example, a lot of filmmakers will favor something like a 50mm prime lens or a 35mm prime lens. And this is because they have the time to be able to plan out the composition, to plan out the framing of their shot. They can literally build the shot around their camera and around their lens setup. For things like wedding videography or event filmmaking, I always found myself using zoom lenses like this, the 70-200mm f-stop 2.8. And the reason why is because I was able to stand at a distance but still able to capture intimate moments. And this lens in particular is pretty awesome for those types of events because of the f-stop 2.8, which means it shoots very well in low light conditions, particularly on a full frame camera. But for the last 3 years, I've exclusively been using this lens here. This is the 15-35mm f-stop 2.8 Canon RF lens. Now, before I tell you why I've been using this lens on a daily basis for the last 3 years, I want to break down some of the specs and tell you why this is such an amazing piece of glass. First of all, build quality. This is premium. This is one of the luxury lenses. You can tell by the little red band around the top here, but also it's weather sealed. It feels solid in your hands. It's super robust. And for me, this is a gift that keeps on giving. It pairs wonderfully with all types of RF cameras, and it's just a complement to your photography or filmmaking. Now, because it's f-stop 2.8, it's really useful in darker locations where you need that light. Again, like the 70-200, it works really well with a full frame camera. So I've been using this exclusively on the Canon R6. It's just wonderful. It's just amazing. It's crystal clear. Everything is crisp and it works really well. The autofocusing pipes through. It works amazingly well with the eye tracking. So everything is always in focus. One of the main things for me, one of the main selling points is the 15mm focal length. So even in smaller spaces, you can capture a lot of what is happening, what's going on. Not only does it pair amazingly well with your RF mount cameras, but when you use this in conjunction with things like 4K, when you use high frame rates, and when you use C-Log on your RF camera, this just looks fantastic. The color that you get from these optics is also amazing. I'm not gonna lie to you, this is not cheap. It's not something that you're just gonna decide to buy on an impulse. If you go on the official Canon store, it's selling for £2,400 in the UK, also for $2,400 in the US, but I think the official Canon store at the moment has a sale on, so I think you've got about $300 off. You can get it cheaper on Amazon. I think you can get it for about £1,600, even cheaper if you get a great import from somewhere like Hong Kong. I also use this lens exclusively for my latest short film, Rocket Girl 2, which has won a couple of film festivals recently. Just a little shameless plug there. It performed really well in closed environments, like inside the house and also inside this office space. Also taking it on the beach, putting it on the gimbal and getting some amazing sweeping shots of like the rover, also because of this lovely lens. So why have I been exclusively using this lens for the last 3 years? And I would calculate about 95% of my videos have been shot on this lens. This is purely because I've had a shift in focus for my work. So previously, I used to do a lot of wedding filmmaking, a lot of event videography, and I would find myself shifting through a variety of different lenses for those types of videos. But more recently, I've been doing a lot more filming from this home studio. I've been filming how-to guides, I've been doing review videos, I've been doing a lot of content creation-based filmmaking, and that required a lens that I could use in this small office space. And that's why this has been pretty much attached to my Canon R6, shooting in 4K C-Log for the last 3 years. If you've been watching my vlogs as well for the last 15 days, you would have noticed that most of the sitting shots, if they're not shot on the iPhone 15 Pro, they're shot on the Canon R6 with this actual lens. The lens I'm actually using now is the EF 16-35mm f-stop 2.8, which is also a beautiful lens, but doesn't have as much quality, in my opinion, as the RF version, which is of course native for the R6. Of course, this lens does have downsides. It's massive, so carrying this around is quite a big, thick, heavy lens to have in your camera bag. Also, as we mentioned earlier, it's not cheap. You're going to be looking at parting with at least £1,500 to £1,600, close to $2,000. Maybe you could get a used version on secondhand marketplace like Facebook or eBay for cheaper, but you might have to shop around. Today's challenge is, I've been talking about the lens that I've been using the most for the last 3 years.
Oh no, do I have to see which one it is?
You have to guess. This is like Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. You have to choose the lens that I have been using for the last 3 years the most. That's what the video is about today. Tell me which one you choose and then tell me why you've chosen that lens.
Okay.
But please don't drop those because I'm scared that you'll just drop them like you just dropped my mic.
Called?
Nothing to do with the camera. The lens. These are lenses. And tell me which one I've used the most. There's no point shaking them. They're not miraculous.
These three. Tall back ones.
Okay, so you think it's one of these three. So I'm going to just take these out of the way. Right, so we've got 3 now. Looks like we're doing one of those games with coins and we're going to move them around. Right, so one of these 3 you think is my most used lens.
Yeah.
Can you make a decision on these 3 now?
I'm guessing it is this one.
So your final decision is going to be this lens here. You think that's my most used lens. I'm going to remove these 2, right? It's interesting. Now, give me your reasons. Why do you think that's the most used lens that I've been using for the last 3 years?
Well, it looks very old and dusty, and it's very large, and also all of them have a sticker, but this one doesn't.
The lens that I have been using the most for the last 3 years is, in fact, this lens. You got it right.
No! Whoa!
Your reasoning was completely random and off, had nothing to do with anything, but you guessed right. This is actually the lens.
I thought it was because it had no sticker.
Well
How
done.
did I get correct?
You still got it right. Well done. That's another one for Naya. We'll see you tomorrow. Should you get one of these lenses? Well, there are a few use cases that are going to justify this. If you're a content creator that's looking to do podcasts, this is going to be wonderful, particularly if you have a small space. Having this lens as like a main shot for your podcast is going to be immensely useful. I think you could justify it in that case. Having this, if you're going to do weddings as well, and you want to do sweeping shots with gimbals, these wide shots, wide sweeping shots of the bride and groom on the dance floor in low light, you're going to want to have something like this lens for that as well. If you want to up your vlogs, if you want to up your YouTube videos and make them look more cinematic and more crisp, again, shooting with an RF camera in 4K using this lens is really going to up the game, I think, for your content. So I think if you fit into those categories, you can absolutely justify the expense. If you're not really interested in any of that stuff, then you might want to give it a pass. But in my opinion, this is a wonderful investment and something that you should be thinking about if you're serious about making your content look more polished. But that is my opinion, guys. I want to know what you guys think about this lens, the RF 15 to 35mm. If you have one already, what do you use it for? Let me know in the comments below. Let me put the lens down. I don't want to drop it. So hopefully you found today's video useful. If you did, don't forget to drop us a like. If you haven't done so already, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Hit the little bell button for notifications. Today is, what day is it today? The 15th. It's 15th. We're halfway through Vlogtober. I've been vlogging every day in October. I'm learning a lot. It's very tiring, but it's also very exciting and rewarding. So guys, if you have been following along and you have been supporting, I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. So with that said, guys, have a wonderful day and I will catch you tomorrow.
You can't slide down.
Where are we going, Kai?
To
the park? Which park?
I don't know.
Greenwich. So we're at the train station. We are going to meet some friends, aren't we, Kai? And play in Greenwich. We're cycling down here to try and get here on time. The train is like 3 minutes delayed. Sweating right now trying to get here on the bike. Ultimate distraction technique.
Oh, this has no dogs.
How you doing, bro? So here I am with fellow content creator and fellow dad, Pavel, also known as Curious Pavel. Very curious. How do you balance having a child and content creation? Because I know that you're a very busy dad, and I know that you guys basically, your living situation is you don't have help necessarily.
Yeah.
So how do you manage it?
Yeah, that's the thing. You say we don't have help. Me and my wife, we're alone here in this country, and it's also the deal that we take. So what deal we took is that my wife wanted to pursue her career. I was like, fine by me, because I'm a bit more flexible. I do things I can do in the evenings or something. So I stay quite a lot of time with this little peanut. Come here. Let's get it going. Yeah.
Stay at home dad.
Still a lot of time, basically. But we send her to nursery. So the key to this is not one size fits all. Like these dads today are something like 70% more involved than the dads in the 80s or something like that, which is mad.
The next question is going to be, what challenges do you face? Of course, it's going to be personal to you, but what are the challenges and how do you deal with them?
I would say because she's the boss. Don't over stress about it, because there are some situations that you cannot control, and whatever is not in your control, just try and just don't stress about it. That's really good. Yeah.
Next question I wanted to ask you was about having our kids on the internet. Big question. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, when I got the news that I'm gonna have this one, I thought I either gonna show her a lot or I'm not gonna show her at all.
Yeah.
It kind of turned out to be somewhere in between. I wasn't expecting that, but somewhere in between. But she's more like not on. Every time I turn the camera on, she's like, Sisi. And I did a few videos with her and turned the camera on. And they were series I was doing every day. Yeah. And at some point she started saying like, oh, come on, let's like pointed the camera going there. She's like, oh, come on, let's go there. And also the phone, sometimes she gets the phone, not very often, but the only thing she does on the phone is watch herself.
What would you say to other people who are dads and want to get into content creation? Is it feasible in 2024?
Oh, if you want to get into content creation now, as you're already a dad, I would say think about it. I would say, yes, there's no. I would say think about it. Probably I would say as well, the first thing that you can do is, if you want to really start that, is start on a hobby basis, like go on holiday or just go to the park and just grab a camera, like our friend Kai here, just vlog something, involve them, especially if you're planning not to release it, and just have it as memories. And that's the thing is, you know what, I started a Google Drive folder. Yeah. Because in the past I go home and I have these albums that I watch pictures, but I started a Google Drive folder where I keep some memorable photos there, and I sort them by year. So I think it's good if you want to do some videos and photos for a child, because it's great memory. Keep it organized and show them later on. It will be great for them. Yeah. Okay, so duty calls. Oh yeah, I can take this. This. Okay,
I will go.
Okay, you go. All right. So this is what actually is with dads, right? Exactly what I was saying. You don't know. The guy wants to do an interview. Dad, come here. Like, you don't know what's gonna happen. So just go with the flow. Do as much as you can from whatever you want. Don't stress. Definitely don't stress about it. And enjoy life and stay curious.
One of the things I will say about content creation and having kids is that you have a little bit more flexibility around your schedule if you're doing things like content creation. So for me, I can work a lot of the time in the evenings, and a lot of the time I work on the weekends. And I did this with my daughter and my son. So I was able to kind of juggle quite a lot of childcare duties during the day and then get working during the night and on the weekend. So there is some plus, there are lots of pros to being a full-time content creator while having a kid. Do you want a drink, buddy?
Is that doing a selfie? Okay, goodbye, hug.
You give Sienna a cuddle? Oh, that's amazing. I love it. All right. Did you have a fun day today?
Yeah.
Did you have ketchup on your face?
Yeah.
Here in Greenwich. Gonna smile at the camera, Kai? Are you smiling at it?
Watch.
Can I sit in as well? A little bit?
No, Dad.
I'll sit on this bit, like this.
Dad, it can't run properly.
It's literally Wednesday in the middle of the day, and we're able to meet up because we have a very flexible way of working.
Go behind them.
Did you have a fun day with Sienna and Leah?
Yeah. It was really great.
Quick. Okay, so we had to leave quite quickly because I've got to rush back to pick Naya up from school. I've got a little man, don't know if you can see him sitting at the back there, getting whacked by the trees. So yeah, I've got to rush back, get Naya. We've got about 15 minutes together. So Naya, I met up with an old friend of mine, and we're both dads and we both do content creation.
I saw him.
And I just want to get your perspective as someone who has a dad who does content creation. How do you feel about it?
I enjoy it because in my perspective, it's very nice because I like having a dad who does filmmaking. So I have negatives and unnegatives.
Okay, let's
hear my unnegatives.
Let's hear the unnegatives.
So I enjoy it because I get to be in some videos, and like this one, and when he does his like groups, some of them, I can go into them, and basically I feel like I'm part of the team. The negatives are that he works all day.
Yeah, you work a lot as a content creator, don't you?
Yeah.
So I guess, yeah, that's the perspective of a kid whose dad is a content creator. Today, today is vlog day 16.
What?
Yes,
When is it going to end?
It's going to end when October ends. That's why it's called Vlogtober.
Oh,
And basically what that means is
I don't
that
want Vlogtober
we've only
to
got about
end.
15 days. We've
Yay!
got still got 50 days of this. And what's going to happen is it will end. But today's vlog is completely filmed and edited on the iPhone because I haven't had a chance, and I've got one-to-ones this evening with students, so I won't have a chance to really film to the camera. So hopefully you guys enjoyed it. If you did, don't forget to give us a like, and if you haven't done so already, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit that little bell button for notifications. And with that said, guys, I will see you tomorrow. So it's day 17 of October, which means it's day 17 of Vlogtober. And I was thinking back to 2017 when I was a filmmaker doing a lot of events around the world. And I made a video back in 2017, so almost 7 years ago, that showcased what I had in my camera bag. And I thought it would be fun to compare what I used to have in my camera bag back then to what I use in my camera bag now. So let's get into it. So back in 2017, I was filming weddings and I was doing a lot of event filmmaking. And the types of videos that people wanted back then were very different to the type of content that we create today in 2024. What people wanted back in 2017 were longer form videos, perhaps trailers of their events, maybe promo videos for upcoming services or upcoming releases, or they wanted interviews and testimonials, and sometimes even how-to videos if they'd released something new on their website or if they'd released a new service or product. So those were the types of videos that companies in particular were looking for. And for me back then, it was very exciting to travel around the world. And it's actually really interesting to me what I had in my camera bag at the time. So let's quickly have a look at that. So I'm taking the Think Tank Airport Essentials bag, and it has all the space and compartments I need for the bare essential kit that I plan on taking with me. So I'm taking the Canon 5D Mark III and the Canon 5D Mark IV. Here I'm using the 70 to 200mm L lens from Canon, as well as the standard kit lens, the 24 to 105mm L lens. I'm taking a Canon 50mm with an aperture of 1.4, a shotgun mic mounted to at least one of my cameras, but just in case there's an issue with the PA system and there's an extra special presentation or interview that we need to capture, then it's always useful to have a HN4 Zoom mic with you. And we have a couple of H1 handy recorder Zoom microphones with lapel mics attached. We've got a couple of WR Pro wireless receiver and transmitter wireless microphones, and we make sure we have plenty of SD cards and Canon camera batteries and other pieces of kit that require batteries. We make sure we bring extra batteries for. When it comes to the heavier stuff, such as tripods, lights, light stands, sliders, jib cranes, all of that stuff, last year I put it in a separate suitcase with lots of bubble wrap and carried that around with me in New York. So I had a bag full of clothes, a bag full of tripods and kit, and a camera bag, a heavy camera bag on my back. Trying to navigate the streets of New York with all of this equipment wasn't a good idea. This was seen as a streamlined setup for an event filmmaker way back in 2017. Now, of course, today it's completely different. There wasn't any TikTok or Instagram Reels or YouTube Shorts or Facebook Reels back then. all of it was very much focused on this kind of long form, informational, kind of educational, promotional content, which is similar today, but it's just shorter, quicker, and a lot more focus on things like hooks. Nowadays, what I do is completely different. I don't do weddings anymore. I very rarely do events. I still do some how-to and promotional content, but most of it is filmed in this studio space that I have. So I don't need to necessarily travel as much. And because of that, the tools I use now are actually very different to what I was using back in 2017. Funnily enough, the only thing that I really use from that original setup is the camera bag. The Think Tank camera bag is fantastic. I actually bought it again. What is in that camera bag though is completely different. Of course, I still use a camera. So basically for the last couple of years, I've been running and gunning with the Canon R6 with the 15 to 35mm f-stop at 2.8. And I've done a couple of vlogs about those not too long ago if you want to go back through the vlogs and check them out. But I also have a smaller pack that I use, which is over here. This actually sits on the front, and inside this are all the peripherals that are needed for my Insta360 Go camera. My iPhone, it sits in here, my iPhone 15 Pro Max. Also my power pack, and again, all little bits and pieces, mounts and connectors, and my microphone, DJI Mic 2, also sits in here. So for content creation, it's so much smaller than what it was back in 2017 when it comes to what I'm carrying around. The only new thing that I really carry around, which is extra, is the drone, the DJI Mini 3, which I use to get different shots, again, for content creation. So it's a massive change in 7 years, going from carrying a massive camera bag as well as a suitcase full of tripods and lights to really narrowing it all down to a mirrorless camera, primarily one lens that I use for a lot of my content, which is the 15 to 35, and then having a little pack here which carries my action camera, my iPhone, and the power pack and little peripherals like my microphone, which is what I use on a regular basis. Hello, welcome to Naya's Nuggets of Knowledge.
Hello.
So today's video is about traveling, and I basically have shown what I used to use before to travel and what I'm using now. So it's basically gone from a bag and a suitcase, like a massive camera bag and a suitcase, to a small, you know, that small pouch that I wear in the front,
Yeah.
which has my small camera gear in. That's kind of what I'm using on a regular basis. And the question I have for you is, because when you were a kid, you used to travel a lot with us because you were free on the aeroplane. If I was to do event filming again and travel to go somewhere, where would you like to go?
Japan again.
You want to go back to Japan?
I love Japan.
What was the thing that you loved the most about Japan?
Disneyland.
Oh yeah, Disneyland. Do you remember anything else? You don't remember the snow monkeys?
Oh my god, yeah!
In Jigo-Kudani?
Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
Was that a mountain?
Yep.
And then it was the hot tubs.
It was the hot springs, yeah. We had hot tubs. They were the
And then we
onsens.
had that big thing in the light.
So yeah, Japan is where you want to go?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we need another trip to Japan, to be honest.
Or another place. It'd be either Japan or Scotland.
Scotland.
Because you went to Scotland and I never got to go.
Scotland is more realistic, I think, than Japan, to be honest. So hopefully we can plan a trip soon. If there's any sponsors out there who want to sponsor us to go to Japan. Oh, my phone.
Okay, bye.
So I thought it'd be fun today to just go down memory lane, remember what I used to use and what I use now. And what might be fun is in 7 years, if we're still here on YouTube doing this, I might revisit this video and then compare it with what we're using in 2030. Oh no, it's not going to be 30. What were you for? Oh my God, 2031. That might be interesting. How old will I be in 7 years? Oh, I don't even want to think about that. Anyway, guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, don't forget to give us a thumbs up. And if you haven't done so already, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Hit the little bell button for notifications. And with that said, I will see you guys tomorrow. So I've mainly been using the Canon R6 since 2021 now. I've pretty much used it for every single creative piece of content as well as corporate work that I have done for the last 3 years. And if you are a filmmaker, a photographer, or a content creator, and you're wondering whether this is a good camera to get in 2024, then you've definitely come to the right video. Let's quickly run down some of the specs of the Canon R6. It is a full frame 20.1 megapixel camera. It's mirrorless. It uses the Digic X processor and it has shooting rates of up to 12 frames per second. And for me personally, I've used it extensively for both filmmaking and photography. So let's run through some of the pros for this camera in 2024 that I think still hold strong. And the first thing I'm going to start with is the autofocus. This is something that impressed me with this camera early on. The eye tracking was super fast and super reliable. Whether you're vlogging, shooting B-roll, or shooting sports photography, autofocus seems to nail it pretty much every single time. The second thing on my pros list is going to be the image quality. Now, of course, this is a 20.1 megapixel camera, so you don't have that super high pixel count. Some of the photographers on the Canon Facebook pages have taken these images and blown them up onto posters for clients, and they haven't seen any issues in quality. So don't let the fact that it's only a 20.1 megapixel camera distract you from the amazing image quality that you can get out of this camera. Point number 3 on my list has to be the 4K image quality. That's the reason why I've used this camera so much for the last few years, because I do a lot of content creation here in my studio and I'm constantly filming in 4K. You can film up to 60 FPS, which looks amazing, and you can shoot in C-Log 3 for that extended dynamic range and really make the colors pop in your videos later on. If you've been following me this Vlogtober, you would have noticed that most of my vlogs this month have been shot using this setup with the Canon R6 and the 15 to 35mm f-stop 2.8 RF lens in this studio setup. I feel like it adds so much more quality to my videos as well. So if you're a YouTuber and you want to up the quality of your YouTube videos, then seriously consider looking into getting a Canon R6. Point number 4 on my pros list has to be the IBIS, the in-body image stabilization. This is something that is going to be super useful when you're shooting handheld, whether you're shooting video or photos. It's going to add that extra bit of stability to your project work. I really like how the IBIS works when it's paired with an RF lens that has image stabilization on, and I'm shooting in 120 FPS using the HD mode. Really don't even need a gimbal in those instances. I can shoot handheld as long as it's relatively smooth. The 120 FPS, the in-body image stabilization, and the stabilization of your lens are really going to complement to give you those amazing cinematic shots. Point number 5 on my pros list is going to have to be the low light shooting capabilities. Now, we talked about the 20.1 megapixel sensor. Now, because it's got a lower pixel count, which actually means you can shoot better in lower light conditions. This is something that's particularly important if you're an event filmmaker and you're shooting in like dark halls, or you're shooting in hotels that turn the lighting down. Having that ISO on a full frame camera with something like the Canon R6 is really going to lend itself to getting good image quality in those low light conditions. So those are 5 pros of the Canon R6, but of course, no camera is perfect. So here are some cons that you should consider before purchasing a Canon R6 in 2024. The first con on my list has to be the overheating issues. This is something that more modern cameras have kind of removed almost completely. The original Canon R6 still suffers with 4K overheating for extended periods of time. I created a course for an influencer back in 2021, and I was shooting during the summer in a relatively small outside office space that was very hot, and we were shooting for multiple hours during the day, and my Canon R6 did start flashing with the overheating warning. This actually stressed me out a lot at the time because we were on a very tight schedule. We only had a set number of days to get this course filmed, and I was using the R6 as my main camera in 4K because the company wanted 4K image quality. This is the first time I really realized that overheating is an issue with the R6. If you're looking to do client work and events, the R6 is only going to be useful for capturing run and gun type filmmaking or photography where you're not using it for extended periods of time. So you're not setting it up in one corner to record hours worth of video content. It's really to capture 35 to 45 minutes snippets of 4K video. In HD, it seems to fare much better. I never had an issue with overheating in HD, but of course, more and more clients want 4K. Con 2 is going to come back to the megapixel count for photographers. Now, I know that many photographers say they don't see any issues, but I, for one, ummed and ahed about this camera because of it only having 20.1 megapixels on the sensor, or for the sensor. So this is something you might want to consider. If you want something with a much bigger pixel size, you might consider looking at the Canon R5, maybe the R6 Mark II, or even the R5 Mark II. Like I said before, I haven't seen an issue with image quality because of a reduction in pixels, and most people in the Facebook groups will agree with that. But I appreciate that many out there are going to want the higher pixel count on the sensor, just because they want something like a 45 megapixel camera. I totally understand that, and again, that's a consideration you'll have to take into account before you purchase an R6. Con number 3 in 2024 is actually the price of this camera. If you go to the official store, you're going to be looking at paying $2,400 or £2,400 in the UK for this camera. Also, the official Canon store in the UK has sold out of the R6, so it's a little bit difficult to buy one new. You can buy secondhand models at a much more reduced rate, but of course you will have to do your homework to see if you're getting a good deal if you do decide to buy secondhand. The fourth con, which I find slightly annoying, is that there's no top-down display. This is something that I was really accustomed to using on my last series of 5D cameras, as well as the EOS R. So the R6, being like a discounted R5, didn't have a top-down display, which is completely fine. You do get used to it. But again, if you're used to that and you want that, that's something to consider when getting a Canon R6 in 2024. All right, I'm just going to put this mic on. You sit in the middle because I'm bigger than you. Hello, welcome to Naya's Nuggets of Knowledge. So Naya, today's video is all about the Canon R6.
Yeah.
And the Canon R6 is the camera we've been using. So all the vlogs we've made, you've watched them all.
Is that camera Canon R6?
Hyper Japan videos that you've seen, all shot on the R6 and the photos.
No way.
What
So
would
that is
you...
the Canon R6?
That's the Canon R6, yeah. What would you do? What would you do with this camera if you had it? What would you shoot?
I would go to space and shoot space.
You would go to space and shoot space.
Yeah.
Wow.
I like shoot pictures of all the planets and I go to...
I did say anything actually, so that could work, yeah. What would you shoot with that camera if you owned that camera?
Your office.
Nice, so we've got space, the different planets, and then my office. I guess, yeah, that's it, guys. We will see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Is getting a Canon R6 in 2024 still worth it? I would say if you can get it for a good price, absolutely 100% yes. This is an amazing camera. It's what I'm using to film with right now, by the way. If you've been impressed with this image quality, ignore the mess in the background. However, if you're looking to shoot long form 4K video, or if you're a photographer who wants higher resolution photos, then you might want to consider getting something else in 2024. Like I said before, I absolutely love the Canon R6. It's been my go-to, my bread and butter for the last 3 years. I'm actually in two minds at the moment as to where I go next on my camera journey. I'm looking more and more at the Sony FX series of cameras. I know a lot of people are like, oh, Canon Kai, going to Sony, saying that the Canon R5 Mark II has also tickled my fancy somewhat. So I'm kind of weighing it up, and really it's going to come down to what I end up doing. If I move into events, I probably will stick more with Canon. If I decide that I want to do more content creation, filmmaking, and like fun stuff, I probably will look at the FX series of cameras, so like the FX3 or the FX30. I really need something that's going to be like the R6, just reliable, a workhorse that this time doesn't overheat and maybe will give me extra pixels. So I really love the Canon R6, but what do you guys think? Is it a camera that you're interested in getting? Or if you have one already, what's your experience been? Let me know down below. If you found today's video helpful, don't forget to give us a thumbs up. And if you haven't done so already, guys, come on, hit the subscribe button and the little bell for notifications. I'm on day 18 of Vlogtober, and man, it's killing me, but it's been very rewarding. So hopefully you've been following the journey. And if you did, I have a lot of appreciation and a lot of love for you as well. With that said, guys, I will see you tomorrow. Hello, welcome to the channel. My name is Kai, and today we're looking at this. This is the Beauty Maker, the Canon 70-200mm f-stop 2.8 image stabilized version 2 USM EF-L lens from Canon. Man, it's been a while, so let's get into it. So on this channel, I talk a lot about cameras. We do camera reviews, we do top 10s, we do camera comparisons, but I don't think we talk enough about glass. We don't talk enough about lenses. And recently I've been doing Vlogtober, so it's day 19, so I've been in 19 days of videos, and I've been using that time to reminisce a lot about a lot of the cameras I started off with, the Canon 6D, the 5D Mark III, the 5D Mark IV, and I used these cameras to build my wedding videography business, my corporate filmmaking business. And one of the things that I realized is that a lot of those cameras are either sold, given away, or are in storage collecting dust somewhere. But the lenses that I used back then, the glass that I used to build my business on, I still use relatively regularly today. Now, I have done a video about my most used lens in the last 3 years, which is the 15 to 35mm f-stop 2.8 RF lens. But my favorite lens of all time has got to be the 70 to 200mm f-stop 2.8 version 2 lens from Canon. And I want to break down 5 reasons why this is still an awesome lens in 2024. We'll talk a little bit about the cons, and we'll also talk about whether it's something you might want to invest in today. So let's jump into it. The first point on my list has to be the image quality. Now, I actually hired this lens out many years ago for a wedding that I had. And when I got back to edit the footage, man, I was literally blown away by how awesome everything looked, particularly in darker conditions. So for weddings, if you don't know, if you do events, you probably realize this, that as soon as it starts to get dark, as soon as the lights go down, as soon as you're in dark hotel rooms and halls, it gets very difficult to get good quality images. Even with a full frame camera, if you've got a terrible lens, it's not going to look great. But when you pair the 70 to 200 with a full frame lens, you have amazing picture quality, even in low light. And a lot of that is thanks to the f-stop 2.8. So you can have this really wide 2.8 aperture, letting a lot of light in, even in those really dark conditions. And wow, what a difference it made having an f-stop 2.8 L lens back then. I think after that wedding, I actually raised the prices of my wedding packages because I had the 70 to 200 f-stop 2.8, and it just made my weddings just look so much more premium and so much more polished. The second pro is the versatility of that focal length. Now, 70 to 200 is perfect when you can't get close to the action. So for example, at weddings, oftentimes you're bundled at the back of a church or you're bundled over to the corner somewhere. But when you've got that 70 to 200, it gives you enough range to capture intimate details, conversations, first looks, first glances, the bride getting ready. It means that you're not so invasive with your camera. It means you can take a step back, you can capture the details, the emotion of the day, and almost be like a fly on the wall. One of the things that a lot of my video clients said in letters and emails was that they didn't even notice that I was there. And a lot of that was thanks to having that 200mm focal range. And you get even more range on a cropped frame camera because of taking advantage of the crop of the sensor. The third point on my list is gonna have to be the robustness of this lens. This is solid, right? I always say this about Canon L lenses. They are built like tanks. Also, this lens is weather sealed, so using it in wet conditions and damp and outside, maybe in dusty places, means that you've got that peace of mind that your lens is going to be well protected from the elements. And I've said this before, I've used this out in the rain more than a few times for different events. And again, it's still going strong. Years later, still using it. Point number 4 is going to be the autofocusing ability. This is a USM ultrasonic motor. When it comes to autofocusing, it's super snappy, it's super quick, and it is sharp. It's very sharp. You get super sharp images thanks to the autofocus on this. Now, when you pair this with modern cameras as well, we'll talk about that in a second, but when you pair this with modern eye tracking, it really does work a treat. It pipes it through really well. Another thing that I use this lens for extensively in my corporate shooting days was for interviews. So I'll use the 70 to 200 as the main framed shot of the interviewee, and then I'd use like a wide shot over to the side as like a cutaway. But that would be the main shot that I would use as the focus for an interview or a testimonial. So if you're looking to do more interviews and more testimonials, again, the 70 to 200mm f-stop 2.8 is going to be a fantastic addition to your camera kit. My final pro has to be the compatibility and value. Now, when I say compatibility, of course, this was built for the EF system, but with an adapter like the one I've got on here, you can easily use this with your modern R cameras, and I do. I've used it for my Canon R6, I've used it on the R5, I've used it on the R8, I've used it on the R10. I think I've also used this on the Canon R100 recently when I did a review for the R100. I've also used this on a couple of cheaper Canon cameras. So for example, I've used this extensively on the Canon 4000D, which is the cheapest Canon camera you can buy. And again, it just creates amazing images. Anything you pair this to just looks fantastic. And when it comes to value, this is more than a few years old. So if you go on the secondhand marketplace, you're looking for this, if you can get a decent like condition one, if you can get this for a decent price, man, you're laughing. Definitely look at investing in one of these, particularly if you want to up the look and feel of your event, wedding, or photography, or whatever you're doing. Add this to your camera bag is going to be my advice. Shoulder is going there a little bit, holding that up. Okay, so that actually brings us nicely onto the cons of this lens. No lens is perfect, and the EF 70-200mm is heavy. It is a heavy piece of glass on your arm, on your camera. Even if you have it on a tiny camera, it doesn't matter. It really pulls on your shoulders and your back on a long day. Now, I used to have mine mounted on a tripod, and if you look carefully, you'll notice that there's actually a tripod mount here for you to directly mount this onto a tripod. So it's not just hanging off the mount of your camera while your camera is mounted on a tripod. And I think that's necessary because it does weigh you down during a long filming day. There is that issue, and if you look at the RF version of this lens, it's a lot smaller, much more compact and lighter. Another con is, of course, that the technology is starting to age quite rapidly. We've moved into the RF for Canon. We're moving away from these bigger, bulkier lenses that were necessary for things like DSLR. If you've got the shoulder capacity and you want to invest in something that's decent, that's going to still work in 2024, I don't think those cons are enough to stop you from investing if you can get one for a good price. So yeah, again, like even the cons, I'm like, no, don't worry about it. Just get one of these for your camera bag. You will not regret it. So again, I don't know if you noticed, but I'm a massive fan of the 70-200. Like I said, I feel like I built my wedding video production business and my corporate filmmaking business on that lens. So there you have it. 5 reasons why the 70-200 f-stop 2.8 Canon EF lens is still relevant in 2024. If you've got one already, let me know what you use it for down in the comments below. As I said before, it's Vlogtober. I'm really reminiscing about a lot of the kit that I used to use, and it's quite fun to go through some of the old footage that I shot many moons ago, many years ago. So today is day 19 of the vlog, Naya, and we've had you in every single vlog so far.
Yay!
How's it gone?
It's gone very good. I really like doing Naya's nuggets. It's fun. I love the Taskmaster ones where I get to move around. And Kai's just jumping in front of the screen.
Kai, come here, buddy. We're trying to do the video.
But I really enjoyed it. I think it's fun. Good fun. Just talking to the camera, talking to the people. And like Mum said, everyone just scrolls to this part to watch it.
Well, I don't know if that's... Hopefully that's not true. Hopefully people watch some of the video as well. Right, Kai?
Yes.
Yeah. And shall we... Next time we do a vlog month, shall we do Kai's Nuggets of Knowledge?
No! Yes!
All right, well, I think Kai is losing it a little bit, so we're going to end it there. And yeah, that's the end of day 19, guys.
Goodbye! Yeah!
We've only got a few more days to go. It's super challenging, but I'm enjoying it, and I really appreciate all the comments and likes and all the support that I've been getting for this challenge, because it is very time-consuming and taxing, and I just want to be able to finish it strong and say, yes, I've done a Vlogtober in my life. If you found today's video useful, don't forget to give us a thumbs up. And if you haven't done so already, don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the little bell button for notifications. So guys, I guess that's the end of day 19. All that I've got left to say is, see you tomorrow. Yeah. For the last 5 years, I've shot well over 100,000 photos for different model shoots, for camera reviews, and just for the heck of it. And today I'm counting down my top 5 favorite photos of all time in the last 5 years. So let's get into it. Let's jump straight into it. Number 5 on my list is this photo here. This is actually taken on the Canon R6 with the 15-35mm f-stop 2.8 lens. This is actually taken in front of the QE2 bridge, the Queen Elizabeth II bridge, which connects the M25, which is a road that goes all the way around London. And this was actually part of a rebrand that I wanted to do in 2021 on my website. And I really love the way this photo came out. I actually shot it remotely using my mobile phone. What I love about this photo is just the softness of the sky, with the river, which looks quite calm, and then just having the bridge, and with myself as a silhouette in the middle. I feel like it sets the location really well for where I am, where I'm based, and for people who are looking for the services that I offer in terms of filmmaking, videography, and photography. I think it works really well. My fourth favorite photo within the last 5 years has got to be this picture here. This is actually taken in Japan. This was with the snow monkeys. We were there late 2019. This is in Nagano, where you can see the snow monkeys in a place called Jigokudani. And we were able to climb up this mountain or this snow mountain area and see the snow monkeys. And these snow monkeys play around in the hot springs in that area. So it was really cool to capture this photo of this snow monkey kind of just relaxing and chilling. It was taken on the Canon 5D Mark IV with a 70 to 200mm f-stop 2.8 lens. And I really love the contrast between the red face of our snow monkey as well as then the blue background. And I feel like those colors complement one another quite well in this photo, as well as the textures of the fur, the textures of the stone. I think all of that just works really well. I love the composition as well, and also the look on the face. Also getting a really nice sharp photo on the 5D Mark IV full frame with the amount of texture and the amount of quality. Definitely something that's in my top 5. Number 3 on my list has to be this photo here. This is Naya a couple of years ago. This was based on a Netflix series called The Queen's Gambit, with a character called Beth Harmon who becomes a really good chess player, and in the end she has a chess match with the world famous Borgov, I think is his name, and we did an epic B-roll of that a couple of years ago with like slow motion camera movements. But I also used it as an opportunity to do the photo shoot. And a fun fact about the chessboard was that I actually went through the game that Beth Harmon used against Borgov in the series, which was based on another famous chess game, and I set up the chessboard with the pieces to match that chess game. I really like this photo because of the contrasting colors. I love smoke in my photos, as you know already, and I just love the haze that it created. But also I love the pensive look that Naya has here, which mimics the look that Beth Harmon has in the series. And if you haven't seen that Netflix series, I highly recommend you go check it out. Number 2 on my list has to be this photo here. This was part of a photo shoot that we took inside of a coffee shop. The model here is Haley from Hayes Media. What I did with this photo was quickly run outside the coffee shop and start snapping from the outside in. And I love the reflections that this photo has, the way it just gives you this kind of outsider perspective, or this outsider looking in perspective. I love the matching colors of the eyes, the dress, the teapot, the cup, all matching really well, but also the idea of daydreaming, looking at the outside world while being safe inside, but the viewer's perspective being outside looking in. This was part of a video review where I was comparing the A7 III to the Canon R6, and actually quite a few good photos came out of that photo shoot series. But for me, in the end, I think this was probably the best one. This brings us to my favorite photo in the last 5 years, which is this photo here. Now, yes, this is photoshopped. I'll quickly show you the original. This is the original, and this is the photoshopped version. This was part of a photo shoot that was used for the Kickstarter of Rocket Girl 2 Mission to Mars to help us raise funds. But then after that, I also used it as an example photo in a tutorial for how to create this triangle effect in Photoshop. You can actually go see that on YouTube now as well. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Naya's Nuggets of Knowledge.
Battle!
Today we're doing a task challenge with Naya. Today I'm talking about my top 5 favorite photos in the last 5 years. And what I'm going to ask you to do is to tell me which order I chose those top 5.
Oh!
So from number 5 being the lowest, all the way up to number 1 being the best photo that I think is the best photo in 5 years. So come sit on your black chair. Okay, so Naya, can you tell me which is number 5, do you think?
Number 5 is the monkey. Number 4 is the chess.
Right.
Number 3 is the girl with the coffee cup.
Right.
And number 2 is the me in the triangle.
Yeah.
And number 1 is the last one there.
With me, because
Yeah.
it's the biggest one. Is that why?
The atmosphere is nice, like the water and the thing. It's like it's really nice.
Yes.
Because it's the biggest. Because
It
it's
is.
really nice.
It's very,
Shook is
very
like,
nice. Very
took and Kai's just saying random things here. But okay.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you the order now. Are you ready? So number 5, the worst photo, but one of my top 5, but the worst out of the bunch was actually this one.
What?
Yeah, it's a great photo, and I used it for my branding for a while, and I still use it as a background sometimes. The fourth one is the monkey one.
Oh.
Number 3 is the chess one.
Oh, okay.
And then number 2 is the coffee cup one, the coffee girl.
Oh, I knew that could be a really good one.
The first one is the rocket girl one because I just think it looks awesome.
I do think it looks really good. I thought that you would like it, but I thought that one was much better than it. So basically, I didn't do it in your taste, I did it in my taste. Which number is it? So yeah.
Yes, okay. Well, thanks guys. Today's Vlogtober day 20. And somehow this guy has joined us. And he's got ketchup all over his face. All right, guys, come on. It's bedtime. Let's go. Like I said, I've taken hundreds of thousands of photos. And it's only because I've been doing Vlogtober that I've been able to reminisce and go through a lot of my old footage, a lot of my old photo shoots. Vlogtober's given me the opportunity to just look back, reminisce, be a little bit nostalgic, have a little bit of nostalgia, be a little bit nostalgic, and also see all the stuff that I have created in the past, which like is mounting up into something like 25-30 terabytes of storage. Yes, it is day 20 of Vlogtober. We are 2/3 of the way through this, guys. Again, I want to thank you all for your support. If you found today's video entertaining, educational somewhat, I don't know, whatever, please do give us a thumbs up. And also don't forget to subscribe to the channel, hit the little bell button for notifications. So with that said, guys, have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see you tomorrow. It's the 21st of October, which means it's YouTube payday. This is the day that Google AdSense pays into my account. Also on the 16th of December this year, my YouTube channel actually turns 10 years old. So the big question is, how much has YouTube actually paid me in the last 10 years? Let's find out. How much money do you think YouTube has paid me in the last 10 years in Google AdSense?
Wait, YouTube can pay you?
Yeah. So first of all, let's jump into the stats of my channel. Currently, at the time of making this video, I have 42.9 thousand subscribers. I have 6.9 million views, 358,000 hours of watch time. And on this channel, I mainly talk about camera gear, filmmaking, and photography. That's my niche, bro. I went through the stats and I actually originally got monetized in the summer of 2015. Then, as some of you might remember, new regulations came in where you had to have 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time in the last year in order to still be eligible for monetization. And I did not have those types of metrics. I think I had the watch time, but I didn't have the subscribers. And because of this, I actually lost my monetization. I was only earning a few cents here and there at the time, but I actually lost my monetization in February of 2018, which was pretty sad actually at that point in time. Anyway, I persisted, I kept making content, and then a whole year later, in February of 2019, I was monetized again. Hooray! On the 16th of December, my YouTube channel is going to be 10 years old. And the question is, in 10 years, how much have I earned on YouTube? Nowadays, the eligibility is different, and the current monetization requirements are this. You need 500 subscribers, an upload frequency of 3 uploads within the last 90 days. You need a total of 3,000 watch hours in 1 year. You can also get monetized as a shorts video creator, having generated 3 million views in 90 days. In terms of content that I've produced over the last 10 years, YouTube is telling me that I have uploaded 445 videos. 227 of these are long form videos and 218 of those are short form videos. So if we spread this over a 10-year period, we're looking at approximately 3.7 videos every single month for 10 years, which is approximately 1 video a week with a combination of shorts and long form. One thing I'll quickly add to this is that most of my shorts, those 200 plus shorts, have been extracted from my long form videos, which is kind of cheating a little bit. Also, as an extra side note, shorts can actually dilute the analytics and monetization of your channel. So just bear that in mind if you're looking at going from long to short, but I kind of mix both of them, long and short form content. So this month I'm expecting my payment today, and it should be $272, which is about £210 in the UK. And I've been getting between $200 to $300 every month now for the last few months. So that's the average of what I'm getting a month. But I know you're itching to know the answer to the question, how much has YouTube paid me for my 10-year-old YouTube channel over the last 10 years? Here is the number, $24,559. which is £19,193 in the United Kingdom. So was it worth it? That's the question, isn't it? My 10-year-old YouTube channel has made me £19,193, which is probably equivalent to a year's salary for a low-paid student job here in the UK. So if we're just talking about Google AdSense money, then I would say it was absolutely not worth it to have worked and put that much content out there and have been paid like a year's salary, a year's low wage salary. This is just Google AdSense that we're talking about. We're not talking about affiliate marketing. We're not talking about brand deals, and we're not talking about Skillshare classes, Udemy. We're not talking about client opportunities and different opportunities that have come out of having a YouTube channel. Now, this is a whole different video because we're talking about the YouTube ecosystem, which I might do in a future video. But when we start getting into the nitty-gritty, it becomes a very different kettle of fish. Really, the main thing about YouTube is the different opportunities that it creates and the different doors that it opens. So with my niche in particular, I get to work with some amazing brands, and sometimes I will get a product released even before the general public. So that's pretty awesome. Freelance opportunities also are created from just having a YouTube channel. I've been able to work with some amazing clients simply because they found me on YouTube. Also teaching online, I currently freelance with the NAS Academy, and I've been teaching content creation with them for about 3.5 years now. Again, I wouldn't have had that opportunity if I didn't have a YouTube channel. Because I had a YouTube channel, I had experience creating content, it was easier for me to get through the interview process and then through the training process. And of course, collaborations, because you have a YouTube channel, you're more discoverable. And I've worked with so many creative people and met so many creative people simply because of having a YouTube channel. All right, let's get this show on the road. Hello, Naya.
Hello.
This is Naya's challenge time. How much money do you think YouTube has paid me in the last 10 years in Google AdSense?
Wait, YouTube can pay you?
Yeah.
How much have they paid you each month?
Well, I got paid this month, today, actually, $270. It's a good thing you're a maths genius, isn't it?
Yep, £220,000.
£220,000.
How
All right, I need you to lock in an answer now.
3,407.
£3,407.
70.
£70. £3,470.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna leave it like that, guys. We'll find how close Naya got with her genius maths tomorrow.
I'm not
See,
good at
if you do your maths homework and you're good at maths, you'll be able to work this out a little bit better.
They don't give me 100.
Let's see.
They give me 2 times table.
Let's see. Let's see how well your mum does.
She's gonna do better.
We got Lauren in the chair. So Lauren, this is a competition that you're doing with Naya. Whoever wins this competition wins £10. So there's everything to play for here.
Oh, yeah.
So
I'm sure she'd appreciate it more.
she's like, I'm going to win the £10. On the 16th of December, my YouTube channel is going to be 10 years old. And the question is, in 10 years, how much have I earned on YouTube?
Oh my goodness. When did you start earning? It wasn't at the beginning, right?
I didn't start earning at the beginning. I started making a few pennies, then I got demonetized. So you have to give me a guess as to how much you think I've earned in 10 years.
On just AdSense?
Just on AdSense, Google AdSense, nothing else.
No affiliate links? Or
No affiliates.
Come
on, £10 at stake.
I don't want to insult you.
No. There's no insulting going on here.
2,750.
2,750. Thank you. Find out later on.
What, you're not going to tell me if I win?
I will tell you tomorrow. Well, or you watch the video and you'll figure out. Say it again.
2,750.
2,750. Right.
What did I say?
I'm not going to tell you. You're going to find out in the video. Thanks very much.
Okay.
So for the Google AdSense money, YouTube is not worth it, but for the opportunities it creates, in my opinion, it's 100% worth it. And if you're thinking about starting a YouTube channel, don't ever focus on the AdSense, focus on the opportunities that it creates. So that's my perspective, guys. If you have started a YouTube channel and you're making money from it, let me know down in the comments below. I know there are lots of people earning a lot on Google AdSense, so I'm always willing to learn from you guys. If you've got something that you could teach me to help me improve, then let me know again down in the comments. As you might also know, guys, I'm doing Vlogtober this month. Today is the 21st. There are 10 more days to go, and I just want to say a massive thank you to each and every one of you who's been supporting me, who's been leaving comments or private messaging me and cheering me on. Really appreciate your support. And with that said, yeah, that's the end of day 21. I will see you tomorrow. Hello, welcome to the channel. My name is Kai, and in today's video, I want to take you on a cinematic journey and show you how I do it. So let's go. Today is day 22 of Vlogtober. I'm about to pick up Naya from school. We're going to jump on the bike because it's a relatively sunny autumn afternoon here in the UK, and I want to be able to capture some cinematic B-roll with the leaves changing and hopefully with Naya kind of smiling, running and jumping around. And I want to show you exactly how I do it. So the sun has come out a little bit. Naya's just playing with the ducks, but also really loving the color of the leaves in this nature reserve. What do you say?
Ducks eat leaves.
She's feeding leaves to the ducks.
And then he ate one.
So first of all, let me list the pieces of equipment that I'm going to use. I'm going to use this camera here, the Canon R6, which is one of my favorite cameras of all time. The lens that I'm shooting with now as well, which is the 15 to 35mm f-stop 2.8 Canon RFL lens. Because it's quite sunny outside at the moment, hopefully it stays like that as well. I'm going to use some Freewell filters, so basically like sunglasses for your camera. And these are variable ND filters, so you can spin them. I can't do it with one hand and hold this microphone at the same time. You can adjust the strength of them according to the sunlight outside. Also, I've got a mist filter in there as well to give it a nice misty cinematic glow. So that's the equipment. Let's run down some of the specs that we're going to use on the Canon R6. So first of all, I'm going to shoot the highest frame rate that this camera does, which is 120 FPS. Yes, this is capped to 1080, but with the 120 selected, you get that super slow motion, which means that when you edit, it just looks really dreamy, but also it means I don't need to take a gimbal with me. As long as I'm not too jittery with my handheld movements, paired with the 15 to 35mm, wide angle, shooting at like 15 millimeters, and also having the stabilization of the lens on. That setup is going to complement my shooting. The mist filter is going to make everything look extra dreamy, and the ND filter is going to allow me to shoot with a much higher aperture, or a much faster aperture, or a much larger aperture, however you want to say it. Something like up to f-stop 2.8, which means I'll be able to retain the blurry background without overly exposing my image. I will also be shooting using Canon C-Log3 on the Canon R6, and I'm using this setting because that allows me to shoot at a higher dynamic range, which is going to make color grading a lot easier later on. So yes, the camera and lens and filter setup, as well as the camera settings, are going to allow us to shoot in a more cinematic way. But other things that we need to take into account are going to be the external factors. So how we are going to use composition in our images. Good ideas here would be to look for leading lines, to use the rule of thirds, different types of composition, shooting through objects, shifting your focus from the foreground to the background, and vice versa. Also think about movement in your shot. So having like a running shot, sweeping shots, the way that you include movement is also going to make things look and feel more cinematic. And finally, on this topic, think about how you're going to play with lighting. So because we're outside, because we have this warmish, yellowish autumn sun, we can definitely play more with that. So if you're going to bounce the light through the leaves, if you're going to do a backlit shot, if you're going to try and move around your subject to try and get like lens flares through the sun, all things that you could try and think about for your cinematic video. So I really hope you guys enjoyed our cinematic journey today. If you did, don't forget to give us a thumbs up. And if you haven't done so already, guys, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the little bell button for notifications. So it is day 22 of Vlogtober. I'm literally counting the days down and really trying to get to the end of this challenge. Really enjoyed it. Again, for those of you who've been supporting the challenge, sending me comments, sending me DMs, I really appreciate that. And I thank you very much. So with that said, guys, all I've got left to say is see you tomorrow. Hello, welcome to the channel. My name is Kai, and today I'm talking about making money from an online community. Now, I want to preface this video by saying that I am in no way an expert in online communities. I've only really had my online community for the last 7 or 8 months, and I've run 2 challenges. I've got a few products on my page, but I want to just break down what I've learned so far about creating a community. And if you've been dabbling with the idea of creating a community or how you can leverage your online subscribers or followers into a community that can actually pay you money, then this video is probably a good starting point for you. So let's get into it. So I'm literally just jumping on a call now. Day 23 is all about community, and I've been invited to speak about it today on the platform. Hopefully there's some value in today's session, so let's see how it goes. So basically what I'm going to show you is part of a presentation that I did today to an online community that I'm part of called the FJA, the Financial Joy Academy, which was set up by a couple who are YouTubers as well, who run the YouTube channel The Humble Penny. They realized that they had a community behind them, and now they're able to fully focus on their community and grow and nurture and build that. That's something that I've wanted to do for a while now, trying to understand how I can leverage social media into a small community. So the 3 steps that I want to go through in today's video is why you should start a community, how you can go about starting a community, and also talking about evolution and adapting with your community. So why should we start a community? A community is really there to help us solve a problem. Thinking of FJA as an example, they started their online community to help people who are financially illiterate, like me, who want to become better clued up, better educated with finances, and understand that world a little bit more. And there are 3 ways that you can go about creating your community. The first way is to do it yourself. So again, thinking about the guys at the Humble Penny, the FJA community, they run the website, they do the payments, they do the emails, they create the content, they do everything on that platform. They run the platform as well as create the content. The good thing there is you have control and oversight of everything. The cons are probably that the workload is pretty big and you might have to hire people in order to keep that running. The second thing that you could do to create your community is to use platforms that already exist. You have things like school.com, kajabi.com, naz.io, which is what I use. Skillshare's doing this now, Udemy, I think. Of course, you have the originals as well, like Patreon, and also YouTube memberships is a thing as well. I've got it, but I've never used it. So the third thing is really simple. You could run a Facebook group, a WhatsApp group, and then run payments for your community on those platforms using PayPal or something like that. just to get started. I use Naz.io, and the reason why I use Naz.io is because I freelance for Naz Academy. And I've got a little tip here which says to do your due diligence. Do your homework on the platforms that you want to use. Don't just take my word for it. If you want to build a community on school.com or Kajabi or Skillshare or Udemy or Patreon, go and research, go and watch some YouTube videos on those specific platforms to see if it's the right fit for you. When it comes to my community, my original goal for my community was to help people with content creation, to help them with the filmmaking process and the editing, and that is still very much what it is. But the shift in the community has come because most of those community members have small businesses, so they're SMEs, they've got small to medium-sized enterprises, and they want specifically help with creating content for their business. And they don't really have enough necessarily to justify paying a social media manager or a videographer full-time, so they've come to me to ask for advice on how they can create their content specifically for their business or a project that they're running. The ideas you have for your community can also be driven by the members of your community, and that's how I got to this month's challenge of Vlogtober. One of the community members suggested Vlogtober, so I decided to run with it. I turned it into a challenge. I then ran a poll in the WhatsApp group to ask if people wanted to pay or if people wanted it for free. Lots of people said they wanted it for free at first, and then what happened is people started to change their mind, saying if there was specific value in that challenge, then they would be more than willing to pay. So what I decided to do was to launch the challenge for free, so anyone could join in my community for free. We'll do it together, we'll encourage one another in the WhatsApp group, but I said if you wanted to pay for it, I would throw in a discounted one-to-one. And to my surprise, 21 people bought the challenge. Some people said they were just interested in the one-to-one, and because of that I was able to make $400. The cons of this is that the platform takes a fee, so you can see that Naz.io takes a fee, plus there's a processing fee. Now it does give me the option to soak the costs myself or to pass that cost on to my members so that I can take most of the money that's made and they can soak up the costs of the challenge. Now this time I took the costs, but it really has got my brain working and thinking as to what the next challenge could be, what the next product or the next course or the next event could be on that platform. I could then target to my community. I've been doing those one-to-ones this month with lots of my community members, and they've been giving me even more ideas of what they need help with, what they would like to see in a challenge, what they would like to see for content on the community. And this is where we talk about the evolution of your community. Your community is telling you what they want in terms of content, what they want in terms of videos or challenges or one-to-one sessions, and you can tailor now new products, new services to that audience based on the demand. For me, I said to my community, I would never set you a challenge unless I was willing to take the challenge on myself as well. So it's been 23 days of Vlogtober. Obviously today's video is talking all about community or making money online with a community. If you look at the stats for this month, you see the little arrows here. You can see that I've released a video every single day in October, which is absolutely crazy for me to be able to output that much content. But YouTube also alerted me that I've got 51% more views than usual this month because of running that challenge, because of uploading more frequently. I've also been able to grow my community from something like 89 to 121 throughout this month, because for every single video I drop, I promote my community in the description of the YouTube video. So again, guys, this is another shameless promotion here. If you want to join the Kai Academy, you want to learn content creation for your small business, or you want to learn best practice, add yourself to the Kai Academy, and we can maybe we can do a one-to-one. Maybe we can catch up on your content and see what your strategy is and discuss a little bit further. A shameless plug there. Hello, Naya's Nuggets. So Naya, today's video is all about community. So my question for you is, if you had a community and you were helping people with a problem, what would your community be about?
Can it be anything I want?
It would be what you're good at that you can help them with.
I'm good at climbing trees and climbing.
Right.
I'm good at
Would your community be about climbing trees?
just climbing, because I love to climb and I'm really good at it. Another hobby I'm good at is acting.
So Naya's community for actors?
Or I'm a bit good at science. I like science.
Naya's science community?
And I am good at having fun.
Naya's fun community. Join here if you want to have fun.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Thanks for joining us with Naya's Nuggets of Knowledge on today's corner about communities.
8 more days, people. 8 more days.
8 more days of Vlogtober.
And then we're going to watch Wild Robot.
Maybe. Hopefully that shines a little bit of light on making money with an online community. Again, I'm not an expert, but I'm very excited at the potential of where this could lead. So of course, a lot of the big teaching platforms are recognizing that community is massive now, and they're all jumping on this bandwagon. So there's plenty of options out there. I would say do your homework, check out the fees on what they're charging, and make a decision based on your research. So guys, that's the end of day 23. I hope you found today's video useful. If you did, don't forget to give us a thumbs up. If you haven't done so already, don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel and punch the little bell button for notifications. With that said, guys, again, I appreciate your support throughout this month. We've got a few more days to go. Let's finish strong. I will see you tomorrow. Hello, welcome to the channel. My name is Kai, and today we're going to show you how to do this giant leap over a building effect in CapCut Desktop. So let's get into it. So I'm in CapCut now. I'm going to show you how to make this giant jumping over the building effect. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to drag my footage in of my giant leaping. And how you film this is going to be super important for this effect to actually work. And what you'll see here, if I drag the time indicator down, I'm actually coaching Lewis here. I'm counting him down. And also, if you look carefully in the background, let me just zoom in a bit here, hang on a sec. You'll see that Gemma is in the background there as well, and she's reacting to it. And that really helps to sell the effect as well, having someone react to the jump. So how are we gonna do this edit? Well, the first thing I need to do, I'll show you how to do the jump. So you gotta choose your building, get your actor. He's gonna look around, and this is all in front of the building. Then he does a jump, and you'll notice from this jump, his whole body is actually above the building. And that is really important if you want this effect to work. He's walking away, he waves, and then everyone comes out the scene, and there's a clean plate of just the building. So you've just got the building there for a few seconds. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come over here, and then I'm gonna hit Control B on the keyboard to create a split. And I'm also gonna come over to this point in time where the action ends, create another split with Control B. Then I'm just gonna delete that middle bit there. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the clean plate, and I'm gonna drag it on top of my footage. So I can drag this out a little bit, just out of the shot, and then just have the clean plate kind of covering everything. And then I'll just pull that in as well. I'm going to select the clean plate layer, come over to where it says mask, come to horizontal mask, and straight away it creates a mask, and you see him ducking down there. I want to spin this around like so. And I want to line it up with this line. Let's just put it in there to about there. And you can fiddle around with the rotation if you want, just to get it perfectly right. You can also tap the rotation here, oops, to get it as perfect as possible. But of course, you'll notice that this House of Fraser building also has something here which is slightly annoying. So in order to fix that, if you select your footage, hold Control C, Control V, create a duplicate of it. You can also hold Alt. You can also hold Alt and drag it. And now I want to go to the mask and change it to a circle mask. I'm going to adjust the mask and bring it over here to cover this part. And actually I can rotate this slightly just to cover that there. So if we play it through, so what you want to do now with our masks in place is come to the place where Lewis completely clears the building with his jump, like so. And I'm going to drag in both of the masked layer footages, or both of the footages with the masks, to that point, so that when he clears the building, he can actually land in front of it again. Now, one thing you're going to notice straight away is that there's a discrepancy with the lights. It's too bright here, so we can fix that. Select the mask layer, come over to where it says adjustment, and then punch up the exposure. I'm going to do it to about 25 points. So adjust the exposure by about 25, and do that for both of your mask layers. So this should hopefully make it so it's not as noticeable with the color shift. Jump, cover, boom. Gemma actually appears halfway through the jump shot. So in order to fix that, what we can do is I can, again, hold Control C, Control V, create a duplicate of that bottom layer, drag it to the top, And this time I want to create a mask just around Gemma. So come over to where it says mask, select on the footage first, sorry, go to video, come to mask, go to circle, and then make a tiny little circle around where Gemma is. So now she will be masked out. Now this is not perfect. If we just open it up a little bit, you'll see that there's a shift again in the exposure. If we are here, you can see that the exposure doesn't match. So we can see the ring around her. So there's two things we could do. We could select the mask and we can feather it. In this instance, that's not a good idea because Lewis swings his arm and it messes up pretty badly. So what I'm going to suggest we do is we come over to our video, basic adjustments, bring the exposure down to match the scene. This is what we have so far. He pops his head up. She's still on the phone. She notices him. You can see that. She goes to shoot. Boom, and he jumps. Now you will notice that there is an issue here. When he goes to swing his arm, the arm actually is seen there in the scene. So what can we do to fix that? Well, there's a really easy fix for this. We'll go to the keyframes where the hand is, and we'll go directly on those, hit Control B. And then when the hand leaves there, we're gonna go Control B again, and I'm just gonna delete that. I'm gonna delete that, and then I'm going to drag this out. So hopefully that shouldn't be seen anymore. Let's just zoom out a second. Let's play it through from that part. Hopefully don't see the hand. There's a slight change in light there, right there. But hopefully we'll be able to cover that with our next effect. What we can do is come over to our effects, come over to our video effects, and what you can do is you can put on a spooky camera effect. Is going to hopefully cover the shifts in the boom, the jump. Look at that. So we're using that filter to really cover the sins of the exposure. Now we can change a lot of these. If we click on the spooky camera effect, hang on, let's add more atmosphere, less atmosphere, bring that filter down a bit so it's not so eerie, reduce the sharpening, increase or decrease the texture, and also stickers, which are the camera options. I like having that because it actually stamps today's date. It's the 24th today. It's the 24th of Vlogtober, and we're doing special effects. When he jumps and then when he lands, we want to see kind of like a jolt to the camera. So what I'm going to do is come to effects, go to video effects, and write in shake. And then it's going to present me with a bunch of different effects. And I'm going to use this bog standard shake. There's one here and there's one here. And I just want this kind of rumbly effect. So what we can do is drag this out and put it on the timeline. And I want that effect to happen when he lands. So about there. And I can keyframe the effect of the shake by coming over to the right, clicking on the keyframe, then dragging it to the beginning of the effect, dragging that strength down to 0, and then coming over to the end of the effect and then dragging it down to 0 again. And it automatically creates a keyframe. So we have this type of look. So everything kind of shakes. And I want another one of those, probably when he swings his arms over here. So he's about to swing his arms. So maybe I'll bring that down a little bit. And then I can hold Alt, drag, bring this across here. We've got this kind of delayed shake. Now to really sell this, we want to add sound effects. So what I love about CapCut Desktop is the ability to go over to audio, go to music. You can already see that I've got this in here now. Creepy, sinister music is what I'm looking for. And this is the sound I want. And then I want sound effects for the whoosh kind of sound of him taking off. Whoosh to come over here. And then a warning sound I want. So again, just make a bit of space and get that explosion to hit when he lands. So it's like boom. Layer it up, layer up the sound effects, try out different effects, play around with this as much as you can. Here is my final result.
and you're done. Today is Vlogtober day 24, and it is all about special effects. So the question I have for you is,
Yeah.
we did a cinematic nature reserve video yesterday. A couple of people have commented on it saying they really liked it, and some people have messaged me to say they really liked it, so we might make that as a reel. But should we do like a special effect version of that with superpowers?
Like when I'm running, like I do something like that.
Like some sort of anime special effects.
Don't make it scary, but okay.
But make it epic.
Don't make it scary.
And then make it scary, okay.
Oh God. No! No!
So with that said, guys, thanks for watching, and we will see you
Tomorrow!
Hello, welcome to the channel. My name is Kai, and today we are doing a Moana themed photo shoot just outside in the garden. And the reason we're doing that is because Naya is taking part in a dance performance on Sunday with her dance school, and it's a Moana themed dance. The school actually arranged for a photographer to do these professional shots. Lauren was like, hey, my husband does this stuff. He has all the equipment. Why on earth would I pay someone else to do these photographs when he could probably do just as well? So I have been commissioned to do a photo shoot with Naya, doing this Moana photo shoot, and I wanted to take you guys on that journey and kind of break down some of the photos and explain some of the process and the shots and the kit that I'm going to use. But before that, because the kids have started their holiday early, I've decided I'm going to take them to the cinema today. We're going to go to Blue Water and we're going to watch The Wild Robot. So we're going to do that now, and then we're coming back for the photo shoot. If you don't already know, The Wild Robot is a heartwarming adventure about a robot named Roz who finds herself stranded on a wild island. As she learns to adapt to the natural world and connect with the animals around her, she discovers what it means to belong and to care for others. It really is quite an emotional story about friendship, survival, and unexpected ways that we can find family in any setting. So if you do have little ones, I would highly recommend you go and see it. How was the movie, Naya?
Emotional.
Did you like it?
Yes.
What did you think of the movie, Kai?
Yay!
Okay, we're back. So we're going to jump into the garden now. I'm going to do this photo shoot real quick. I'm basically going to be using a couple of lenses. Hang on, I want to show you what I'm using. First of all, the camera I'm using is going to be the Canon EOS R, the original R. And I'm also going to be using this lens here, the 24-70 lens, as well as the Dreammaker, the 70-200mm lens. I've done a review of the 70-200 recently, so you can go check that out somewhere in the cards above or in the description box below. So just as a little FYI, I'm shooting with the Canon EOS R today. And at the moment, I'm using the 24-70mm f-stop 4 lens. And it's overcast today, so I probably won't need a filter. Let's see how it goes. All right, let's try this Moana. And smile. Lift up your eyebrows. Stop smiling. That's your model face. Okay, so I did take a couple with the 24-70, but actually the magic is really seen when you put on these 70-200 and shoot at f-stop 2.8. Okay, so I really want to quickly show you how we can do an edit of some of our photos in here. So I really like these photos. I think these ones work the best with the Moana outfit, the framing, as well as having like the grass and like the elephant plant, whatever that's called, in the background. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over to Photoshop. So I'm going to just open this particular photo up in Photoshop and just show you a little bit of how I do it. So this is the raw. So you've got the JPEG here, we've got the raw here. We're just going to open that with Photoshop very quickly. So here's camera raw. This is version 17.0. This actually looks a little bit overly exposed, and I feel like I just need to pull the highlights back somewhat just to retain some of the details. You can see that in the door in the background actually. Also, what I might do is just crush the black slightly and contrast slightly as well. Punch the vibrance up a little bit and
You can also try these. I should have actually gone to the profiles first, but you can try like the portrait profile or the vivid profile. Makes it a little bit more contrasty. I want to stay with the portrait for now. I can also pull in the vignette a little bit just to darken the edges. And then if I come down, I can play around with the greens. So the luminosity or the luminance of the greens, and then the saturation of the greens to give them more of a punchier, deeper green look. And then I want to go to the reds. I've got to be careful not to adjust it too much, but we've got this frame here as well as the outfit that we can adjust. If we adjust it too much, we will affect some of the skin tones as well as the lips. So we'll put a little bit of red in, and we'll just put the reds up slightly here as well, making sure that we don't mess up the reds to the natural reds of the face too much. And you can see that on the EOS R, you've got a nice, I think 30 megapixel count. So it's quite sharp because of shooting on this 2.8 lens, as well as using compression. I think this was shot at 115 millimeters. So you've got the compression from the lens as well as that f-stop 2.8 bokeh. It looks to me like it just looks really nice. There's a nice separation between the edges and the background. So the edges of the foreground as well as the background, I think, like, just look on the sides here, it's much more defined. And it pairs really well with the autofocus of the EOS R. We can open it up now to edit further. And I feel like this just looks very Moana-esque. And one of the things you can do is you can use generative expand if you wanted to add a bit more. And I know the purists out there will be shouting at the screen, what are you doing? It's always interesting to see how you can use technology and even AI nowadays to complement images that you create. And I know this is open for debate and there's so many different perspectives, but this is something that you could think about using. It's like a cool kind of perspective there. You can use generative fill to create anything you want. So for example, I can draw a circle on the left-hand side here, and I can use generative fill to add in some of the characters from Moana. So for example, the skinny chicken or the skinny rooster chicken, we can add that in here. Generative fill will then go to work trying to add in an image of what we want in that corner. This isn't a great example, but we can, if we're not happy, we can generate again until we get an example of a chicken that we actually want to use. And I can do exactly the same thing on the right hand side. I can create the little micro pig or the baby micro pig from the second film. And again, just hit generate. Let's wait and see what's created. If I'm not happy, I can just keep generating until I get something that I like, or I can modify my description until I get something that I like. So it is useful to use these tools for our creativity and our creations. And if you didn't know about it, now you do. Oh, I have just acquired a little person. Hang on a second. Come join me. All right, can I finish my video now?
Yeah.
All right then, guys, that is it for today.
Yay!
Thanks for watching today, guys. Today is vlog number 25. We've only got a few more days of Vlogtober. I want to say a special thank you to all of those who have been supporting this challenge and leaving me messages and DMs. Really appreciate all the support. If you did enjoy today's video, don't forget to leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. And with that said, guys, we will see you tomorrow. So about 3.5 years ago, I created a video where I talked about doing a 180 on my career. So going from being an engineer to becoming a filmmaker. In that 3.5 year period, a lot more stuff has happened. More changes have come about. And I also realized that it can be a very scary time. And there are a lot of you out there who are looking to change your careers, do a 180, maybe from something that's technical to something that's creative or vice versa. And today I want to list out my top 10 lessons learned from doing a career change that can hopefully help you on your journey if you're looking to do the same. The first tip on my list is to actually explore what you enjoy doing. If you're like me, you might have fallen into a 9-to-5 where you went to an interview, you got a job, and then you just carried on in your comfort zone in that job, and it wasn't actually what you wanted to do. You didn't conscientiously move in that direction. What happens afterwards is you start to get promoted up the career ladder. They keep you in a comfort zone, they keep you tied down with a nice paycheck and maybe some nice perks, but you actually spend a lot of time doing things you don't actually want to do. So what I would say is spend a bit of time exploring what you actually enjoy. For me, while I was working full time, I spent a lot of time playing around with things like After Effects. I turned holiday videos into little projects that I could work on at home. And I realized I really liked the process of filming, editing, and creating special effects. And these early videos really fed my curiosity and gave me a glimpse into what the world of video production would be like, turning my passion into a career. The second thing I would recommend doing is looking at your transferable skills, things that you can take from your current role through to your new desired career. So for me, there were a lot of problem solving skills because I worked as an engineer. There was a lot of organizational skills that were necessary. I did a lot of communication with third parties while working as an engineer for BSkyB. And a lot of these were necessary later on when it came to landing clients for video production roles, when it came to organizing my time and my money, particularly for things like taxes. So I would spend a bit of time just writing down what your transferable skills are and how they're going to benefit you in your next career move. The third thing that I would recommend you do is to research the industry that you want to get into. So for me, when I was thinking about video production, it was probably more doing adverts for TV. This was also the time when YouTube was really starting to take off, and I was following a lot of YouTubers and I was interested in the latest cameras. And I noticed that there was potentially a career or a side thing that could be done maybe with YouTube or video content creation in general using something like After Effects for animation. Things have evolved massively in the last 10 years. So really research the industry now, but also the potential direction that the industry that you're interested in might take. The next thing that you want to do with your career shift is to start building a portfolio to prove that you've got the skills necessary to undertake whatever that is that you want to do. So for me, for example, I started to do freelance gigs on a website called People Per Hour. I actually did my very first job for free so I could get that person's testimony on my People Per Hour portfolio, but also showcase that I could edit After Effects templates as well. I also started to do things with animated logos, and I started to push out towards doing things like wedding videography. And I did a lot of these early jobs for free or really heavily discounted so that I could have a body of work to show to potential clients. Next thing on my list, point 5, would be to find mentors and or a community of people. So for me, early on, I had the opportunity to have a secondment in KaiCreative, and I found a couple of creative people that I could contact that could give me advice on my work. Later on, I joined a small editing house in Shoreditch, and I was able to find some creatives there to kind of coach me and give me advice, particularly when it came to animation. Also nowadays, we have a lot of Facebook groups, you've got Discord, we have even Reddit groups that you could go to find advice, ask questions, and learn. I would also encourage you to be active in those communities. So as you learn and you get more knowledge, share that with other people so that you become an authority in that area. Point number 6 is to adapt and keep on learning. Now, I have absolutely zero qualifications when it comes to filmmaking or editing. Everything I know is self-taught. The University of YouTube way. For example, I learned After Effects by just spending countless hours learning how to keyframe and rotoscope and mask and just the nuances of how After Effects works through countless hours of repetition. So put the hours in. And as we enter the world of AI, I'm becoming more and more interested in how AI can speed things up, not just visually, but also using things like ChatGPT to help me organize more, to help me focus in more on my audience, and to give me suggestions and tips for tags and titles and things like that. Don't ever stick your nose up at learning something new. Even if you feel like, I don't want to get involved in AI or I don't want to get involved in programming, don't walk away from it if it can help you improve your learning and also the direction that you want to take your career in. Point number 7 is seeking out practical experience. So for me, while I was working at Sky as a technician, I was able to have a secondment over to the creative department where I spent time working with creative leads, and I spent time working with all sorts of different artists. And that practical experience put me actually in the environment where I wanted to be in the future. And it also made that career change more vivid in my mind, and it made things much more real. Point number 8 is to make sure you create a financial safety net. So before you do your career change, before you pull the plug, before you hit the button, before you walk out the door of your old job, make sure you have a financial safety net. Generally, what you'll hear people say is have between 3 to 6 months saved. And that should cover you in the interim period while you're trying to get more experience or perhaps get a role, land a job, and have a backup plan because things don't always work out. For me, I've been freelancing now full time for 3.5 years, and it's tough because things go up and down quite a lot. And at the moment, things, they're quite tough, like not just for me, but for everyone. So having a contingency, having a plan, and continually looking for new opportunities is just going to help bolster you and put your mind at ease and hopefully reduce some of that stress and anxiety. Point number 9 is to build a support system around yourself. Not everybody is going to support the idea of you changing your career. When I told some very close people to me that I was changing my career, some people weren't very enthusiastic about that. What are you going to do? You're going to go and do video. How are you going to make a living from that? This is like 12, 13 years ago. But saying that, I did have some very supportive people in my life. So my wife is a good example where she supported this transition from me going from an engineer to a full-time creative. I even had an opportunity to go back to my old job and she discouraged me from doing that. She said, why don't you focus on what you want to do? Because you were miserable at your old job. Focus on what makes you happy and try and turn that into a career. So she really supported me, particularly through tough times as well. It's important to have a support network or a support group. If you don't have people that are close to you that can do that, then reach out online because there are lots of groups that have a very similar interest to perhaps what you want to do that can give you help and advice. My final point is that you should expect there to be a steep learning curve and lots of challenges. Remember your old career where everything just seemed easier? That's because you did that stuff every single day. So it became second nature, it flowed really easily. When you're starting this new career change to your passion, it might not necessarily be as easy because it's something that you've been doing as a hobby or something that you've been doing on the side and something that you're not entirely clued up about. Maybe you've taken a leap of faith to get there. So expect there to be challenges. Now for me, I'd been working in a technical role for 6 years. It was like starting from the bottom again. So I was building up a portfolio, which means I was working for free, which means I was giving away my time to try and build this portfolio. And challenges have come along the way and still continue to come even now. And the way that we deal with those is really going to be make or break to whether we succeed in what we want to actually do. So remember, it's not just about making a switch to what you want to do. It's also about being courageous and bold and taking a leap of faith and trying to turn what inspires you into something that you can make a living from. Get out of your comfort zone, embrace the challenges, and learn from each and every experience, whether it's good or bad. And with that tenacity and determination, it's very possible to turn those aspirations that you have into real achievements. And who knows, one day you could be posting your journey online and maybe inspire somebody else to take that leap of faith and follow their path to success. What advice would you give people who are stuck in a job they don't want to do and they want to do something else?
If you're stuck in a job you don't want to do and you want to do something else, then there's 2 ways to do it. Either you can talk to your boss, say you want to quit, so you got a better job, and then go to that job, the job you want. But there's another reason. What happens if the job is either too expensive or you make? Do you have to pay for a job?
They pay you. You go to a job, you do what they want you to do, and they give you money.
Oh, I thought you have to pay for a job.
You don't have to pay them, although you do pay them in some respects.
Yeah.
Because you give up your hopes, dreams, and ambitions to do what they want you to do. But it's different. Someone might have responsibilities. They might have a family.
Yeah.
They might have a mortgage, bills to pay. They can't just quit their job, can they?
True.
Yeah. So what can they do?
Well, if you can't quit your job, then wait a little while. Wait till either the bills have gone down or you've got enough money to pay the bills. And then you can, but before you quit your job, find the job you want and then book that job. So like go to that job and then you book it. Do you book a job? How do you go to a job? How do you get a job?
I think that would be the topic of our next discussion.
No, thank you, because I have no idea what that means.
All right. Thank you for sharing your nuggets of knowledge with us today.
Very hard. Today is my last day of... Wait, I'm still going to tidy, but my last day of tidying till I'm going to get a cabinet because we're going to get a lizard.
I'm not sure about that.
Okay,
bye-bye. That's not guaranteed. Wow, so today is day 26 of Vlogtober. We went in a little bit deep with the experiences and some of the advice here. Hopefully you found this useful, guys. If you did, don't forget to give us a thumbs up. If you haven't done so already, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the little bell button for notifications. We have a few more days, and I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you who's been supporting, who's been messaging, who's been leaving comments and sharing some of the stuff as well. I appreciate that. I hope to finish this challenge strong, so keep your support up, guys. With that said, I will see you tomorrow.
Parents pause and take it in. These days, so short, they soon grow thin. 4 small years, that's all you'll get, to hold them close without regret. Tiny hands that reach for yours. Messy rooms and open doors. Watch me, Daddy. Stay, don't go. One day soon, they won't ask so. Through sleepy cries and morning light, those quiet hugs that feel so right. Busy days can rush and blur, but these small moments won't recur. Yes, days are long and life's a race, but soon they'll step from this embrace. The bedtime talks, the endless whys, will drift away like summer skies. Let the world and worry wait. Slow down, lean in, appreciate. For these 4 years, though brief they seem, will fill your heart with memories to dream. One day they'll stand, a bit more grown, with dreams to chase and paths to own. So lift them high and dance and play. Let laughter fill each fleeting day. In just 4 years, they'll stretch and soar, but for now, they're yours, and only 4.
Hello, welcome to the channel. My name is Kai, and today I want to take you on a cinematic journey part 2. So my daughter Naya is actually at her dance performance today, and a couple of days ago I did a Moana themed photo shoot with her. Because of her dance performance, it was like related to that. And a couple of days before that, I also did a cinematic shoot with her in the nature reserve near where we live. And my son Kai was like, hey, where's my photo shoot? Where's my video? And so because Naya and her mum have gone to the dance performance, I'm at home with Kai, and I said, hey, because it's sunny today, why don't we'll go to Blue Water, get you a little treat, and then afterwards I'll do a little video shoot with you. We'll make it into a little cinematic movie. And he was like, yay. One of the things I've noticed between trying to shoot a nearly 9-year-old versus a nearly 4-year-old is that the nearly 4-year-old is a lot more difficult to shoot. They get very bored very quickly, and it's difficult to capture those moments. Also, there was a lot more screaming, a lot less concentration, and a lot more, I'm done now, let's move on. I want to go over here, I want to play over here. But thankfully, I was shooting on the Canon R6. I was using the 120 FPS mode so I could capture slow motion. Yes, this is in HD, but when you scale it up to 4K, you put it into a 4K composition. Because I'm using the 15 to 35mm f stop 2.8 Canon LRF lens, it looks really nice even when you scale it up to 4K. Well, I think it looks really nice scaled to 4K. You can tell me whether you like the look of it or not. Also, I was using the Freeworld magnetic ND filter along with a mist filter to make everything have that kind of bloomy, glowy look. And to add to that, I also shot in C-Log 3 on the Canon R6 to be able to grade later and just retain the details. At this time of year, you get that really golden autumn sun. You got the changing color of the leaves, and everything just has a nice autumny. I don't even know if that's a word. A nice glow. Yeah, there you go. For the edit, I used the same Artlist artist that I used for Naya's cinematic video shoot, which is an artist called Turpak, Turpak, and the track that I used is called Synergy. And also I had an opportunity to use one of Artlist's new features, which is their new voiceover function. And I chose the gloom voiceover effect. I know gloom sounds a bit gloomy, but actually this voiceover is used to express empathy and raw emotion. So how I did it is I created a couple of prompts using ChatGPT. I fed information about having a 4-year-old and a call to parents about why this is such a special time, and I played around in ChatGPT until I got a poem that I felt suited my point of view. I then fed this directly into the new Artlist voiceover feature, and I feel like it worked really well. It wasn't perfect. I had to create something like 7 or 8 versions of it, and I cut certain sections out from different renders and then just dotted them along in the timeline for this actual video, which hopefully helps with the pacing of the video and adds a little bit more emotion. I think it's quite reflective for someone like me as a parent, realizing that the time I have left with this cuddly little bundle of joy is short-lived. Like, the last 4 years have literally flown by, and looking at how Naya is now, soon to be 9, and how it's a completely different world. It's still nice, it's still cute, but it's not like, almost like that baby phase is completely gone now and your toddler phase is almost going to go as well. It's quite sad, but it's also something that I felt like I wanted to capture in this autumn of life. I'm going to show you 2 videos. You're going to watch both the videos, and then you're going to decide which one you think is the best one. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Busy days can rush and blur. Yes, days are long and life's a race, but soon I'll step from this embrace.
Oh my god, now both of them were done. They're really good. I don't know which one to choose.
So which one was the best one? Let's go
We
with
have a little chat.
let's go with Kai first. He's put his hand up straight away. Which one's the best one, Kai?
Line.
Oh, you think Kai's one was the best? Why?
Because I slid off the caterpillar's head.
Because you slipped off the caterpillar's head.
I said I slided.
Oh, you slided off the caterpillar's head.
Yeah.
What about Naya? Which one do you think was the best one?
I think Kite had to be the best one. It was so cute, adorable, and I like the way how you put in the music, and then when it said the reach out hand, who's actually reaching out his hand, and all those funny faces and stuff. I think Kite has to get the 2 votes. There's something I really like about mine is that it's set like a story. Like, one time I'm looking out into the ocean, so basically it's like I'm looking out into the ocean and I want to make my way around it. So it's like I want to have a journey.
So you feel like yours is more journey based. And wow, I really hope you enjoyed today's video, guys. If you did, don't forget to give us a thumbs up. If you haven't done so already, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the little bell button for notifications. Today's video is part of Vlogtober, today being the 27th, which means I've actually consecutively created 27 days worth of videos. I want to say thank you to each and every one of you for your support, for your comments, your likes, and also a lot of DMs that I've been getting. Really appreciate it. And with that said, guys, there's a few more days left. I will see you tomorrow. So I was reminded this morning in the news about the passing of Matthew Perry, which has been a year ago today. I just can't believe how quickly a year has gone by. But it also got me thinking about Friends as a series. We're currently on our yearly binge of Friends, and we're at the end of season 9 now, which means Ross and Rachel have had baby Emma, Phoebe has just split up with Mike, Monica and Chandler are trying to conceive, and Joey's just exactly the same as he's always been since season 1.
How are you doing?
And for a lot of people out there, Friends is more than just a show. It's something that they have on repeat all the time. And honestly, I get it. There's this sense of nostalgia and comfort that it brings. Sometimes it feels like you're catching up with old friends. No matter what type of day you're having, Friends has this way of making you feel at ease, it makes you laugh, and it makes you remember a simpler time.
Hey, you guys.
Hey, what's going on?
It's like a warm, familiar hug in the form of a TV show.
He's her lobster.
For me, The only real problem with Friends is that it's ended, it's over. There's no more Friends.
Tonight, the cast is taping the last episode of their historic sitcom.
We never got our reboot, we never got our season 11, we never got our movie. And now with Matthew Perry, it's like we're never gonna get any of that. You could argue that we got the Joey spin-off in 2004.
Hey, pretty smart.
We had that reunion special in 2021. Which was really nice, actually. Over the years, many of the cast have said that they didn't want to do a reboot. They felt like those characters were in their prime, their mid-20s to their early 30s, and it was a different time of life, and that they'd moved on from that. They'd moved on from the city, from New York, to start families and maybe different careers outside. Everyone moved on, and they were happy with leaving it like it was. On YouTube a few years ago, there was even a fan-made Friends movie that was circulating that had used different clips that the cast had been in from different movies and other series that they had patched together. And the idea was raging on social media as to why we don't yet have a Friends movie. But what if it didn't have to be like that? What if we could have an endless supply of new Friends episodes forever?
Are you crazy?
Now, before you raise your eyebrows at this, hear me out. First of all, imagine a more advanced version of ChatGPT, maybe GPT version 5. Imagine then being able to preload all the scripts for all the episodes ever written into this new version of ChatGPT. It would have the personality traits of all 6 of our favorite characters plugged in.
Like a fun game.
It would then be able to output an endless supply of episode scripts that would have scenarios and genuine interactions between the cast. Iconic phrases like, "We were on a break."
We were on a break!
"How you doing?"
Hey, how you doing?
And "Pivot." Would all make an appearance in some form or another. Next, imagine an advanced version of video AI, like a supercharged Sora or something like Runway Gen 4. Now imagine if you could upload every single episode of the 236 episodes of Friends to that video AI model. It would then go to work processing the style, the look, the faces, the places, the locations, absolutely everything down to the fashion of that time. All those visual references could be used to make perfect replicas of the people and the places. Everything that makes Friends, Friends. Audio references could then be pulled from every piece of dialogue, music, and sound effects.
Enough! You are no longer my friend.
A library would be created that perfectly mimics not just the voices of the main cast, but also the music and the sounds that made Friends so nostalgic.
Well, this could be a good story.
Just think about this for a second. Something like this could open up the entire Friends universe. For example, that time when Chandler had to go to Yemen because he wanted to break up with Janice.
I'm going to Yemen.
Why don't we have an episode of Chandler in Yemen living with that lady and her family?
Oh my God.
The stories we heard of Joey sending the friends off to a button factory so that he could have a party on the roof with his movie star friends. Why don't we have an episode of those friends going to the button factory? How about an episode before the first season where Rachel is getting ready to get married and Ross and Carol are experiencing marital problems? Or maybe even an entire season before the first season.
This really does put me in a better mood.
Maybe season 11, where they move on and we get to see the relationships and how they maybe come together for special occasions. Maybe we could even get the Friends movie that we always wanted. In fact, it could be bespoke to each and every person. Maybe you don't like the way a storyline is developing and you can give real-time feedback, which changes the direction of the episode while you're watching it. That's crazy.
Rachel and Joey, it's Rachel and Joey!
Friends would then become a unique experience for each and every person. Of course, AI is not there yet, but with the way that it's rapidly advancing, this could be a reality in the next few years. Also, this raises a lot of ethical concerns around things like actor consent, creativity, actor legacy, how they'd be perceived. You'd have a dilution of the nostalgia and originality. Your version of Friends would be different to someone else's version of Friends, and you wouldn't have that joint or shared experience. These inside jokes come because we're all watching the same version of Friends.
You threw my sandwich away. My sandwich. My sandwich.
And also things like legal ramifications, like who would own the rights? If you had your own version How would the actors be paid? How would the film studios who came up with the original ideas be paid? Would they even know that this was being created if it was for an individual? It raises so many questions about the possibility for entertainment for things like a series in the future that I don't think have been covered yet. Now, we're already seeing people use AI to take characters from sitcoms and create these AI versions of them with really primitive AI video as well. But when we really start to blur the lines between real and AI generated video, who's going to come in and who's going to take control? How is that going to look? How would you feel if Friends never ended?
That would be the best. Yeah.
Imagine if we could bring the show back with AI. How would you feel about that?
That would be amazing.
You wouldn't feel like it was a bit weird watching it? It's not like the real people.
It's still the same, even though it's just not real people.
So you would watch that?
Yeah.
What would you like to see in a Friends episode? What would you like to see? What storyline would you like to try out?
Oh God, that's hard.
It could be anything. They could be superheroes. You could be in it. You could be one of the characters. Have different famous people meeting the Friends characters, like now, like famous people that are on TV now could meet them, or your favorite YouTubers could meet them.
Maybe singing another song, like a new one, because her songs are so weird. Smelly Cat and the Cow thing. A new one of them, they're funny. And then I come in, and I'm another singer, and then I start singing the same song with her. And then my favourite singer comes in, and then we keep on singing the same song, and then one outside Monica's shop, and then Monica comes out and starts like saying like in the other episode, like, this is really bad. So it's basically like the other episode, except for I'm in it, and
my favourite singer's in it.
Cool. So your favorite singer, who is who?
Katy Perry.
So Katy Perry, you and Phoebe are all singing a song outside of Monica's restaurant.
Yeah, and then Monica comes out and starts to argue.
And that's really interesting because a lot of people would be like, no, you shouldn't use AI to do things like that, but you're using your imagination to think about how you would use it to incorporate yourself into the actual series. Yeah. That's pretty interesting. I like that. That's cool. For me as a visual creative, I'm excited, scared, and intrigued when it comes to AI for visual creativity all at the same time. There's no doubt that it's disrupting the creative landscape. It's simultaneously destroying jobs and also creating opportunities at the same time. But anyway, those are my thoughts.
Don't be mad at me, but I couldn't resist.
What do you guys think about AI when it comes to visual creativity? Is it good? Is it bad? Does it need to be controlled more? Let me know your thoughts down in the comment section below. And also, what do you think about an endless supply of friends on tap? Is that something that you would enjoy? Or is it something that you would get bored of very quickly? Or would you use that AI technology to create a brand new series completely catered to you and your interests? Again, let me know what you think down in the comment section below. Guys, today is day 28 of Vlogtober. I've been doing this challenge now every day in October, and there's only a few days left. I just want to say, if you haven't done so already, please do like the video. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. And again, thank you for all your support. It's been a mission. It's been a journey. I've really enjoyed it. And with that said, I will see you tomorrow.
I gotta go.
This December, I will have been on YouTube for 10 years on this YouTube channel. And I want to do a top 10 things that I've learned in the last 10 years of being a YouTuber. In particular, the person I feel like I'm talking to in this video is me from 10 years ago. Here's the things that I wish I knew 10 years ago. So let's get into it. So if you are looking to get started on YouTube, the very first piece of advice that I have to give you that I would have given to myself 10 years ago is you just have to get started. The guys from Think Media say this all the time, you've just got to hit record. So thinking back to that time, I did do wedding videography and I had done some corporate videography projects, but I literally had no idea what I was doing when I was talking to the camera. I was using older technology as well, so a Canon 6D, which is a full frame camera, but it didn't have autofocus, so lots of my shots were blurry in the early days. If I had waited for things to be perfect, I would never have started. So don't wait, just start talking to the camera and start uploading to YouTube. The next thing that I've learned playing this YouTube game is that consistency is key. At the NAS Academy, where I work, we like to say commit to consistency. And this is often seen on all social channels, so YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. So if you want to keep growing and keep building, then try to have a consistent schedule. Try to keep a content calendar. In the old days, oh my goodness, in the old days, what we used to say was try and post one video a week. Nowadays, you've got people on places like TikTok who are posting 2 or 3 times a day. I would say for a long form video, if you can make it good quality, try to stick to 1, maybe 2 a week if you've got the capacity, but keep that consistency going. The third thing that I've learned, particularly when you're starting out on YouTube, is that you need to engage in your community. Now, I don't mean just reply to comments on YouTube. What I mean is you need to be involved in the community for your niche. So for example, if your niche is in finance, then you need to be in the relevant Facebook groups, maybe even the relevant Discord or Reddit groups, and you need to be talking with those people who are knowledgeable around that subject so that you become an authority. What I often tell my students is don't spam Facebook groups with your videos, rather use that as an opportunity to find out what your audience is talking about, what questions they're asking, and make content around those specific questions. Once you're established as an authority and people know who you are, you might also mention that you make YouTube videos, and maybe then at that opportunity put a link to your channel. Number 4 is you don't need expensive gear. Nowadays, your phone will suffice. Don't think that you need the latest camera or the latest phone to start filming and putting content up onto YouTube. I know it's ironic for me to say that because I review a lot of Canon cameras, but I'll tell you now that there are YouTubers that I will watch who have like really old phones, but the content, the quality of what they're telling me, the information they're giving me is really useful. It's really good. So just get started, use what you have. And then what I would suggest is upgrade as you go. So once you've got a decent camera and a decent microphone, then start thinking about things like lighting and start thinking about studio spaces and upscaling your production from there. Remember, story is king, and also try to have a video format. So have a good hook or a good intro, then maybe offer a solution to a problem, and then have a call to action. If you follow that formula for most of your videos, there will be something useful there that people can use. Number 5 is embrace evolution. My channel has evolved over the years. So I started off trying to do events and how-tos for event videography to try and get clients for my event videography business. That evolved into more like reviews and then how-tos, tutorials, and I really enjoy those things, but recently I've also been trying other topics. Today, for example, is day 29 of October, so it's the 29th day of Vlogtober, and this is something that I've never done before, so I'm challenging myself, pushing the boat out there, and just trying to get out of my comfort zone to see if I can create something different and just to keep things fresh. Number 6, oh man, this one is tough. It's learn to deal with criticism. As soon as you put anything out there into the world, you are going to attract criticism. And I remember the very first time I got a negative comment on one of my YouTube videos, I was up all night thinking about how to reply. Something witty, maybe something sarcastic. And as time's gone by, I've learned to deal with that in a better way. But also, not every negative comment needs to be something that's an attack. You can take negative feedback and you can learn from it, and it then becomes constructive. So for example, I've had comments in the past on my background being too messy. It's still a little bit messy. I've had people give me feedback on maybe the quality of my microphone recently. I had bumped the levels up too much. In the past, the lighting was a bit too strong on one side. All of these things were really relevant for me to tone or dial back different styles. In the past, I've overdone it with the log footage and people have called me out on that. And I've learned to improve each one of my videos from that criticism. Now, of course, constructive criticism is different to people just attacking you. People just saying, hey, you're an idiot. Which does happen from time to time. Those types of comments you can, just delete. You don't have to reply. But I will say, if you're planning to start a YouTube channel, you need to grow thicker skin, and you need to and it needs to be like water off a duck's back, particularly as you start to grow. Lesson number 7 is tricky. It's don't chase the algorithm too much. We do need to chase the algorithm and follow trends from time to time, particularly if we want views, if we want the attention, if we want subscribers. We need to follow trends sometimes. One of the greatest pieces of advice that was given to me was by Daryl Eves at a small YouTubers meetup in London. And he said, don't try and start trends, follow trends. That's the quickest way that you can grow. But what I've also discovered in the last 10 years is if we're just constantly doing trends and constantly trying to copy people, we kind of lose our own creativity and our own originality to some degree. One method for this would be for every 5 videos you create, Create 4 videos that you know will do well for your niche, your audience, and then the 5th video should be something that you want to create. Try it, and then maybe mess around with that ratio a little bit to see how your content fares with your audience. Based on that, point number 8 is find your niche. This is something that's taken me a while, and even now I feel like my niche is cameras and camera gear, more and more phone photography and phone videography, and I realize that that niche is not going to last forever, because as we move away from cameras, perhaps more to phones, I don't know if that's going to take 5, 10, 20 years, but I do believe there's going to be a shift to a lot smaller, compact, video-capable devices. And the way that AI is going now, I literally have no idea how this landscape is going to fare in the next 5 or 10 years. So, and that's another reason why when I say define your niche or find your niche, also be adaptable, because we don't know what AI is going to bring and how it will change this whole concept of filmmaking, photography, visual creativity, vlogging, YouTube. All of this stuff is going to change. So along with finding your niche is be adaptable with your niche so that you can roll with the punches and change with the times. Point number 9 has to be the power of community. I didn't realize when I joined that there's quite a big community of YouTubers, but also and creators, but also people in your niche that are creating things on YouTube. And I've reached out to so many of these people who just have wonderful ideas and plans, and I've collaborated with a few of them in the past as well. It's people who share the same likes and interests. It's people that share your values, your niche. Also, if you connect with like-minded YouTubers, it's people that have put the work in. They understand the work. They understand the negativity. They understand the hustle and the grind, and the times when you're just creating and nobody cares, but they're carrying on and they're doing it anyway. Those are the type of people that when you connect with them, they're really like determined people. They're really resilient people. They're really value-driven people. And that's something to remember with your community as well, is don't just take that for granted. You know, you have a community space, you have a space of creatives that you can tap into, and you share similar interests as well, which is massive. Finally, this piece of advice I give to all the students out there, and it's enjoy the process. If you do not enjoy what you are creating, it's very unlikely that you're going to continue creating that. So if you've created a YouTube channel to talk about crypto, but you're not that interested in crypto, then the likelihood of you continuing that channel is quite low. Also, if you're just focused on the views and the subs, then again, the motivation is really not in the right place. You know, unless you are, unless it's like a job and you're bankrolling. For me, YouTube isn't really like that. It's like a hobby. It's something that I do on the side. I've also been able to make a bit of passive income. If you want to know how much I've made in the last 10 years through Google AdSense on my YouTube channel, I'll leave a link to that video in the cards and in the description below. You can find out how much YouTube has paid me in 10 years. But if you're just focused on the metrics, it's going to be very difficult for you to find the motivation to keep going when times get tough. So that's 10 things that I learned in the last 10 years of being a YouTuber on the KaiCreative YouTube channel. I hope you guys found this video useful. If you did, don't forget to give us a like. And if you haven't done so already, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the little bell button for notifications. This video is actually part of Vlogtober 2024. And it's been such an amazing journey to create a video every single day for the last 29 days. I've learned a lot. I'm going to break this down, I think, either at the end or in a future video. And I want to say, guys, a massive thank you to each and every one of you who have supported me, not just throughout Vlogtober, but for the last 10 years of YouTube. It's been truly amazing and literally life-changing in a lot of respects because of the opportunities that it's created. And with that said, I will see you tomorrow.
Oh my God. No fancy studio, no lights today, just the flu. Or flu-like symptoms. Everything is aching. My head is killing me. I've just popped a few cold and flu tablets. And I don't know how I'm supposed to make a video today. I just guess it's going to be a very raw... And I didn't want it to be like this. I wanted to like make good quality content on a regular basis for the whole month that offered value in some form. And I find myself here just rough as anything. I'm going to have a hot bath in a minute. Gosh. Representing the NAS. I've got my old NAS Academy t-shirt on to keep me comfort. Lauren is taking the kids out to the park, which is really kind, so that I will have a few hours to just have a bit of rest without screaming and shouting.
And I was saying to her, it's like revenge, because I remember having these conversations with my dad when I was a kid. My dad would be like, I'm not well, why are you screaming? And then we'd say, oh, sorry, Dad. And then we'd just go straight back to screaming. And yeah, today is just not going to happen. Today's vlog number 30 as well. So close to the end. And I just, like, if you watch yesterday's vlog, you'll see that there was no editing. I literally, as I was filming it, I could feel that things were just declining very quickly. And I realized that I needed to just upload it as quickly as possible, make the thumbnail, upload it, and straight to bed. And I just slept, couldn't eat dinner, just felt so rough. And then this morning, again, everything is just aching. So I'm going to have a hot bath, guys. I guess this will count as my day 30. If you are doing a challenge and you're sick, I salute you for trying to get a video out or trying to complete it, because this doesn't feel good, it doesn't feel nice. But you know what they say, if you really want something to happen, you'll find a way. And if you are not too bothered, you'll find an excuse. So I think this is a pretty good excuse though, just like, it feels so rough. So yeah, with that said, guys, this has been day 30. I will see you tomorrow. Let me do it like this. Boom.
"31 days of vlogging every single day in October." Let's get into this. The very first day of Vlogtober. How much have I earned on YouTube? I'm teaching special effects in CapCut. The school actually arranged for a photographer to do these professional shots.
Busy days can rush and blur, but these small moments won't recur.
What if we could have an endless supply of new Friends episodes forever?
Are you crazy?
£1,995. Alright, can I finish my video now?
Yeah. Tomorrow, don't do mum.
I will try not to do mum tomorrow. Do a lot of editing on the computer. It takes copious amounts of time and hours, and it really doesn't help our health. Okay, I'll see you later. Can I get a big boy cuddle?
No.
My creative resume, or CV, depending on what side of the pond you're on, has been seen over 100,000 times.
What happens if the job is either too expensive or you break? Do you have to pay for a job?
One day they'll stand, a bit more grown, with dreams to chase and paths to own. So lift them high and dance and play. Let laughter fill each fleeting day. In just 4 years, they'll stretch and soar, but for now, they're yours. And only 4.
So Vlogtober was something that someone in my community recommended I try. If you want to be part of that community, by the way, there's a link in the description below. Go check it out. And they said, we should do Vlogtober, guys. And I was like, yay, I've always wanted to do something like Vlogtober. I've never done it before. But man, has this been the most difficult challenge I've ever undertaken. Just sheer work that was involved in this challenge. I wanted to make it so that I was offering value, that I was catering towards my target audience, which is mainly towards people who are interested in cameras. But I also wanted to push the boat out a little bit and try other topics and other things, just things that interested me. And I think Vlogtober was a wonderful opportunity to try just random stuff for a change. Also, I wanted the quality to be good, so I filmed everything in 4K. I filmed on C-Log using this camera here, the Canon R6. Just that alone required a lot of work, and it required a lot of hard disk drive space. So altogether, for the whole of Vlogtober,
I used over a terabyte of hard disk drive space for all of the content I created. So one of the benefits for me for doing this challenge is that I've proven to myself that I can output content very, very quickly. There's no time to be precious about your output. You can't have a perfectionist mindset. When you have to upload before midnight, that is the deadline. I made it on time pretty much every single day apart from one day where the video went live at 20 past midnight. Creating these videos in the past would have taken me probably about 3 to 4 days of just mulling over things, editing, tweaking things. But because I had a hard deadline, by the end of the day this has to be uploaded, it stopped me from having a perfectionist mindset and it just made me post. Another thing Vlogtober forced me to do was to get creative, but also to recycle in a creative way. So I ended up using a lot of old B-roll. I ended up screen recording a lot of my old videos and using that as B-roll over the top of my videos. Recycling content was just absolutely necessary in order to get these vlogs out on time. Another thing that I did with each video is I had a Naya's Nuggets corner. So Naya would be there at the end of each video giving her insights on the topic of the day, or we would be doing different challenges.
Vlogtober's a day and I'm very excited, so...
One thing I will say about Vlogtober is it's been all-consuming. It's made the month blend or blur into one long day. As soon as you finish the challenge for one day, maybe you're posting right up until midnight, and then the next day starts and you're running around again trying to think of an idea, trying to film and edit and get all these points out, and then upload again before midnight. It's just crazy. And for someone like me who has a job as well as kids and is trying to get other stuff done in life, it's not sustainable. So did Vlogtober actually help my channel in any way? If I pull up the stats real quick, I got 128,000 views. That's 28.1 thousand more than normal. I got 30.9 thousand hours of watch time, which is about 353 hours more than usual. I got 413 subscribers, which is about 23 more than usual. And I made $270.64, which is about $10.64 more than usual. So in terms of stats, I didn't really gain much. But if you look at the stats overall over the year, you'll see that there's been an upward trend because of posting more. So if I could keep that going consistently, then obviously, hopefully those numbers would keep going up. But again, I don't think it'd be sustainable for me to do this. Most of my watch content has come from older videos, which is true of most YouTubers normally. But the video that's done the best that I've released this month is a camera review, funnily enough, because I talk about cameras. So the 5D Mark IV, is it still good to buy in 2024? Is it currently at 1.3K? And if you look at the analytics on that video, it's still growing. It's got 53 hours of watch time and it's made me $5. So obviously that's because it caters to my niche audience. All the metrics around that video are really good. Most of my Vlogtober videos haven't actually done that well. That's not unusual. Most of my videos grow really slowly over time. Give it 6 months and a lot of these videos will start to creep over 10K, some of them over 100,000 views. That's just what my channel is like. I don't really cater to viral content. I cater more to searchable content on Google. And I'd be interested to see what some of the stats of these videos will be like a year from now. I had a lot of fun though, creating kind of slow motion videos, creating content with the kids, and also showing some behind the scenes stuff, which is stuff that I don't normally share on the channel. So it's opened my eyes up to a totally different way of creating content and focusing on the process and also documenting the process.
Other people might think it was boring because sometimes your videos are a bit boring because it's just...
Carry on.
Because it's just you talking about a camera, but that one, it was still you talking about something, which was a bit boring, but it had more detail and it was more interactive, and I thought it was cool.
And I think the biggest takeaway from me from this whole thing has been that I've been able to prove to myself that I can actually create content in a day. Which means that if there are things that are trending in the future that I want to jump on straight away, whether it's in the camera world or if I want to start a new channel, I can actually create that kind of content and I can actually get it out there in a day. It keeps the creative juices going and it keeps things fresh for me as a creator. So guys, if you found today's video useful, don't forget to give us a like and don't forget to subscribe to the channel. If you haven't done so already, hit the little bell button for notifications. It's been a wild journey, hasn't it, Naya?
Yeah.
And we've had a lot of fun. And I want to say a special thank you to each and every one of you who have liked, commented, subscribed, and shared this experience with us. And with that all being said, we will not see you tomorrow.
See you never.
Take care. Bye.